Welcome to Savage Harry. Today's adventure. What if Harry Potter conquered magical Britain at age 17 after rejecting Dumbledore's light? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1, Sirius dead. Manipulation exposed. The Black Library held its dust like a bruise. 2 days had passed since the Department of Mysteries, and Harry Potter had not left this room except to sleep, and not slept except to wake again. The shelves rose 3 stories into a cupola of stained glass that showed the constellations of Orion's family in their old configurations, Sirius bright in the south, Regulus closer to the chair where Harry sat. Someone had wept on the chair before him. He could see the salt rings dried into the leather. He did not know whether they were Sirius's or Regulus's or one of the long-dead black ants. He sat in them anyway. A ledger lay open on his knees. He had taken the ledger from the 3rd shelf at dawn. A long, narrow accounting book bound in green hide, blank pages stitched between blank pages, the kind a black ancestor might have used to record debts and favors. He had filled 4 pages of it already. The ink was black family ink, oilier than what he kept at school, and his handwriting in it was unfamiliar to him, smaller than at Hogwarts, more deliberate, with the loops of his L's pressed flat. He had titled the ledger in the spine in faint capitals, "What was done to me." The first entry was dated July 31, 1981. Witnessed delivery of 1 infant to 1 Petunia Dursley. Witnessed refusal. Witnessed delivery anyway. Witnessed wards spun from the refusal, wards that fed on blood unwilling, which is no protection, only an account drawn against a child. He turned the page. The second entry was dated September 1, 1991. Witnessed engineered first meeting. Witnessed engineered first friendship. Witnessed every conversation in which he asked about his parents and was given a sentence of comfort and no information. The entries went on. There were 41 of them now. He had stopped writing because he had begun to repeat himself, and a ledger that repeated itself was a ledger that no longer served. He set the book down. He looked at his hands. They were not steady, but he no longer expected them to be. He had begun to think of his hands as one would think of a borrowed wand, serviceable, not his own choice, capable of more than he had asked of them. Across the room, the long mirror that ran from the floor to the cupola showed him. A boy of 16, 15 still by the calendar, but his birthday was 3 weeks off. The mirror's frame was wrought into the shape of 2 serpents devouring each other's tails. Black taste. He noted it without expression. His hair was as he had left it, his eyes were as he had left them, his mouth had set into a line he did not recognize as his own, and had not yet decided to keep. Behind him, Creature had appeared soundless. Harry did not turn. "Master Harry sits in Mistress Walburga's chair," Creature said. The voice was sour, not malicious. It had not been malicious since the night the will was read aloud in the kitchen and Creature's bond had snapped onto Harry like a leash come unsnagged. Sirius's will. Creature had wept that night silently, and Harry had not yet decided what he felt about a house elf weeping for a man who had hated him. "Mistress Walburga isn't here," Harry said. "Mistress's chair recognizes Master. Tea, if you would." Creature disapparated. The pop was nearly delicate. Harry turned the ledger another page. The 13th entry was dated December 25, 1991. Witnessed first delivery of the Cloak of Invisibility. Anonymous. Anonymous when the donor had also been the wand witness for his parents' wedding, the chief warlock who closed the inquest into their deaths, and the headmaster who placed the boy under the Dursleys' roof. Anonymous in the same handwriting that had filled the margin of the package in tiny copper plate. Use it well. He had used it well. He had used it as a child uses a thing he believes was given out of love. The fact of having been wrong did not move him today. He had moved already. He had moved on the second night after Sirius, when he had finished destroying the office in the headmaster's tower and stood in the middle of the wreckage and understood that he had been allowed to destroy the office. The instruments Dumbledore had loved most had been spelled to mend on the next dawn. The man had let him grieve, watched him grieve, let the grief consume itself, watched the consumption, and at the end of the consumption had spoken to him about love and weapons. The prophecy. Either must die at the hand of the other. Harry took up his quill. Item 42, withheld until age 15. Disclosed in such a way as to make the disclosure the headmaster's burden, not the boy's choice. Disclosed because there was no longer time to withhold. Disclosed late so that the boy would feel grateful for the disclosure. Withholding has always been the lever. He capped the ink. The fire in the great hearth, which Creature had banked for him at midnight, ate at its remaining log. Smoke ran clean up the chimney. Outside the long windows, London showed grey through the spell haze that made 12 invisible from Grimmauld Place. The pigeons of Islington carried on their pigeon business along the railings of the houses Harry could see, which was a comfort he had not predicted finding. He liked the indifference of pigeons. They did not know he was the boy who lived and would not have cared if told. He sat and watched them while Creature returned with a silver tray, the tea poured already, the cup placed at his right hand because Harry was right-handed, the saucer placed at a precise angle to a man named in Old Black usage Lord Black. He had not used the title aloud, Creature had used it for him. "Master takes milk," Creature said, not a question. "Yes." The milk had been poured before the tea. Old way. Harry watched Creature set the tray down, watched the bow that followed it, watched the elf wait. He had not known elves waited. He had thought they vanished. He understood as the elf waited that the vanishing had been an instruction. Sirius had not taught Creature to wait. Walburga had. He drank the tea and tasted black currants in it that he had not asked for. Creature had selected them. Creature, Master, from this morning forward my breakfast is at 7, dinner at 8. No one enters this house through any door without my permission. The order's old key is revoked. Master Sirius gave the key to Master Albus. Master Sirius is dead. The key was black property. Revoke it. A long, low sound came out of Creature. It was not a word. It was the sound a hinge makes when it has been waiting 40 years to swing. He bowed deeply and was gone, and the house gave a shudder along its bones, and somewhere above Harry's head a portrait shouted a word in a language he did not speak and went silent. He understood without being told that the words had just changed. He drank his tea. Hedwig came through the high window with the Daily Prophet in her talons and dropped it onto the ledger. She landed on the chair back behind him. He did not turn to her. He could feel her watching him, weight settled, talons hooked through the leather she would not damage, because the leather had been hers to stand on since the first day he had brought her to this house. She had grown up in the same rooms he had. She knew his moods before he did. She had not asked anything of him in 2 days. She had brought him newspapers and post and the occasional dead vole, the vole offered as a vole is offered, which is to say at the foot of the chair with no expectation of being eaten. He opened the Prophet. The front page was apology. The boy who was right, he who must not be named, returns. Ministry concealment acknowledged beneath the headline. Cornelius Fudge's photograph showed the minister mid-sentence at a press conference, his hand half raised as if pushing away a question that had already been asked. Beneath the photograph the byline was Rita Skeeter, which made Harry smile very briefly without warmth. She was as quick as he remembered. He read. Skeeter had written it as a confession on behalf of the paper. The Prophet apologized. The Prophet had failed in its duty. The Prophet had been pressured by sources within the ministry. The Prophet was now committed to truth, regardless of its inconvenience. The Prophet asked, in particular, that the boy and his school be forgiven by the public for the year of doubt. There was nothing in the article that committed the Prophet to any future loyalty. The article ate Fudge instead. Harry refolded the paper along its original creases. He had not made Skeeter write it. He had not yet written to her. She had calculated where the wind would blow next and turned her pen into it. That she had done so without instruction told him she could be turned without difficulty, but also that she would turn again if the wind shifted. He noted this. He set the paper aside. Hedwig, she made the soft hooting noise that meant attention. Tonight, I'll have something for her by tonight. The owl shook her wings out and resettled. She would wait. He took up the quill. He drafted a letter. He did not send it. The draft sat above the ledger, the ink drying. R. Skeeter, your apology was timely. The next article should concern the imprisonment of Sirius Black without trial in 1981, the records of which I have. I will provide them, your byline, my information. We will speak before publication. No edits without my consent. H. J. Potter, heir of the most ancient house of Black. He read the draft twice. He folded it and set it inside the ledger at the page marked press. He had not yet drawn the page marked wand or the page marked law, but he would. There was time. There was, in fact, more time than Dumbledore had counted on, which was the central fact, which was the fact he had not yet allowed himself to enjoy. Creature reappeared at his elbow. The elf had carried with him a small leather pouch that bore 2 seals, the Goblin Black and an older red Harry did not yet recognize. Mr. Bill Weasley at the door, master, asking by name. He has stood at the curb since dawn. He brings Gringotts wax. Let him in. Bill came up the stairs 2 at a time. He had not yet pinned the cuff of his Cursebreaker's coat. The Dragonfang earring he had brought back from Cairo 3 years before swung as he came in, a small gold flash that caught the fire and went again. He stopped at the threshold. He did not approach. He had been raised by Molly Weasley well enough to know that the boy at the desk was not the boy who had eaten her treacle tart in a tent at the Quidditch Cup. Harry, Bill, Gringotts asked me to come. They prefer family for this kind of delivery. He set the pouch on the corner of the desk Harry indicated. He lifted the red seal between thumb and forefinger and showed it. Heir of Potter, they have been holding the ring against your majority. The codicil from your godfather moves that majority forward. Trigenes told them this morning. They asked me to confirm. May I confirm? Bill turned the pouch once, set it down, stepped half a pace back. Take it with your right hand. Harry took the pouch with his right hand. The leather warmed. The wax flowed back into the hide as if absorbed, and the hide opened, and inside lay a single iron-gray ring with the Potter sigil pressed into the metal, a stag charging across a field of stars. He had thought, when he had seen the sigil in his father's photograph albums, that it was an affection of his father's. He understood now that it had been a house. He put the ring on. It fitted. He looked at Bill. Thank you. You are welcome, Lord Potter. Don't call me that yet, Heir Potter. Yes, my mother is coming. I assumed. Bill almost smiled. He stopped before it reached his mouth. She means well. She always means well. She will arrive in an hour and a half. I came ahead because I wanted you to be on your own ground when she does. Are you on your own ground? I am on black ground. I am on Potter ground. I am on enough ground. Bill nodded once. He paused at the door. He did not turn back. If you want me, send. I do not ride Dumbledore's roster. I noted. Good. He was gone. Harry took the Potter ring off and laid it beside the leather pouch. He would put it back when the rest of his houses had been recognized. He would not wear an unsignated hand to a Wisengamot, a throat cleared. From the portrait that hung above the mantel, a thin painted man in dark green robes regarded Harry with the expression of someone who had been waiting 2 centuries to be acknowledged. Lord Black. Harry looked up. The portrait was Phineas Nigellus Black, former headmaster, great-great-grandfather to Sirius and to the Lord Black sitting before him. The painted eyes were Sirius's eyes set in a thinner face. The painted mouth was Walburga's mouth set on a leaner jaw. Harry felt the family in the portrait the way one feels a draft from a closed door. Phineas, I have a portrait in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. You know this. Yes. Until 5 minutes ago that portrait was the property of the headmaster of Hogwarts and could not be moved or interrogated without his consent. 5 minutes ago the codicil of my great-grandson restored my portrait to the Black family. I am now an instrument of the house. May I be of use, Lord Black? Harry set his quill down. Define use. I can see what Albus Dumbledore is doing in his office. I can hear what is spoken there. I cannot be commanded to speak by him. I will be commanded to speak by you. A pause. The painted mouth pursed. I would prefer to be useful in detail. I find idleness offensive. You will report to me every evening at 7. Yes, Lord Black. Tonight you will tell me what he said when his flue to me was closed. He has not yet attempted a flue. He will. When he does, I will hear and I will report. I will also tell you, as I am telling you now, that an hour ago he said to Severus Snape in my hearing, Severus, the boy needs to feel that the refusal was his. Do not press him today. We have lost 2 days. We cannot afford a third. Harry filed nothing. He would not file. He let the sentence sit on the air. It was not surprise. It was confirmation, and confirmation was a different category in his ledger than surprise was. Phineas, yes, thank you. You are welcome, Lord Black. My portrait at the headmaster's office hangs above his writing desk. I can see his correspondence. I will tell you what I read, each evening at 7. Yes. The painted figure inclined its head a half-inch and withdrew into the painted background. The room was for a moment slightly emptier where the portrait had been, then it filled again. Harry wrote in the ledger, Phineas Nigellus, hostile to Dumbledore, useful, tested by tomorrow's 7 o'clock report. He set the quill down. Creature returned a moment later. The elf carried a parcel sealed in Trigenes's wax, from the firm of Trigenes and Trigenes for master. The parcel was small, black wax seal. The Trigenes sigil, 2 T's joined by a key, was pressed into it. Sirius's solicitor. Harry took the parcel. He broke the seal. The parchment unrolled in his hands. The last will and testament of Sirius Orion Black, lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Black, son of Orion and Walburga, godfather of Harry James Potter, and friend of. The list of friends was long. Harry skipped past it. He had read the will already in the kitchen, with the others present, and Molly weeping, and Lupin standing white as cloth at the door. This copy had come with annotations. Codicil, dated 16 June 1996, 4 days before Sirius's death, sealed by Trigenes. Note: this codicil supersedes any conflicting provision in the principal instrument. Item: all Black titles, lordships, vassals, seats, properties, and entailments not previously specifically devised pass to Harry James Potter, who shall be Lord Black upon my death. Item: I declare Harry James Potter, age 15, emancipated under the old codes, as a lord may be of any age, and Lord Black is of age by the act of being Lord Black. Item: should this codicil be challenged, the Black seat in the Wisengamot is, until contestation resolves, vested in him solely. Item: if anyone, Dumbledore included, attempts to overturn this codicil, may they discover the cost of having underestimated my godson. Harry read it twice. He could feel Sirius in the codicil. He could feel the speed of Sirius's hand. The codicil had been written in an afternoon, perhaps in this library, perhaps at the kitchen table, perhaps in the parlor where Sirius had paced and complained and drunk. Sirius had foreseen his own death, and had not foreseen it well enough to avoid it, but had foreseen it well enough to act on it. He had given Harry the thing Dumbledore would have most wanted to deny him, the legal personhood of an adult. Harry set the codicil down beside the ledger. He understood, with no feeling at all, that he had been freed, and that Sirius had died for the freeing. He understood that the freeing was not a kindness, it was an instrument. Sirius had given him an instrument that would only function if he used it. To not use it would be the only way to disrespect Sirius. He took up the quill and wrote a single line in the ledger. I will use it. He blew on the ink. He capped the bottle. He stood. The chair beneath him sighed, in the way old leather sighs when it is relieved of weight, and the constellations in the cupola wheeled half a degree to follow him as he walked to the window. He had not known the windows tracked. He looked up at Sirius and at Regulus, and at the older black stars whose names he did not yet know. He bowed his head very slightly to Sirius. He did not bow to Regulus. He would not bow until he knew what Regulus had done. He understood, standing there, that this was the way grief would proceed for him, an audit, not a wound. The library door opened. Lupin came in carrying tea he had made himself. He had not asked permission. He had also not knocked. He stopped 2 paces inside the door when he saw Harry standing at the window, and the recognition that crossed his face was the recognition Harry had been waiting for, that the boy in the window was not the boy Lupin had come in to comfort. Harry, Remus, I wanted to sit, please. Lupin sat. He set the tea on the corner of the table that Harry indicated. Harry came back to the chair and took it without offering the second chair, which was already arranged beside it. The arrangement told him Creature had been listening for 2 days, perhaps for 2 weeks, perhaps for the whole of Lupin's residence in this house. The second chair was lower than the first by exactly the height a Black Lord would have preferred. Harry sat in the higher. You've been alone, Lupin said. I should have come earlier. You came when you came. How are you living? Lupin watched him. Lupin had a face that could not quite settle when he was thinking. The bones of it kept rearranging into the wolf that lived between his shoulders. Harry watched the bones rearrange. He had not, before this week, considered Lupin a chess piece. He considered it now. Lupin had loved Sirius. Lupin had also lived for 12 years with the belief that Sirius had betrayed them. Lupin had not investigated the belief. Lupin had not gone in 12 years to ask the Ministry whether Sirius had been tried. Lupin had not gone to Azkaban. Lupin had, in fact, continued to teach for 1 year at Hogwarts after Sirius's escape without seeking him out, on the instruction of one man. This was the chess piece Harry was looking at. Remus, yes. Did you know there had been no trial? A pause. Lupin's hand moved to the teacup he had not drunk from yet and stopped before it touched the handle. You taught at Hogwarts in 1993. You were Sirius's friend. You knew the Ministry inside out from the Order. Did you know there had been no trial? I assumed. You assumed. Albus said, yes. The single syllable closed the door on the conversation Lupin had walked in expecting. Harry watched him stop, watched the face rearrange again. He did not press. He did not need to press. Lupin would press himself harder than Harry could. What can I do for you? Lupin said. It was not a question. It was an attempt at survival. You can come back here when I ask, Harry said. You can stop assuming Dumbledore is correct. You can stop arriving with tea you have made yourself and assuming this is your house. You can bring me Sirius's papers from Mrs. Tonks's flat by Friday, every one of them sealed. You can read Italian, and you can read the black inventory of works in the upstairs East Room and tell me what is missing. You can teach me 3 dueling forms, and you can teach me Latin, and you can mean it when you teach me. You can. He stopped. He had not raised his voice. He had not flushed. He noted with mild interest that he had begun to dictate. You can take the tea I asked Creature to bring you, and you can drink it, and you can think about whether I have asked anything of you that is not reasonable. Lupin took the tea. He drank from it. He was steady when he set the cup down. Yes, he said. Good, Harry. Yes, Sirius would have wanted me to live. I am living. He died for that. We will not speak about him until I have made the use of his death that he chose for me to make. After, we will speak after. Do you understand? Yes, Friday. Lupin rose. He left the tea half drunk. He paused at the door and did not turn back, which was the first thing he had done since entering that Harry approved of, and then he was gone, and the door closed itself behind him without Creature's hand. The wards had begun to attend to Harry's preferences. Harry noted this in the ledger. Wards, responsive, begin survey of triggers by Wednesday. Hagrid came at 5. Creature relayed the request from the front step because Creature had not yet decided whether half-giants counted as guests. Harry decided for him. Tell him the boy is grieving and cannot receive him today, with my regards, and that I will come to him at Hogwarts before the week ends." "Yes, master." The relay was made. Hagrid on the step wept once. Harry could feel it through the wards as a low rumble. Hagrid then left. He was not refused by the wards, he was refused by Creature's voice carrying the message in a tone that was Walburga's, and Hagrid, who had been afraid of Walburga as a boy, did not insist. Harry noted this. "Hagrid, to be seen at the school, owes me nothing. I owe him kindness, not today." He did not have long to enjoy the silence. Molly Weasley came through the door an hour later, carrying a covered plate. She had not waited for Creature to admit her. She had used her old key, the Order's key, and the wards had let her, because the wards were still in the process of recognizing the revocation. He understood as she stepped into the library that the wards were being polite for one final guest, and that this was the last guest who would enter the house uninvited. He set the ledger aside. "Harry, dear, Mrs. Weasley." "Oh, sweetheart, you look. Come away from that book. Come down to the kitchen. I've made, Mrs. Weasley." "Yes, dear." "This is a conversation. Will you sit?" She blinked. She did not understand the sentence. She had not been asked to sit by a child in a library in her life. Her eyes moved to the chair Lupin had vacated. She lowered herself into it, and the plate she had been holding came to rest on her knees because she could not think where to put it. Harry indicated the small table beside her elbow. She set the plate there. He glanced at it. Treacle tart. Hers was good. He did not eat it. "Mrs. Weasley, I need to tell you something." "Of course, dear, anything. You came into my house without permission." "Oh, Harry, dear, I have a key." "You had a key. The Order's key. The Order has no key any longer." "Sweetheart, Dumbledore, Mrs. Weasley." She stopped. She stopped because something in his face had stopped her. He kept his hands folded on the ledger. "I do not say this to be unkind," he said. He had decided to be unkind to her by the root of perfect courtesy. "I say it because we both must be clear. You have been kind to me. I have appreciated it. I will continue to appreciate it. Today I am telling you that the door of this house is closed except where I open it. You may open it as my guest. You may not open it as my mother. I have no mother." The color left her face. "You also told a stranger I was your son," he said. "On the Hogwarts platform in 1991, when I had been a stranger for 3 minutes. You instructed me into a carriage. You arranged for me to meet your son. Your son and I are friends. I do not regret that. I regret being arranged. I will not be arranged again by you or by him. Harry, I am not finished. I will continue to spend Christmas with you when I wish. I will continue to love Ginny and Ron and the twins as I love them. I will continue to write. I will not, however, be told what to wear, what to eat, what to study, with whom to keep company, or where to spend my summers. I am Lord Black. I am of age under the old codes. I have a house and a vault and a seat and a great many things to do. You are welcome at my door when I open it. Today I am opening it for you to leave through. We will be friends after. Is this understood?" She was crying. He had expected her to cry. He did not approach. He had decided in the silence before she came up the stairs that approaching her would be cruelty disguised as kindness. He waited. She would speak when she could. "Harry, yes, I have lost a son before. I know, and I am frightened for you. I am frightened for me too," he said, although he was not today frightened for himself. He had passed through fright on the second night and come out at this. "But I am Lord Black. I am of age. I will not be made afraid for on anyone's behalf. Will you take the plate?" She wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand. She took the plate. She stood. She did not kiss him. He understood with a low pulse of regret he did not name that she had not kissed him because he had not asked her to. He had not asked her to because he had decided that today no one would touch him who had not asked. He watched her go to the door. She stopped. She turned. "Harry, dear, Mrs. Weasley. You will let me feed you when you are at the Burrow, please." "Yes." She left. The door closed. The wards at last recognized the revocation. He felt them seal a click along the marrow of the house, and he heard from above stairs the painted scream of Walburga Black, which began as a scream and ended as a laugh, and he understood, although he could not yet say how, that the painting of Sirius's mother had just decided to approve of him. He noted it in the ledger. Walburga, speaking, inquire as to information. He went up the stairs to find her. He had been told that no one in the house went near Walburga's portrait unless they had to. He had decided that the obligations of inheritance did not exclude paintings. The curtain over her frame had been drawn back at one corner by the laugh that had loosened it. He approached without speaking. He had decided not to speak first. He was Lord Black. The courtesy of the first word at any threshold in his house belonged to him. She regarded him. The painted eyes had not blinked since 1985. "Boy, madam, you are not a black. Number, you wear black on your hand." "I do. You let Bill Weasley in this morning. You sent the blood trader Lupin away on errands. You instructed Molly Prouet that she had no son who was you." She paused. "You banked the fire." "I did. You drink lapsang." "Today, yes. My son drank coffee." "I know. He was a fool. He was." She studied him. "He let her." He understood that black portraits had not been invited to study in air since 1958, and that she had been waiting 40 years to refuse one, and that she was choosing not to refuse him. Walk past my curtain when you wish, Lord Black. I will not open it without your leave. I will not scream the names of the blood traitors in your hearing while you live in this house. I will tell my paintings to do the same. Her chin lifted a quarter inch. On one condition. State it. Hang Sirius. I will, beside me. Yes, good night. She drew her own curtain. He went back down. He thought of the veil for the first time deliberately, because the work of the day was done and his hands were no longer required. He thought of the chamber. He thought of the dais. He thought of the wind that came out of the arch even when there was no breath in the room. He thought of Sirius laughing. The laugh had carried, the laugh had been the last thing Sirius said with his mouth. Bellatrix's spell had not been a killing curse by the color of it, but the color had not mattered because the veil had taken the laugh and the body that carried it. He thought of the knot catching of his own sleeve. He thought of Remus's hand pulling him back. He held the thought. He set it down. He understood that grief was a room he had been put in, and that the room had a door, and that the door opened only outward. He had opened it. He had walked into the corridor. He had decided, walking, that the corridor led where he chose to send it. He would not return to the room until he had finished the work. He would return after, perhaps, when there was time. He thought he would. He did not promise himself he would. He drank the tea, which had cooled. Creature arrived to replace it and stayed at his elbow, and Harry let him. The next hour passed in silence. The third entry in the ledger of the day was, 3 visitors today, 1 I sent, 1 I will use, 1 I love. None I will permit to assume. He felt the wards tighten further on the front step at the next hour and felt them refuse. Dumbledore had come. He could feel the headmaster's magic at the threshold, the way one feels weather through a wall heavy with old summer and the particular smell of phoenix song. Harry did not rise. He had decided that he would not be the one to receive the headmaster on his own doorstep. He sat. He let the wards say number. The wards said no for a long time. The wards then said no a second time, more loudly. He understood that Dumbledore had reached for the black bond he had used to enter for 2 decades, and that the bond had refused him, and that the headmaster had, after a moment's silence, requested entry as a guest. The request reached Harry as a tap against his temple, polite, formal asking. Harry let it sit. Then he answered. He answered without rising. Not today, headmaster. The headmaster waited. The headmaster did not knock. The headmaster turned and walked in the silent way a wizard walks who has not been refused at a threshold in 50 years, and was gone. The wards eased. Harry rose. He went to the window. He could see Dumbledore in the street as a tall gray figure that knew it was being watched. The headmaster did not turn. He walked east. He turned the corner. He vanished. Harry watched the place where the corner had been for a long moment. He had refused the man who had taught him to read prophecies. He had refused him at his own door. He had not yelled. He had not wept. He had let the house tell the man to go away. He noted it in the ledger. Refusal, first. Carried out by the wards on his behalf. Reactions to be monitored. His orders, his press. The flue flared not 3 minutes after. Green. A voice through the flames. Potter, let me through. He had been on his way back to the chair. He stopped. He did not rise to the hearth on a call. He had decided that the hearth, like the door, would not be approached on someone else's terms. He waited until the voice came again, sharper. Potter. He crossed to the hearth. He did not kneel. He stood. He looked into Severus Snape's face in the green light. He had seen that face teach him and humiliate him and lie to him for a year about the loyalty of the dead. Professor. The headmaster has been refused at the door of this house. You will be refused at the hearth of it. I take no flue calls from Hogwarts staff today. I am aware that you are a member of the Order of the Phoenix. I am aware that you are a former Death Eater. I am aware of which loyalty is older. You will be addressed at the appropriate time. Good night, Professor. Potter, good night. He closed the flue. The hearth sealed itself behind his hand. The wards had begun to anticipate. He noted nothing in the ledger. He had decided that Snape today was not worth ink. The flue flared a second time before he could step away. He did not move. He had not believed there would be a second call within the hour. He was wrong, and he liked being wrong. He had begun, in the 12 hours since dawn, to look forward to being wrong because being wrong told him something he had not predicted. It was Tonks. Her hair was the color it took when she was tired, a flat brown. Her eyes were a little swollen. Watch her, Harry. Tonks. Mum told me you'd survived the house. You wanted to come over. Yeah, I want you to, not tonight, tomorrow afternoon. I have an offer to make you that I would prefer to make in person. Bring nothing. Tell no one in the order. You report to no one tomorrow. Do I have your discretion? A pause. The brown of her hair did not change. He understood that she had decided already, before he had said the word discretion, and that the decision had cost her nothing because she had been waiting for a year to be asked. You have it. Tomorrow. The flames closed, he sat, he took up the will again. He read the codicil aloud very quietly because there was a thing he wanted to test. He read until the codicil ended. As he read the last sentence, may they discover the cost of having underestimated my godson, he felt on his finger a low warmth that had not been there before. He looked down. The Potter ring, which he had laid beside the leather pouch, had reappeared on his hand. He had not put it on. He looked at it. He understood, without alarm, that the codicil had bound the rings to him as soon as he had spoken its closing aloud. The signet glowed for a half-second and went dark. Beside it on the same finger, the black signet pulsed once and was still. 2 houses, recognized. He understood that he was in the most literal old code sense of age. He stood. He walked to the long mirror the mirror showed him. He looked at the mirror for a long minute. He did not pose. He did not check his hair. He looked at his eyes. He looked at his mouth. He looked at the line of the mouth that had set itself this morning and had not in 12 hours asked permission to soften. He kept it. Harry James Potter, he said to the mirror. Lord Black, heir of Potter of age. The mirror said nothing. He had not expected it to. He had expected himself to feel something in saying the words, and he had not. He noted this also, although he did not write it in the ledger. He had decided that the ledger would not contain the things he did not feel. He turned away from the mirror. He sat down at the writing desk by the window. He drew 3 sheets of parchment from the drawer. On each in his new small hand he wrote a single word at the top. Press law wand, he laid them side by side in the order he had written them. He set the Skeeter letter under press. He set the codicil under law. Under wand, for the moment, he placed nothing. He would place a name there before the end of the week. He did not yet know whose. He thought for a moment that he knew. He did not write it. Hedwig flew down from the chair back to the desk and stood on the corner. He stroked the feathers behind her head with his thumb. She closed her eyes. He had begun in the last hour to think of her as a chess piece also. He had decided in the next hour that he would not. He let her be the one thing that was not a chess piece. You will fly tonight, he said. She opened her eyes. To Skeeter. She made the soft hooting noise. Good. He laid his palm on the desk. He took it away. The wood was warmer where his palm had been. The house had begun to mirror him. Creature came in once more before midnight. He carried a slim envelope sealed with Sirius's personal mark, a black dog rampant, biting its own tail. He laid it on the desk. Master Sirius gave Creature this to be delivered if Master Sirius died and Master Harry was Lord Black at the time of receipt. Creature has waited the appropriate hours. Creature delivers. Thank you, Creature. The elf bowed and was gone. The fire dimmed of its own accord because Harry had wanted it dim. He broke the seal. Pup, if you're reading this, I'm dead, and you're old enough to read a letter from a dead man without weeping into it. I think you can. I think you could. I think you knew before I did that I wasn't going to make it out of this war. I want to tell you 3 things. None of them are advice. I have no advice. I had no advice for myself. 1. Dumbledore loves you. He also uses you. Both are true. You do not have to choose between them. You do not have to forgive him for the using. You do not have to hate him for the loving. You can let him be what he is, which is a chess player who happens to have a heart, and you can refuse to be on his board. The 3rd option, the only one I never found. 2. You're not me. You're not James. You're not Lily. You're not your godfather. You're a boy who has been carrying other people's wars on a small back for 15 years, and the only thing you owe any of us is to put the wars down and become a person. If person turns out to mean lord of 2 houses with a Wisengamot seat and a country to fix, then be that person. I would have liked to be it, but I would have done it for the wrong reasons. Do it for yours. 3. Creature loves you now. He didn't love me. He will love you because Walburga's chair will let him, and because you sit in it the way she sat in it, which is with your hand on the ledger. I am not pleased that my mother would have approved of you. I am also not displeased. The Blacks were not all bad. We were mostly bad. We had moments. You will have moments too. Try to have more of them than we did. I made you Lord Black so you could refuse Dumbledore at the door without having to ask anyone whether you were allowed. Refuse him as many times as he asks. Refuse him with my voice in your mouth. Refuse him with my hand on your shoulder. I will refuse him with you. I am the only person who can be everywhere at once now because I am dead, and dead men are not bound by location. I will be in your shadow until you tell me to leave. You will not tell me to leave. Be sovereign, pup, not king, not chief. Sovereign. There is a word in the old codes for what you will become. Read it in the green book on the 3rd shelf, 4th from the left, under the title De Regimine Magicarum. It will be in the 2nd chapter. I marked the page with a black ribbon. I loved you. I still do. The dead still love. It is one of the things they keep. Padfoot Harry read the letter through. He read it a 2nd time. He folded the letter. He set it inside the ledger at no marked page because it was not press and it was not law and it was not wand. It was its own thing. He went, as he had been instructed, to the 3rd shelf, 4th from the left. He found De Regimine Magicarum. He found the black ribbon. He turned to the 2nd chapter. The word at the head of the chapter was suzerain. He read until the sky behind the cupola had gone from black to slate to a thin lemon, and the fire in the hearth had banked itself behind him, and Creature had brought and taken away 2 more cups of tea without speaking. Harry closed the book. He set it on the desk beside the letter. He took the black signet between his thumb and forefinger and turned it once on his finger. Suzerain, he said. The mirror said nothing. He did not expect it to. He stood. He went to the great hearth. He took up the poker. He banked the fire properly, the way Creature had banked it at midnight, the way Walburga had once banked her own fire when she was alone in the library and tired and at the end of her own ledger. He understood without sentiment that he was now a black. He understood also without sentiment that he was not only a black. He could choose what he was, and what he chose would be a third thing. He went to the window once more before he went to bed. The pigeons of Islington had gone in for the night. The street lamps had turned themselves on. Across the square, a Muggle woman was walking a dog whose lead glowed in the half-dark, and she did not see 12, and she would not see 12 in her life. The world she lived in was not his world and would not be. He thought briefly that he was glad of this. He let the thought finish. He turned from the window. He left the library. He went to bed. The Skeeter letter, sealed now with the black wax that had appeared in his desk drawer at his thought, went out at midnight. Hedwig carried it. When she returned, just before dawn, she dropped a single white feather on the pillow beside him. He did not wake. The feather lay on the pillow until morning, and Creature took it and put it in a small black box and labeled the box first. The box was the first object Creature would label in service to Harry as Lord Black, and Creature labeled many objects in the years that followed, and they survived him, and they survived Harry, and they ended in a glass case in the museum at the Ministry beneath the inscription, "These are the things by which the sovereign was made." The white feather in 2069 was still in the box. It was still labeled first. In the library, the ledger had been left open on the desk. Beneath the heading wand, a single name had appeared in Sirius's hand, in the ink of the codicil, written in by the will itself in the hour after midnight, as if Sirius had been allowed one last sentence and had used it. The name was Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2 The calculated choice, not light, not dark. He went to Gringotts at 10 the next morning under the cloak of invisibility, by sight-along apparition with Andromeda Tonks, whose flu had reached him at 7, and whose voice had reached him at the half-hour. He had requested her as his sponsor. The bank required a sponsor for a minor. The bank did not require a sponsor for a lord of 3 houses, but the bank had not yet been told he was a lord of 3 houses, and he preferred to walk in as a nephew and walk out as a sovereign. Andromeda agreed to this without asking why. She met him under the awning of an umbrella shop in Diagon Alley. She was a tall woman with Sirius's bones in her face and none of his recklessness. She had not worn black for her cousin's death. She had worn a deep gray wool coat with a single black ribbon pinned beneath the collar, the same ribbon, Harry understood, that Sirius had marked his book with. "You took your time, Lord Potter." "I am not Lord Potter yet. You are. They will tell you so inside the bank. They have been telling each other so for an hour. The line at the goblin counter has thinned to make room. Your husband knows you are here. My husband knows, my daughter knows, my nephew knows. The order does not. I have what your godfather called discretion." He inclined his head. He did not thank her in words. She would not have accepted the words. She took his arm. They walked. Gringotts smelled of brass polish and very old paper. The marble floor had been swept down with cold water at dawn. It carried the faint blue smell of the lichen the goblins used in place of soap. Harry took the cloak off at the threshold because the wards inside Gringotts ate cloaks of unknown provenance, and the cloak was of more provenance than Gringotts had ever seen. He folded it into his pocket. Andromeda did not look at it. She had been raised in a house in which the cloak's name was known, and she did not ask whether the rumors were true. A goblin called Ragnarok received them. He was small even by goblin standards, with cracked spectacles pushed forward to the end of his nose, and a green velvet waistcoat that had been ironed in the last hour. His office was on the 2nd floor, and was reached by a brass lift that knew the names of the families it served. The lift called Andromeda by her mother's name as it descended. It called Harry Lord Potter. He noted it. He did not correct it. Old lift spell, older than the statute. Ragnarok stood when they entered. He did not bow. Goblins did not bow to wizards. He inclined his head a precise degree. "Lord Potter, Madame Tonks, Manager Ragnarok. The bank received notice from Trigenes at 6 this morning. The bank received notice from Solicitor Sirius Black 16 days ago. The bank received the codicil of the late Lord Black in private hold against the day of his death. The bank has been waiting for you since dawn. Will you sit?" Harry sat. Andromeda did not sit. She placed herself at his shoulder. He understood that she had taken the place a black mother would have taken at the shoulder of a black son who had come to the bank to claim a title, and that the place was not a place of affection but a place of ratification. She would be a witness to whatever the manager pronounced. The inheritance test, Lord Potter, proceed. Ragnok produced a single iron basin no larger than a teacup and a single ivory knife no thicker than a quill. He set them between the candles. He motioned to Harry's right hand. Harry held the hand out. The Potter's signet, which had reappeared on his finger overnight, glowed once, recognizing the iron. He turned the palm up. 3 drops, Lord Potter. Harry drew the knife across the meat of his thumb. He squeezed 3 drops into the basin. The blood hit the iron and hissed, not with heat but with a small chime like a bell struck by something very small from a long way off. The basin filled itself with a thin silver light. Names began to write themselves in the light in script Harry had not learned to read. Ragnok read them. Heir of Potter, by blood, by signet, by acknowledgement of vault. The vault will be opened to you this morning. The vault key has been with the bank since the death of your parents. He cleared his throat. Lord Black, by the codicil of the late Lord Sirius, by signet, confirmed. By the ledger of the house, confirmed at midnight on the day of his death. By the chair at Grimmauld, confirmed. The black vaults will be opened to you this morning. The black keys, all 17 of them, will be returned to your hand. The black seat at the Wisengamot is vested in you and only in you until contestation. No contestation is on file. He paused. He pushed his spectacles further down his nose. Heir of Peveril, by blood. The Peveril line has been considered extinct in the male line for 411 years. The line is not extinct. It runs through your father's mother, who did not know it, whose mother did not know it. The Peveril sigil is a single circle inscribed within a triangle and divided by a line. The bank has held this sigil in trust against the day a Peveril heir would walk in for verification. You are that heir, Lord Potter. There is no Peveril vault. There is a Peveril relic. The relic is, according to the records, the cloak of invisibility you carried in your pocket past our threshold an hour ago, and which our wards did not eat because the wards recognized the blood that owns it. Andromeda's hand at his shoulder did not move. Harry inclined his head. Continue. Item 4, Lord Potter. By the blood of your mother, you are also confirmed as a Slytherin descendant in the female line, of the cadet branch that emigrated to Coventry in the 14th century and married into a Muggle family 2 generations before your grandmother's birth. You are not Lord Slytherin. Lord Slytherin is, by current records, the wizard known as Lord Voldemort, who claims the title by descent through Marvolo Gaunt. Lord Voldemort's claim is older than yours in the male line. Your claim is older in the female line. The female line, under the older codes, takes precedence in cases where the male line has been corrupted by murder. It is not the bank's office to declare a male line corrupted. It is the Wisengamot's office. The bank states this for the record, Lord Potter, and notes that you have a case to make if you wish to make it. Harry, let that sit. Note it. Do not file it. I will file it when I choose. Yes, Lord Potter, continue. Item 5. By signet of your father's father, you are owed certain favors from the Goblin Nation. Your grandfather was kind to us at a moment when kindness from a wizard cost something. We do not forget. The favors are listed in the appendix. The appendix is the size of 3 pages. You may call on them at any time. I would advise calling on them gradually. They are not large favors. They are old favors. Old favors properly used suffice for many things. Noted. Ragnok set his quill down. He pushed his spectacles up. That is the inheritance test, Lord Potter. The bank welcomes you. The bank's discretion is at your disposal. The bank, I will add, speaking now as manager Ragnok and not as the bank, has been waiting for a young wizard with 3 houses on one hand for some time. We are pleased. Thank you, manager. We have prepared an offer of counsel. The offer is private. The offer is binding only on us. You may accept or refuse without consequence to your accounts. Read it. The bank will assign me as your personal banker. The bank will hold all your correspondence in confidence under Goblin Oath. The bank will report to you on the movements of vaults that interest you. The bank will, in particular, report to you on the movements of Vault 713, which has been associated with the late Mr. Quirrell, and on Vault 428, which is held by Madame Lestrange, and on the assets of the Lestrange Trust, which descend through a complicated path to the late Lord Black's estate, and have therefore now descended to you. The bank will also report on the assets of Bartholomew Crouch S.R., whose vaults were sealed irregularly by his son and are not yet released. Except, the bank further offers to teach you, at your request and at your pace, the parts of goblin etiquette that wizards have routinely failed to learn since 1492. We do not expect competence, we expect courtesy. Courtesy is taught in 3 lessons. I will give the first today if you have an hour. Accept. Then the bank, as of this hour, is yours. He produced a small iron pin with the Gringotts mark on its head. He set it on the desk between them. Harry took it. He pinned it inside the collar of his robe. It warmed against the skin. He felt the bank notice him. Manager, yes, there is a particular vault I will need to access, not today, within the month. Name it, Lestrange. Vault 428 is one of 3 Lestrange vaults, which, the one that contains a small gold cup. Ragnock looked at him. He did not look at Andromeda. He did not look down. He took up his quill. He wrote a single line on a slip of paper and pushed the paper across the desk so that only Harry could read it. The line read, "A cup of that description has been deposited under high enchantment by Madame Bellatrix Lestrange in 1979. The deposit was made without inspection at the depositor's insistence. The bank suspects, but has not confirmed, that the cup is more than a cup. The bank will discuss this further only in our deepest council room. We will not write it down again." Harry took up Ragnock's quill and crossed the line out. He folded the paper. He passed it back. "We will discuss it further in your deepest council room, at your convenience, within the month. Within the month. Thank you, Manager Ragnock, Lord Potter, Lord Black, heir of Peveril." Harry stood. The titles settled along his shoulders the way new robes settle along the shoulders. He did not roll the shoulders to test the weight. He had decided that in this office, in this hour, he would not test weight in a way the goblins could see. The first goblin etiquette lesson lasted 40 minutes. He was taught how to address a goblin of senior rank in their own language. 3 sentences, 3 gestures, the angle of the head at the 3rd sentence, 11 degrees, not 10, not 12, and the rule about not offering coin from one's own purse but accepting coin from a goblin's. He memorized it. Andromeda observed. At the end, Ragnock inclined his head 4 degrees and Harry inclined his head 3, and the meeting was concluded. They walked out of Gringotts at noon. Diagon Alley was less crowded than it had been the morning Hagrid had brought him here for the first time. The witches and wizards who passed Andromeda glanced at her without recognition. The witches and wizards who passed Harry glanced at him and looked away and then looked back, because his scar was still his scar, and his glasses were still his glasses, but his coat was a black coat with a high collar, and his bearing was not the bearing they remembered from the photographs in the Prophet's apology page. He had become, in 18 hours, harder to recognize. A witch in Madame Malkin's window stared at him for a full 10 seconds and turned away to whisper to her companion. He noted the staring. He kept walking. Andromeda took him to a tea-room she preferred, a discreet place above an apothecary on Knockturn Alley, which was disreputable enough that no Order member would set foot there and reputable enough that the Wisengamot's older daughters had tea there on Wednesdays. The proprietor, an old black cousin of Andromeda's by marriage, greeted them without speaking and showed them to a private booth. He served them a lapsang. Andromeda waited until the steam had risen. Then she said, "You did not flinch when he said Lord Voldemort's name. I have been disciplining the flinch out of myself. For how long? 2 days. It will be a year before the flinch is wholly gone. I have a year." "You have less. The headmaster has begun to look for you. The Order has begun to look for you. Tonks tells me you sent her a flu last night. Tonks tells me she has not told the Order what you said. Tonks is as I am of 2 minds about which side she sits on. I want to be clear with you about that, Lord Potter. My daughter loves you. My daughter does not yet know whether to follow you. I do." He looked at her. He let her see him look. "You do." "Yes." "Why?" "Because I knew Sirius. I knew Sirius better than he knew himself. He left you Lord Black because he wanted Walburga's house turned to a use Walburga would have hated. The use he meant was, broadly, anything you decided. I have decided that what you decide will be more useful to the country than what the headmaster decides, and I have decided this without yet knowing what you have decided because I know you. You are James Potter's son. You are Lily Evans's son. You are also, since yesterday, my cousin's heir. The combination is not a thing the headmaster has ever had on the board. The headmaster's plans do not have a name for what you are. I want a name for what you are. I will help you find it. What do you want in return?" "My daughter's life. She is reckless. She will follow you into rooms I would prefer she not enter. If she follows you, you will bring her back. I will. That is all. You will also accept the Black family ring of regency." She set her cup down. "I will what? You are the senior living Black by descent who has not been disowned. I have not yet reinstated those who were disowned. The codicil permits me to. Until I do, you are the senior. I am 16. I will be at school for 2 years more. I require a regent of the house, someone to receive correspondence, manage the country properties, sit the Black seat in the Wisengamot when I cannot, refuse callers at the London house in my absence. I would prefer that regent to be you. The Black ring of regency carries no public office. It carries authority within the family. You will be paid from the Black trust. The duties begin today. The end date is at my discretion." She studied him. "That is a kindness, Lord Potter, dressed up as a transaction. It is a transaction. Then I accept the transaction. I have a condition. State it. My husband attends with me when I sit the black seat. He sits behind me, not beside. He is a Muggle-born. I will not have him excluded from the chamber. If he is excluded, I refuse the regency. Granted. He will be granted black family courtesy by Wisengamot precedent. I will write it into the rota this week. He will sit behind you in your robe shadow as a regent's consort sits. Then I accept. He produced the ring from his pocket. He had taken it from the Grimmauld safe at dawn. It was a slim silver band marked with the black sigil drawn small, set with a black stone half the size of a peppercorn. He held it out across the table. She took it. She slid it on her right hand. The band sized itself. She closed her fingers once around it and opened them. She looked at the back of her hand for a half-second longer than was necessary. She did not weep. He noted that she did not weep. He had not expected her to. He had expected himself to feel a small, very specific weight lift from his shoulder at the moment of her acceptance, and the weight lifted, and he noted this also. He drank his tea. Now, she said, your plan. He took from his pocket a small, folded parchment. He laid it on the table. He laid his finger on its center. He had not yet opened it for anyone. He had decided that Andromeda would be the first to see it because the plan was a black plan in part, and a black plan required by old custom a black witness. He unfolded the parchment. It was a single sheet. It had 3 columns at the top. Beneath each column there were entries in a small, oddly small, deliberate hand. The lines were written in dark brown. He had not used ink. He had used his own blood, drawn at midnight from the same thumb the goblin's knife had cut 3 hours ago, and the parchment had taken the blood into itself, and the parchment was now a black-bound document. He had written the columns in the order he had written them. Press, law, wand, beneath press, 1, skeeter, blackmail by unregistered animagus card, article, Sirius never tried, 2, article, prophecy withheld, without naming the prophecy, 3. Article, Dumbledore's role in privet drive selection, 4, establish the Quibbler as second voice, Luna to be approached, father compensated, 5, within 12 weeks, public sympathy turned, within 16, Wisengamot whip swung. Beneath law, 1, black seat reclaimed, done, 2. Special Wisengamot session by black seat prerogative within 8 weeks, 3. Pensive evidence, Headmaster's confession, Sirius's arrest record, Snape's debt, the prophecy's withholding, 4. Vote of no confidence in Fudge, Bones elevated, 5. Vote of no confidence in Dumbledore's chief warlockship, stripped, 6. Reform of trial procedure, no commitment without trial within 30 days, 7. Strategic alliance with DMLE, Bones cultivated. Bones replaceable in 18 months. Beneath wand, 1, occlumency, black grimoire by August, 2, 3 dueling forms, Lupin to instruct by September, 3, identify and locate horcruxes. 1 known ring, 1 suspected locket, 2 suspected cup diadem, 4 the elder wand, Dumbledore to be challenged at start of year 6, outcome to be Dumbledore's defeat, method to be the elder code, tested by his own ambition, fought by his own wand, 5 the resurrection stone, to be recovered from the ring at the moment of its disenchantment, not to be worn, 6 the cloak carried, 7 year 7 Voldemort to fall, place, Diagon Alley, witnesses necessary. Beneath the 3 columns in the same brown ink, 3 words, not light, not dark, power. Andromeda read it through. She read it twice. She set the cup down so the cup would not interfere with her line of sight to the parchment. She folded her hands in her lap. She let 20 seconds pass. Lord Potter, yes, this is a plan. Yes, this is a plan written in the blood of a man who has not yet lost the last of his innocence and is choosing to lose it on purpose by the root of paper in a tea room above an apothecary. Yes, this is the plan I would have written when I was 16 if my mother had let me write a plan. Then accept its strategy. I accept its strategy. I will give you 3 corrections. Give them. First, the vote of no confidence in Dumbledore's chief warlockship is too fast. The Wisengamot will not strip a man of Dumbledore's stature on a single session. You will need 2. Plan the first session for evidence presentation only, no vote. Plan the second session 4 weeks later for the vote. The 2-session split allows the older houses to consult their council and feel they have not been ambushed. You want them to vote, not to feel ambushed. Feeling ambushed makes them vote with the ambushed party out of pride. Granted. Second. The Quibbler is the right second voice, but Luna's father is not the right pen for the second voice. He is too easy to discredit. You will need to acquire a second column. Recommend Augusta Longbottom. She has not written a public column since 1981. She will be tempted out of retirement by you if you ask. Neville is in your dormitory. Ask Neville. He will arrange it without asking why. Granted. Third, the Elder Wand. The headmaster is older than you, more skilled than you, and has spent 50 years thinking about it. You will not defeat him in a single duel as a 16-year-old in a corridor at the start of year 6. You will defeat him in a single duel as a 16-year-old in a corridor at the start of year 6, because you will have arranged the corridor. The corridor will be one in which the Headmaster's primary spell instinct, the stunner with the disarming chase, fails of its arc. You will study his dueling style. I will provide pensive recordings from the 1945 Grindelwald affair. I have a copy. Granted, provide them. I will. He took the parchment up. He folded it. He returned it to his pocket. You did not flinch at the column on Horcruxes. I have lived near Bellatrix. I know the word. Then keep knowing it. Keep saying it to me when I forget what it means. I will. She drank her cooling tea. You did not write the Hallows, she said. I did not write the Hallows because I do not yet believe they are real. You believe they are real enough to plan around. I believe Sirius believed they were real. I believe the codicil's signature warmed against my hand at the line about Dumbledore underestimating me. I believe Dumbledore has the Elder Wand. I believe the Peveril cloak is in my pocket. I believe the ring is at the Gaunt Shack and that Voldemort has used it as a Horcrux without realizing what it is. I believe all of this. I have not yet decided to call them a Hallow set. The Hallow set is a story. I will decide what kind of story when I have the 3 of them. That is the correct answer. It is the answer. You will not wear the stone. I will not. You will not raise the dead. I will not raise the dead. She set her cup down a second time. Lord Potter, she said, I have known many ambitious men. I have known 1 or 2 who were ambitious in the right direction. I have not, before this afternoon, known one who was ambitious in the right direction and who had read the codicil before he had read the obituaries. You will be a difficulty for the headmaster. I will be more than a difficulty. Yes, she paid for the tea. He let her because the Regency carried the right to pay for tea, and he had decided that the Regency's rights would be honored even at their smallest. They left the tea room. She apparated home. He returned to Grimmauld under the cloak. Kreacher had laid out luncheon. He ate it. Tonks arrived at 2:30. He received her in the library. She came in still in her aura robes. She had not gone home to change. Her hair today was a sober brown, not the brown of yesterday's exhaustion, a chosen brown made to match the robes. Watch her, Auror Tonks, for this conversation. After today you may have your nickname back. She tipped her head. She did not smile. She sat in the lower chair without being asked. He approved of that. He sat in the higher. Why am I in this chair? Because you have made yourself useful to me by being in this room. Useful witches do not stand. Useful witches sit and accept tea. Kreacher poured. You sent me away from my order rota for an afternoon. I did. You came. I came. You are aware that your presence here is an act of insubordination against your headquarters. I am aware. You are also aware that the Auror office does not know what your order rota looks like and would not notice if your order rota became, for the next 3 months, an instruction from a different command. I am aware. Good. The proposition is this. You will continue to attend order meetings and to report them, in summary, to me. You will continue your Auror work without modification. You will, in addition, accept a quiet stipend from the Black Trust against the use of your time when I require it. You will not be asked to spy on the order. You will be asked to inform me when the order is making a decision that concerns me. You will be asked to use your seniority within the Auror office when promotion arises to seek the seat of senior liaison to the DMLE. You will, in 18 months, be Madame Bones's right hand. You will then be mine. Do you accept? She watched him over the lip of the cup. She did not put the cup down. You are asking me to be a double agent. I am asking you to be a single agent in a long game. The Order is a faction in a war I no longer recognize. The Auror office is an institution I will need. You are the bridge. You will not be asked to betray Albus Dumbledore. You will be asked to refuse to let Albus Dumbledore overrule you. On whose authority? My own, which is Lord Black, heir of Potter, heir of Peveril, sole holder of the Black Seat, owner of 3 favors from the Goblin Nation and retainer, the cousin and ward of your mother. She set the cup down. You moved fast. I had a year stolen from me. I am collecting interest. What do you give me? Stipend, promotion path, Black family protection for your mother and father against the Order. My personal word that, in the event of a choice between you and any other ally I cultivate, I will choose you, on the condition you do not give me cause to choose another. And if I refuse, nothing, you walk out today, you forget the conversation. You will be sworn to silence by an oath I will provide, in which Madame Bones would have provided in similar circumstance. The oath is not punitive, it is procedural. You will simply be the woman who came to tea and went home. I do not refuse. You accept, I accept, stand up. She stood, he stood. He produced a small parchment from inside his sleeve and laid it on the table between them. The parchment was already written. He had drafted it last night. He read it aloud briefly in the formula of a black contract. She placed her right hand over his on the parchment. He felt her pulse through the bones of her wrist. The parchment glowed once. The contract sealed. She lifted her hand. She made a small sound that was almost a laugh. Well, welcome or tonks, cheers, Lord Black. He poured her a second tea. Ron and Hermione came at 4. They had not been invited. They had come because Hermione had written to him in the morning and he had not replied, and Hermione, when not replied to, came. Ron had come because Hermione had come. He let them up because he had decided that the door would not be closed on the Weasley boy he had loved since he was 11, and because he had a use for Hermione that he had not yet placed under wand or law or press, and that he was inclined this afternoon to discover. They came into the library. Hermione had brought a book she meant to lend him. Ron had brought biscuits. Harry took the biscuits. He set them on the table. He did not eat one. Hermione's book, Magical Theories of Sovereignty, 3rd edition, he took up, paged through with a thumb, and set down beside the biscuits. You read it, he said. I started it, last night, after the prophet. What did you make of it? I made of it that you have begun to read books that you would not have read 3 months ago, and that someone is going to have to keep up with you, and that I have decided it will be me. Harry, what is going on? Sit, Hermione. She sat. Ron sat. The chair Andromeda had used in the morning recognized Hermione and lowered itself a half-inch in courtesy. The chair Tonks had used recognized Ron and did not move because Ron was not today useful. Harry did not point this out. He noted it. Mate, Ron said. Ron, you all right? I am working. What are you working on? He looked at them. He had a calculation to make. He could lie to them. He could tell them a portion of the truth. He could tell them the whole truth. He measured each option for the next 20 seconds. The first would lose them within 6 months. The second would lose them within a year. The third would either gain him a Hermione who became his civil counsel and a Ron who became his military aide, or it would lose him both today on the spot in this library. He chose the third. I am working on a plan, he said, to remove Albus Dumbledore from his offices, to break Voldemort by the end of next year, and to take the country before I am 20. I am not going to be light. I am not going to be dark. I am going to be a third thing. I am telling you because you have been my friends for 5 years and because I have a use for each of you. Ron, I want you on the dueling side of my plan. You have a tactical mind. You have never had a chance to use it because chess against me is not chess. I am going to put you in rooms with people who think for a living and you are going to outthink them on a board. Hermione, I want you on the legal side of my plan. You have read more law than any 12 adults in this country, and you have not been asked ever to apply it. I am going to ask you to apply it. I will pay you both from the Black Trust beginning today. You will not be required to lie to your parents. You will be required to keep secrets from Dumbledore. You will be permitted to refuse any specific task. You will be permitted today to walk out of this room and refuse the whole plan. We will remain friends. I will not punish you. I will simply continue without you. I would prefer not to continue without you. Will you sit a moment and think? A long silence. Hermione's hands were folded in her lap. Ron's were on his knees. Harry, Hermione said, yes, are you all right? I am the most all right I have been since I was 11. You don't look it. I do not. I am not interested today in looking it. Another silence. Ron leaned forward. You want me to outthink Death Eaters at chess, he said, and duelists, and Wisengamot lords, and the Headmaster eventually. I want you to plan engagements. I want you to imagine the moves before the moves happen. I want you to read your brother Bill's curse-breaking journals. I want you to study under a man I will introduce you to who broke curses in Egypt for 16 years and who is skeptical of Dumbledore. You will be Lord Black's tactical aide. You will have the title of captain of the house. You will not at any point take polyjuice or wear my coat. You will not be a decoy. You will be a strategist. Will you accept? Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione did not look back. Ron looked at Harry. Bloody hell, he said. Yes or no, Ron? Yes. He had said it more easily than Harry had expected. Harry had braced for hesitation. He had not braced for relief. He understood with no particular feeling that Ron had been waiting since the Department of Mysteries to be asked to be useful in a way that did not depend on standing in his friend's shadow, and that Ron had decided in the hour after they had left Grimmauld 2 nights ago that he would accept whatever Harry asked if Harry asked. Hermione. Yes, she said. Yes, yes, you do not need a moment. I do not need a moment. I have wanted to apply the law for 3 years. You are the first person who has asked. I accept. Then we begin tomorrow. You will both come here at 10. We will work until 5. You will lie to your parents, Ron. You will tell yours that you are studying with me. You will not be lying. Hermione, you will tell your parents we are reading together. You will not be lying. Today we drink tea. Today we eat your biscuits. We will not work today. We will become accustomed to the room. He poured them tea. Creature had laid the biscuits on a porcelain plate that had not been used in 30 years. Ron took 2. Hermione took 1. Harry took 1 and ate it. It tasted, briefly, like the burrow. He set the rest of his biscuit down. He did not eat the rest. He had decided in the same hour he had decided to write the plan in his own blood that he would not be light. He had decided he would not be dark. He had decided that neither decision excluded the taste of biscuits, but that the taste today could not be encouraged. He left the biscuit on the plate. Creature would take it away later. Creature would offer it to the Wahlberga portrait. Wahlberga would refuse it. The biscuit would, by midnight, be in the bin. Harry let the whole sequence proceed in his mind without intervening. He returned his attention to Ron. Captain, yeah, you will receive a letter this evening from a man named Bill. He will arrange your training. That's my brother. He is also your training partner. He does not ride Dumbledore's roster. He has not for some time been telling your mother everything he does. You will work with him on Tuesdays. Right, Hermione. Yes, tomorrow you read 3 statutes: the Statute of Wizarding Privilege, the Codes of Ancient Houses, the Lord's Bond Act of 1612. We will discuss them at 5. Yes, good. They left at 6. He did not see them out. Creature did. He sat with the empty room for 10 minutes. The portrait above the mantel came forward at the stroke of 7. Lord Black, Phineas. The headmaster spent the morning in his office. He took no callers. He wrote 3 letters. The first was to Severus Snape, instructing him to maintain his position at Hogwarts and to seek no contact with you. The second was to Minerva McGonagall, instructing her to inform him at once if you sent any owls during the next term. The third was to Arthur Weasley, asking courteously in 3 drafts before he sent it, whether Arthur could find a discreet means of attending you at Grimmauld in the next 10 days. Arthur has not yet replied. He spoke aloud to my portrait twice, although he did not address my portrait. The first time he said, "This is harder than I had planned for." The second time he said he has Sirius's books open. He has read the inventory. He has. What of Snape? Snape is preparing to teach occlumency at the headmaster's request beginning in September. He will not be teaching you. The headmaster's instruction was to teach a year of 6th-year Slytherins as a cover. Snape has accepted this. Snape, in the evening, said one sentence in the headmaster's hearing that the headmaster did not pursue. The sentence was, "The boy will not come to me." The headmaster did not pursue because he did not wish to know that you had refused him. Note it. Continue. The order met at 6 members. Molly was not in attendance. She remained at the Burrow. Lupin attended and reported only that you were well and busy. Tonks attended and reported nothing of value to anyone in the room, which is itself the report I will give you. Mad-Eye Moody was skeptical of the silence and said so. The headmaster permitted the skepticism and did not respond to it. Kingsley Shacklebolt attended and said little. Mundungus Fletcher attended and asked about the black silver, which Lupin politely refused to discuss. The meeting ended at 6:30. Tonks and Lupin walked out together and parted at the door without speaking. That will be all for tonight, Phineas. Lord Black. The portrait inclined and withdrew. Harry made 3 brief entries in the ledger and capped the quill. He went to the desk and took out the Skeeter letter, sealed with black wax. He waited on his palm. He had drafted 3 versions overnight. The third was the one he had sealed. He had decided an hour before bed that the third was the right one because the first had been too long, the second had been too short, and the third had been exactly the length that left Skeeter no room to misread the offer. He set it on the desk. Hedwig flew down from the cupola. She extended her leg. He tied the letter on. She did not blink. You will wait for a reply. She made a small sound. You will not be polite about it. You will be present in her sitting room when she opens the letter. You will not leave until she has written a reply on parchment and given it to you. You will then bring the reply here. If she attempts to vanish into her animagus form before writing, you will fly to the open window and close it with your wing. She has a copper inkstand on the desk. Push it to the floor if you must. Hedwig had decided about the instructions before he had finished. She nodded once. She flew out. He sat at the desk. He took out the green-black grimoire, Occlumentia Domestica, the household form of occlumency, and he read until 11. He practiced against his own thoughts for an hour. He found at the end of the hour that he could hold a single image, the chair in the library empty, in the center of his mind for 60 seconds without intrusion. He noted the time. He set the timer for 1 second longer tomorrow. Andromeda's owl came at 11. It carried a small silvered file and a single line of script from Cassiopeia Black's collection, copied in 1948. Watch the angle of the wand at the 3rd pass. The headmaster shifts his weight forward 2 inches and does not reset. He has not corrected the habit in his teaching of dueling at Hogwarts. He will not correct it for you. Use it. Harry set the file in the desk drawer beside the black wax and the green grimoire. He did not view the memory tonight. He had decided that the pensive was a dawn instrument. He would view at dawn with a quill in his hand, the way a man views a battle plan in the hour before he marches. He locked the drawer with the black ring. The lock recognized the ring. He went to bed at midnight. Hedwig returned at 3. She carried a single folded parchment in her talons. He opened it without rising. The note was in Skeeter's hand. It was 4 words. Yes, where and when. He smiled without warmth. He wrote in black ink 3 words on the back of her note, and Hedwig carried it back at 3:30, and Skeeter, who had not slept, read it at 4 and changed her clothes and packed her notebook and apparated at 5 to the place he had named. The 3 words he had written were, the leaky. Tomorrow. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3. The Daily Prophet Reversal. The Leaky Cauldron had a private parlor on its upstairs floor that few of its guests had ever seen. The door was tucked behind the linen cupboard at the end of the corridor. The door's handle was a brass rosette that did not respond to the touch of any wand it had not been introduced to. Tom the barman introduced the parlor to Harry's wand on a Tuesday morning at 10 and went back down the stairs without asking what business a 16-year-old had taken the room. Tom had been paid 4 months' rent in advance in galleons from a black pouch. Tom did not ask. He had been keeping black secrets, his father before him and his grandfather before him, since 1742. Harry took the parlor as one takes a stage. He sat with his back to the window so the light came through him to whoever entered. He placed on the round oak table a cleaned glass jar with a small air spell cast over its mouth. The jar was empty. He set beside the jar a single sheet of parchment, folded in 3, and a quill. He did not lay out tea. He had decided that tea was a kindness and that he was not, this morning, inclined to extend kindnesses he had not been paid for. Rita Skeeter came up the stairs at 10:05. She was wearing the lurid green coat she favored for first interviews and the spectacles she had inherited from her aunt, bejeweled at the temples, slightly crooked, the lenses thicker than they had been 3 years ago. Her quill was not in her hand. The acid green quill, by black agreement in the 3rd sentence of his letter, was to stay in her bag during this conversation. She had brought instead a notebook and a fountain pen. The fountain pen was a man's pen. It had been her father's. She used it when she was nervous. He noted this. Lord Black, Miss Skeeter. You wrote me a 4-line letter, and now we are alone in a room with a jar on the table. I have come because I am professional. I have come early. I have read the codicil of the late Lord Black, which was on the public Wisengamot record at 6 this morning. I have read it twice. I am ready to negotiate. Sit, please. She sat. She placed her notebook on the table. She did not place her fountain pen. She kept it in her hand. He let 12 seconds pass. She did not fill the silence. He approved of that. He had expected her to fill it. He revised his measure of her by a small upward increment. There is no jar trap, he said. I will not transfigure you into your animagus form and bottle you. The jar is here so that you may look at it and understand that I have made one and that the making was inexpensive. Today I want to use you. I do not want to keep you in a jar. We can keep the jar empty. We can keep it on the mantel of your sitting room as an aide-memoire. Are we clear? We are clear, Lord Black. The Daily Prophet has, since yesterday morning, run an apology under your byline. I did not require the apology. You wrote it on your own initiative. I commend the initiative. It is the kind of initiative I will compensate. From today forward, you will accept commissions from me at the standard rate paid by the Prophet for a feature column, plus 50%, plus a retainer of 15 galleons a week against general availability. You will write what I instruct you to write. You will not write things I do not instruct you to write that touch on me or on my interests. You will write things you would have written anyway that do not touch on me or on my interests, on the condition you show them to me before publication. I will read them. I will not edit them. I will tell you if I object. If I object, you will not publish. If I do not object, you will publish as you wrote. This is the contract. There are 3 conditions. Read them. 1. The acid green quill stays in your bag during interviews I attend. You will use a fountain pen or a regulation ministry quill in my presence. The acid green quill exaggerates. I am not buying exaggeration. I am buying accuracy. You may keep the quill. You will not use it on me. Granted. 2. You will not write a single sentence about anyone in my household, Black household, Potter household, ancillary household, without my written approval. This includes Mrs. Tonks, Auror Tonks, Mr. Lupin, the Weasley family in its present configuration, Hermione Granger, and anyone creature serves tea to in the next 3 years. If you sit beside one of them at a tea room and they sneeze in your direction, you will write to me before the sneeze appears in the column. Granted. 3. You will keep the unregistered animagus card. The card is in this drawer. He laid his hand on the table. The drawer beneath it sprang open a half-inch. He closed it. It will not be filed unless you breach the contract. Breach is defined in the appendix. You will read the appendix tonight. The appendix is in the leather wallet I will hand to you when we finish. The breach clauses are not punitive in spirit. They are designed so that you may, if necessary, file an article that displeases me, by the route of giving me 48 hours' notice and accepting a fee reduction equal to your animagus card being filed without further sanction. The breach clauses are in effect an opt-out price list. You will find this generous. You will also find it more confining than you initially expect. Read it carefully. Do you accept the framework before we proceed? I accept the framework. Conditions to be reviewed. Granted. He slid the wallet across the table. She did not open it. She set it under her elbow. The first commission, he said. You will write a column for tomorrow's morning edition. 600 words. The headline will be set by your editor. I do not interfere with editors, but the lead will read substantially as follows. In 1981, the Ministry of Magic committed Sirius Black to Azkaban without trial. The ministry committed him on the testimony of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which had not interviewed him. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement committed him on the recommendation of the then Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Albus Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore did not testify at a trial because there was no trial. There was no trial because Albus Dumbledore did not request one and Bartemius Crouch SR, then head of the DMLE, did not require one. The records have been declassified at the request of Lord Black, heir of Potter, and of the House of Black, on the authority granted to him by the codicil dated 16 June 1996. The records show, beyond ambiguity, that the prisoner had been the godfather of Harry Potter, that no record of any interview of Sirius Black exists in either department, and that the prisoner remained in Azkaban for 12 years before escaping in the summer of 1993. He died in June 1996 in the Department of Mysteries, defending his godson. He died by the codicil's testimony, an innocent man. The records are available for inspection at the Wizengamot's clerk's office. The signatures of those who failed to require trial are available also. She had written it down as he spoke. He had not asked her to. She had done it from a working habit. He approved of the habit. He waited. That is the lead, she said. It is the column. You will draw out the implications. You will name Crouch. You will name Dumbledore. You will quote, in full, the relevant sections of the Statute of Wizarding Privilege governing trial within 30 days. You will quote in full 2 paragraphs of the codicil. You will close with a question. The question is, and I quote, you may use the words, did Albus Dumbledore know there had been no trial? The question is rhetorical. Do not answer it. Leave it for the reader. Granted. You will not in this column mention me by name more than 3 times. You will not in this column claim any moral position. You will report. The morality will be in the silences. I have decided the silences. You will not insert silences. I have not decided. Granted. You will be paid on publication, 75 galleons, plus the column rate, plus a small bonus which I have set at 20 galleons against the morning your editor objects and you persuade him. He will object. You will persuade him. She smiled very briefly. It was the smile of a woman who had not been asked to persuade an editor in a long time and had missed it. He did not return the smile. He did not approve smiling. He approved persuading. The second commission, he said, already, 3 days after the Black Peace, you will run a follow-up. The follow-up will not be by your byline. The follow-up will be by an unnamed ministry source, a real source whom I will provide, who will be glad to be unnamed because the alternative is to be named. The piece will concern the prophecy. It will not state the prophecy. It will state that the Department of Mysteries had, at the relevant time, an active prophecy concerning the Dark Lord and the boy who lived. It will state that the prophecy was known to Albus Dumbledore. It will state that the prophecy was not disclosed to the boy by Albus Dumbledore until the night of his godfather's death, 15 years after the prophecy was made. It will state that the boy's godfather died in the operation to retrieve the prophecy from the Department of Mysteries. It will state that the Department of Mysteries' record of the prophecy has, since the night of retrieval, been destroyed. The piece will close again with a question. Did Albus Dumbledore intend to disclose the prophecy at all, or did he intend to disclose it only when there was no other option? Lord Black, the second piece will tear him apart. It is intended to. You understand that this is the man who taught you for 5 years. I understand. A pause. He let her have it. She did not look away. Are you certain, Lord Black? I am certain. I do not require your conviction. I require your pen. Your conviction is your own affair. I will tell you that I am certain because you have asked, and I respect that you have asked. I do not require you to be certain. I require you to write. I will write. Good. He pushed the parchment across the table. It was the contract he had drafted at midnight. She read it without changing her face. She signed at the bottom with the fountain pen and slid it back. He countersigned in black wax with his own seal. The contract glowed once. The contract sealed. There will be a 3rd commission and a 4th and a 5th. They will come at the rate you can write them. They will, between them, end Cornelius Fudge by autumn. They will not, in this round, end the Headmaster. The Headmaster will be ended by other means. You will, however, soften the ground for the ending. You will, in particular, run a piece in October concerning the Privet Drive wards. The wards have been failing for a decade. You will discover the cause. The cause is a ministry-spelled blood ward placed at the request of Albus Dumbledore on the home of Petunia Dursley. You will discover that the ward has been fed on a child's unwilling blood. You will discover that the Department of Magical Children's Welfare has had complaints filed against the household at Privet Drive on 3 separate occasions, in 1985, 1987, and 1989, and that those complaints were closed within 48 hours by an unnamed ministry official who has been variously identified by my source me as Albus Dumbledore. You will run that piece in October. You will not run it before the boy returns to school. The boy will not return to school until October. The boy will have a reason for not returning that is plausible. You will quote the reason as supplied by his solicitor. He paused. Are we clear, Miss Skeeter? She had not until this moment understood the scope. He watched her understand it. She did not show the understanding. She closed her notebook. She slid the notebook into her bag. She tightened the strap. We are clear, Lord Black. You will leave by the back stairs. Tom has been instructed. You will write the first piece this afternoon. You will deliver it to your editor by 6. You will tell him you have a source. You will not tell him who. Your retainer begins today. He stood. She stood. She offered her hand. He took it. The clasp was brief. She did not bow. She nodded once, the way one professional nods to another at the conclusion of a transaction. She went down the back stairs. He sat down. He did not move for 2 minutes. He had decided he would not. He had decided he would let his own pulse settle so that he could measure whether it had risen. It had not. He noted this. He had not, in the conversation, been excited. He had been precise. He had wanted to be excited. He had wanted to feel some pleasure in the transaction. He had felt none. He noted this also. He understood that he had crossed a small line in the parlor in the matter of being unable to feel pleasure in a successful negotiation. He decided to revisit the question when he was older. He went down the back stairs himself 10 minutes later under the cloak and apparated home. The first column appeared the next morning under the headline "The Trial That Never Was." The headline was the editor's. The lead was Skeeter's, which was to say it was his. The column read in the body as if it had been written by a ministry insider who happened to write very well. It named Crouch. It named Dumbledore. It quoted the statute. It quoted 2 paragraphs of the codicil. It closed with the question. By 11 the prophet had received 400 letters demanding the suspension of Albus Dumbledore from his offices. By noon, Fudge had resigned as minister. This was earlier than Harry had planned. He had budgeted for Fudge to last 6 weeks. He had budgeted wrong. Fudge had not had the constitution to last a morning of public correspondence. He had announced his resignation in a brief statement from the office, citing his health and the recent revelations concerning his predecessors, by which he meant Dumbledore and the previous Crouch, although he did not say so. He left through a side door. The interim ministership fell by procedure to Madame Amelia Bones, as senior member of the Wisengamot present and not currently the subject of a criminal allegation. Bones did not make a statement. She returned to her office. She convened a closed meeting of 3 of her deputies. She drafted a 4-line letter to Lord Black by owl, requesting a private audience. She marked the letter for that afternoon. He received her at 4 at the Hogsmeade tea room above Honeyjuke's that her sister had used as a parliamentary office before her sister had been killed. The tea room had been closed since 1988. Bones reopened it for the afternoon. The proprietor of Honeyjuke's opened the upstairs without asking why. Amelia Bones was a tall woman with a square jaw and a monocle set into her right eye. Her robes were department issue navy. She had not changed for the meeting. She had brought with her niece Susan, who was Harry's year at Hogwarts and who took the chair at the far end of the small room and sat in it as a witness, not as a participant. Lord Black, Madam Bones, Susan, dear, Madam Aunt. The formal address surprised Harry. He had not expected Bones to require formality of her niece in public. He noted that the formality had been performed for his benefit, that Bones had wanted him to see that her household was a ministry household, that no one in it called her aunt within the building of state. He noted also that Susan had complied without resentment. He approved the household. I will be brief, Lord Black, please. I have read your codicil. I have read the column. I have signed in the last hour a letter releasing the records of the 1981 Black committal to the Wisengamot. The records will be available by Friday. The previous head of the DMLE will be censured posthumously. The current head, myself, has read the records and confirms the column's account. The ministry will issue an apology to the estate of Sirius Black by Monday. The apology will name the headmaster of Hogwarts as one of the officials whose recommendation initiated the committal. I am telling you in advance because I would not have you read it cold. Thank you, Madam Bones. I have 2 questions. Ask. 1. Did you orchestrate the column? Number. I commissioned it. The orchestration was Miss Skeeter's. The information was mine. The decision to publish was the editor's. The minister's resignation was his own. You are aware that this is a useful distinction for you, and that I require it of you, and that you have provided it precisely. I am aware, too. Do you intend to commission further columns? Yes, concerning failures of the ministry, the Wisengamot, and the headmaster's office, in matters where failure has been documented and where my interest is direct. I will not commission columns that are speculative, defamatory, or designed to harm individuals who are not implicated in the failures. I will share each commission with you 12 hours before publication, on the condition that you treat the sharing as professional courtesy and do not attempt to delay or alter the columns. Granted, on my own condition. Name it. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement will, in the same period, reform the statute of wizarding privilege concerning trial. We will introduce a 30-day requirement. We will introduce a senior witness presence at any committal of a person of wizarding majority. We will introduce a review of the 1981 Azkaban list to determine whether any other person was committed without trial. I will require the support of the black seat in the Wisengamot for these reforms. You have it. That was less protracted than I had budgeted for. I had budgeted for it also. She allowed herself a small expression at the corner of the mouth that was nearly a smile. She did not let it become one. Lord Black, I will be candid. The country is, since yesterday morning, in a state of public sympathy with you that is unusual in its breadth. I have served at the ministry for 31 years. I have seen public sympathy of this kind exactly once before, when the war ended in 1981 and you were 18 months old. The sympathy ended then because the public found, within 6 months, a person to blame. I would prefer that the public in this round find no one to blame. I would prefer that we use the sympathy to reform. I would prefer not to have you and the headmaster spend a year tearing the Wisengamot in half. Will you cooperate? I will cooperate within the limits I have set. What are the limits? Albus Dumbledore will not retain the chief warlockship of the Wisengamot beyond Christmas. I will not move publicly to remove him. The Wisengamot will remove him on the evidence I will present at a special session. The evidence will be presented in 2 installments, 4 weeks apart, the second installment concluding in a vote of no confidence. I have outlined the structure with my regent. I will share the outline with you tomorrow evening. The vote will be a Wisengamot vote, not a black vote. I will not whip the chamber. I will simply present what was done. You will not whip the chamber. Number. I will let them whip themselves. You sound like a man who has been advised by an older woman. I have been advised by an older woman. She is the senior black after me. You know her. I know her. You will not be surprised then by the rest of the plan. The plan in its broad strokes is to settle the Wisengamot, to settle the press, to settle the public before settling Voldemort. The public will not bear a war waged in the middle of a Wisengamot crisis. I will not begin operations against Voldemort until the Wisengamot is settled. He has gone quiet since the Department of Mysteries. He will remain quiet for at least 3 months. I will use those months. You speak about operations. I will be running them. You are 16 years old. I am of age under the old codes. I am Lord Black. I have a vault, a seat, a household, and a program. I am not today attending Hogwarts at the start of term. I will defer the start of term until October. The defer is filed with the school's clerk under the black seat's right of academic leave for cause. The cause is the death of my godfather. The school has acknowledged. The headmaster in his official capacity has signed. She watched him. You have not asked me for the minister's chair. I do not want the minister's chair. You will not want the minister's chair this autumn. I will not. Will you want it next autumn? I will tell you next autumn. She allowed the silence to extend. She drank her tea. She set the cup down. She drew a small ring from her finger and turned it once and put it back. It was a habit. He noted the habit. He had decided in the morning that he would catalog everyone's habits because habits told him what to predict, and predictability was the most expensive thing a person sold. Lord Black, Madam Bones, you are very controlled. I have decided to be. It is a discipline that costs. It is. I have practiced it for 31 years. I am not unsympathetic. I will say this once, and then we will not return to it. There is a part of me that does not trust a 16-year-old who has decided to be controlled. There is a part of me that does. The first part will keep watching. The second part will help. You will not, I think, find me an enemy. You may find me at times an inconvenience. That is honest. It is. I am not a Black. I am a Bones. We are honest because we are slow. Slow honesty is a different thing from quick honesty. I would advise you to learn the difference. I will learn it. Susan. Susan rose. Lord Black would like a moment with you. Susan inclined her head. If he wishes. Bones rose. I will be downstairs. 5 minutes, please. She left. The door closed. He looked at Susan. Susan looked at him. She had grown taller in the year he had not seen her. She was almost his height now, but built more solidly, with red hair pulled back in a workmanlike plait and her mother's mouth on a sterner face. Her hands were on the back of the chair her aunt had vacated. She did not sit. Bones, Lord Black, Susan, he let the pause settle. I will not commission anything from you today, he said. I will tell you this afternoon what I told your year mates this week. I have a program. I require allies of my own age. I do not require allies who are also the heirs of Wisengamot seats. I do not in particular require allies whose aunts I have just negotiated a public arrangement with. The arrangement with your aunt was professional. The arrangement, if any, between us would be personal. I am drawing the line in front of you so that you may see I am drawing it. I am not asking you to do anything today. I am telling you that I am, this autumn, going to ask you to do something. The asking will be in private. You may refuse. You may accept. You may, in particular, accept in a manner that allows you to retain your aunt's confidence, which I would prefer you keep. She watched him for the length of his short speech. You are warning me that you intend to use me, she said. I am, in advance. That is unusual. It is. Why are you doing it? He considered. Because your aunt is the second most important woman in the country after my regent, because you are her heir, because there is no version of my program in which I do not need a person of your house under my hand by next autumn. Because if I do not warn you now, you will discover later that I have used you, and the discovery will damage your aunt's trust, and your aunt's trust is one of the assets I have just bought today. I am protecting an asset by warning the asset's heir that the asset will be used. That is cold. It is. It is also kind. It is meant to be both. She inclined her head. She did not, like Andromeda, take a long second to look. She had decided already. He understood that she had decided in the moment her aunt had left the room. Lord Black, Bones, ask me this autumn what you intend to ask. I will give you my answer then. I will. Good day. She left. Bones was waiting in the corridor. They walked down the stairs together. He heard from the open window Bones say to Susan, you did not flinch. Susan said, he warned me. Bones said, he warned you. Susan said, he warned me in advance. Bones did not speak again. The pair turned the corner of the Hogsmeade Lane and were gone. He returned home under the cloak. He wrote in the ledger, Bones, aligned within professional limits. Susan, warned, long arc begins. The second column ran on Thursday. The headline was Prophecy Kept. The prophet did not put it on the front page. The editor, who had begun to learn that Skeeter's columns were not negotiable, ran it on page 3 with a subtitle in italics. By breakfast, 12 members of the Wisengamot had requested an emergency consultation. By tea, 3 more had quietly written to the headmaster's office to inform him that they would be unable to attend the meeting he had hastily convened for Friday morning. By Friday morning, the meeting had been cancelled. The headmaster had spent the night in his office. Phineas Nigellus reported at 7 o'clock that the headmaster had not slept and had drunk 3 cups of tea without sweetener and 1 without milk, and had asked his phoenix a question that the phoenix did not answer. The question, Phineas added, was how would James have done this? Harry made no note of the question in the ledger. He wrote in the margin of his strategic page, he has begun to look for the wrong father in me. On the 1st of September, he did not go to Hogwarts. Hermione went on his behalf. Ron went on his behalf. The DA's old coin, which Hermione had carried over the summer, had been respelled by Bill Weasley at Harry's request to carry a longer message than it had originally been designed to. The DA was reformed at the first weekend back. It was reformed under the black standard. The standard was a small black ribbon worn on the left wrist, beneath the school robe, not visible to professors. The DA had 32 members in its first week. By the 3rd week, it had 51. By the 6th week, it had 90, which was more than the headmaster's Order of the Phoenix had ever held in active membership. He returned to school on the 7th of October. The headmaster had attended each sorting and each opening feast in his time and had given each opening speech. On the 7th of October there was no feast and there was no speech to give. The students who saw Harry come up the corridor toward the great hall did not, at first, recognize him. He had grown perhaps an inch in the summer. His robe was the school robe overlaid with the black collar. His pin was the Lord Black sigil at his throat. He walked with the gait of a 16-year-old who had been told he was lord of a house and had decided to walk as if it were true. The students who recognized him did not shout. They turned to the next student over and pointed and were silent. He met Hermione and Ron in the entrance hall. Hermione had a stack of 3 statutes under her arm. Ron had a quaffle and a chessboard. He did not embrace them. He inclined his head. They inclined back. Hermione had begun, in the 7 weeks of his absence, to walk with the particular efficiency a person walks with when she has stopped lying to her parents and has discovered that the truth is more interesting than she had expected. Ron had begun to walk like a man whose brother had been teaching him to think 2 moves ahead and who had begun, this week, to think 3. He went to the headmaster's office on the 3rd evening. He went not because the headmaster had summoned him, the headmaster had not, but because the room belonged in the strict legal sense to the school and not to its occupant, and Harry intended to remind the occupant that the room was not his by inheritance. He took the long staircase. He gave the password Phineas had told him at 7 the previous evening. He took the lift up the spiral. Dumbledore stood at the window. He did not turn when Harry entered. Harry, headmaster. You did not write. I did not. I had hoped. You had budgeted for. A silence. The headmaster turned. He had aged. Not visibly, not in the bones. The face was the same face Harry had known since he was 11. The aging was in the way the eyes did not, this evening, twinkle. They had set themselves to a lower frequency. They had begun to assess. Sit, please, Harry. I will not sit, headmaster. I am here briefly. I have come to inform you that I will be holding a special session of the Wizengamot in 3 weeks. I am informing you because you sit at the Wizengamot. I am not informing you because I owe you the courtesy. I am informing you because the courtesy is, in the strict procedural sense, a notification required of any member calling a session. You will receive the formal notice from the clerk's office on Friday. What is the session, Harry? Evidence of irregularities in the 1981 committal of Sirius Black. Evidence of withholding of material information regarding the prophecy. Evidence of irregularities in the wardings at Privet Drive between 1985 and 1989. The session is for evidence presentation. There will be no vote on this occasion. A second session will be called 4 weeks later. The second session will include a vote of no confidence in the Chief Warlock. In me. Yes. The headmaster was silent. He sat down in his own chair. He looked at the chair across from him as if surprised it had been empty. Harry, headmaster, I had hoped we could speak first. You will speak at the session. The session is when one speaks at the Wizengamot. I will not today engage you in private debate about evidence that will be presented in public. I have no objection to your speaking at the session. I will not, however, give you advance warning of the specific memories I will offer for the pensive. You will see them at the same time the chamber sees them. Harry, please, you have decided much in a short time. I have decided slowly. I began to decide on the 2nd night after Sirius. I finished deciding by the 3rd day. I have spent the last 3 months executing decisions, not making them. You are accustomed to people who think in years. I have begun to think in weeks. The difference, you may find, will be inconvenient. I do not wish to be your enemy. You will not be my enemy, headmaster. You will be my opposite number in a procedure. You will, after the vote, no longer be the chief warlock. You will remain the headmaster of this school on the condition that you teach this school and not the country. If you teach the country from this office, you will discover that the Black Seat is willing to call further sessions. I will call them. I will call them as often as required. We have understood each other. We have not, I think. We will by Christmas. He waited for the headmaster to rise. The headmaster did not rise. The headmaster remained in the chair, hands on the desk, looking at his own hands. Harry left without being dismissed. The headmaster did not detain him. He walked down the spiral. He walked along the corridor. He did not, on the way back to Gryffindor Tower, smile. He had decided he would not smile. The discipline of not smiling when smiling would have come was this term a program he had set himself. He had reached the 3rd week of the program without lapse. He would reach the 12th. He let himself into the common room. The DA was waiting. They had not been told he would walk in. They were waiting because Hermione had said in the morning that he might. The ribbons on their left wrists glowed faintly in the firelight of the hearth. They stood when he entered, although Hermione had not asked them to stand. The standing was, he understood, the kind of standing one does in a room when one has decided, without consultation, to acknowledge a sovereign. He inclined his head to them. Sit, please. They sat. He did not address them. Neville, at the front, had Hermione's 3 statutes open on his knee. Luna, beside Neville, had a copy of the Quibbler folded to the article her father had written, at his commission, about the use of medical privilege in the cases of long-incarcerated patients of St. Mungo's. Ginny was at the back with a piece of parchment that she was, he noticed, taking minutes on. He let her. He had not asked her to. He had not yet decided what use she would be. He had decided this evening that he would not decide that question before Christmas. He had decided that he would, until Christmas, leave Ginny on no list. He took up a chair beside the hearth. He did not sit at the head of the room. He sat at an angle. He let them watch him watch the fire for a moment. Then he turned to Hermione. Tomorrow the 3rd statute. We discuss it at 5. Yes, Ron, yeah, the dueling forms. Lupin will be at Hogsmeade on Saturday. You will be there. You will join the lesson. You will then teach what you have learned to the DA on Sundays. The DA will be the country's most thoroughly drilled small body of magicals by January. Are we clear? Clear. Neville. Yes, Harry. Your grandmother has accepted the second column. The Quibbler will publish her first piece on the third Wednesday of October. The piece will concern the failure of the ministry to investigate her son's torture. The piece will be careful. It will be precise. It will be, in places, devastating. She will not name the Lestranges. She will not name the Aurors who failed. She will name the procedure. You will, beforehand, hold her hand for an evening. We'll do this without telling her that you are doing it. You will simply visit her. Can you? I can. Good. He turned finally to Luna. Luna. Yes, Harry. Your father will be paid the black pamphlet rate from the first October issue. The rate is generous. He should accept the rate without questioning it. If he asks, tell him the rate is for his pleasure, not for my interference. I will not interfere with his content. I will, on 3 occasions in the next year, place a piece in his magazine. I will tell him in advance which pieces. He will retain the right to refuse. He will not refuse because the pieces will be ones his magazine has always wanted to publish and has not had a source for. Are we clear? You are buying my father's silence on you with money he wanted. Yes, that is fair. I am glad you think so. He will think so too. He will pretend he does not. He will be glad. Then we are agreed. He turned finally to the room at large. You are not soldiers. You will not be soldiers. You are students. The headmaster has, this term, ceased to teach you defense with adequate seriousness, because the headmaster is preoccupied with my person. I have noted his preoccupation. I have decided to teach you defense in his stead. I will not call myself your professor. You will call me Lord Black or Harry or whatever was your habit 2 years ago as you wish. I will teach you on Sundays. We will, between us, become, by January, the most efficient body of student duelists in Britain. We will not on any occasion fight Death Eaters as a body. If you encounter a Death Eater, you will run. You will run and you will write to me, and I will deal with the Death Eater in my own time. We will fight when we fight in conditions I have chosen. Do you understand? They did, almost in chorus. He did not require the chorus. He let it stand because it had been offered. He let the room sit for a long moment with the fire and with each other and with him. He stood. He went up to his dormitory. He did not unpack his trunk. He had decided he would not unpack a trunk in a room that was not his property. He laid out on the small desk the next morning's Skeeter draft which Hedwig had brought from London at the moment of his entering the common room. He read the draft. He approved it. He sealed it. Hedwig carried it back. When he climbed into the four-poster, the wards of the dormitory acknowledged him as Lord Black and inclined a half-inch to him along the cornices. Ron, in the bed opposite, was already asleep. Neville, in the bed next to Ron, was reading the third statute. He looked up as Harry drew the curtain. Harry, yes, are we doing the right thing? He considered. We are doing a thing, he said. We will, after we have done it, find out whether it was right. I would prefer not to find out before. If we find out before, we will lose nerve. Right, sleep, Neville, right. He drew the curtain. The fire in the dormitory's small hearth had banked itself. The wards in the four-poster set their small hum into the back of his skull and quieted. He closed his eyes. He did not sleep at once. He thought briefly about Sirius. He thought about the codicil. He thought about Andromeda's silver phial in his desk at Grimmauld, and about the angle of Dumbledore's wand at the third pass, and about the corridor in which the duel would occur, and about the second session, and the vote, and the stone in the ring at the gaunt shack, and the cup in the Lestrange vault. He thought about the Hallows for the first time as a set. He set the thought down. He slept. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. The Wisengamot memory evidence. He had reserved a small private gallery at the back of the Wisengamot's record chamber for the 4 weeks before the session, and Hermione had been living in it during the daylight hours. The gallery had a long oak desk and a brass lamp and a portrait of Anastasia Burke, who had been the Wisengamot's first female clerk in 1844, and who watched Hermione the way a teacher watches a precocious pupil, without smiling but without leaving. Hermione had asked the portrait 3 procedural questions in her first week. The portrait had answered each in 2 sentences and then had said, "You will become useful, Miss Granger." Hermione had inclined her head and gone back to the codex she was reading. The portrait had not spoken to her again. The portrait had watched. Harry came down to the gallery at 6 in the evening once a week. He arrived on a Wednesday in late October. He had come from Hogwarts by flu. He had set the timing so as to arrive after the day's clerks had gone home and before the night warden began her rounds. Hermione was at the desk. She had 2 pages of notes in front of her and a third half-written on her left. Lord Black, Hermione. Sit, please. He sat. She did not look up immediately. She finished the line she was writing. She set the quill down. She turned the parchment toward him. 3 things first. The pensive evidence procedure under the Wisengamot's 1719 reform requires 3 witnesses to authenticate any memory submitted for review. The witnesses must be of full majority. They must not be the originator of the memory. They must not be the originator's spouse, child, or sworn ward. I have identified the witnesses for each memory. Andromeda Tonks for the prophecy memory. Madame Augusta Longbottom for the Sirius committal memory. Madame Marchbanks for the privet drive memory. All 3 have agreed. All 3 will be in attendance on the morning of the session. The Wisengamot's clerk has been informed in writing that the witnesses will be present. Good. Second. The headmaster has filed an objection. The objection concerns the chain of custody of one of the memories, specifically, the memory you intend to extract from Severus Snape's mind, which the headmaster has correctly anticipated. He has filed his objection through Charity Burbage, who is acting as his ad hoc legal counsel in the matter. The objection is procedurally correct. The objection will succeed unless you are able to demonstrate that the memory was given to you by Severus Snape with consent. I have prepared a counter-strategy. The counter-strategy is not to enter the Snape memory at all. We will substitute it with 2 letters from Severus Snape in your possession, dated 1980 and 1981, which Phineas Nigellus retrieved on your behalf from the headmaster's locked correspondence cabinet between 2 and 4 in the morning of last Tuesday. The letters are in the brown folder. Andromeda Tonks is the witness for the letters. The chain of custody is clean. The Snape memory will not be used. The letters will be used. The letters say more than the memory would have. Good. Third. The vote, we had budgeted the vote for the second session. The second session is in 4 weeks. Today's session, tomorrow's session, is evidence presentation only. I have, however, drafted the procedural motion for the second session and circulated it informally to 7 members of the Wisengamot whose support is desirable but not essential. I have explained that I am circulating informally so that they may consult their counsel before the session. I have not requested a commitment. They have between them indicated 9 commitments. The motion has, before its formal introduction, a majority. We will pass the vote 4 weeks from tomorrow. The vote, by my estimate, will be 31 to 16, with 3 abstentions. The 3 abstentions will be Vance, Diggory, and Macmillan, who will, in each case, prefer to be absent on the day. Each has indicated that the absence is a kindness to you. I have accepted each kindness. You have done all of this in 4 weeks. I have done all of this since the night of August 15th. I have done it because you have not asked me how I am doing it. You have given me autonomy. Autonomy works on me. Good, Lord Black. Yes, there is a 4th thing. State it. The headmaster has in the last week taken to writing in a small leather-bound book that he keeps in the second drawer of his desk. Phineas cannot read what he writes, because Phineas has not been granted line of sight to the book at the angle the book is held. Phineas has heard the headmaster mutter twice the word vanitas. He has heard the headmaster mutter once the phrase "the boy is not James." He has heard the headmaster say to himself, "The question I asked you in your office last Tuesday, how would James have done this?" The question has been repeated. The repetition has changed the question. It is now the question of a man trying to talk himself out of his own diagnosis. I will tell you professionally that the man is moving from grief to despair. Despair makes wizards make mistakes. We will see one of his mistakes at the session tomorrow. We will, I expect, see 2. Note them, predict them. Tell me at breakfast which mistakes you expect. I will. He rose. He left her with the lamp and the portrait and the brown folder. He returned to Hogwarts by the same flue. He went to bed without speaking to anyone except to Phineas at 7, who reported that the headmaster had begun to ask the Phoenix questions for which the Phoenix did not give answers, and which Phineas noted, in his time as headmaster, he had never been foolish enough to ask the Phoenix in the first place, because the Phoenix, like the chair at Grimmauld, only acknowledged what was its to acknowledge. He slept 4 hours. He rose at dawn. He dressed in the black robe. The robes were not formal Wisengamot robes. He was 16, and the chamber did not yet permit a 16-year-old to wear Wisengamot robes, and the black seat had a court robe of its own that predated the Wisengamots by a century. He wore that. The black robe was a long, deep velvet that absorbed the light. The collar stood high at the throat. The cuffs were turned back in green silk to show the inner lining at the wrist, the green silk of the houses of first magic, granted by Arthur's grandfather in a now illegible decree. The pin at his throat was the silver-black sigil. He did not today wear the Potter pin. He had decided that in the chamber he would speak as Lord Black alone. The Potter seat was younger by 3 centuries. He preferred in this hour the older voice. Creature had laid out a breakfast he did not eat. He drank 1 cup of tea. He went down to the entrance hall. Andromeda met him on the school's front step. She was dressed in deep grey wool. The black ring of regency was visible on her right hand. She inclined her head. Lord Black, regent, ready, ready. They apparated to the ministry together. They walked side by side down the long corridor to the Wisengamot's lower antechamber. He did not look at the press boxes. He did not look at the public gallery, which had been opened at his request for the morning. He walked into the chamber. The chamber was a stone amphitheater with the Wisengamot's tiered benches rising in concentric semicircles and a single speaker's stone in the center. The stone was, by the 8th century reform, the only place from which one could address the chamber. He went to the stone. The headmaster sat in the chief warlock's seat at the top of the chamber in his ceremonial purple. His face was composed. His hands rested on the carved wood arms of the chair. He did not look at Harry. He looked instead at the press box, where Skeeter was already seated, in a color-blocked emerald coat that read on the photograph well, with her notebook open and her fountain pen, not her acid-green quill, in her hand. Madame Bones was at the prosecutor's bench. She had not, in her capacity as interim minister, been required to take the bench. She had taken it because the public would have noted her absence and read it as cowardice. She had not, in turning up, been advised by Harry. She had advised herself. He approved of this without speaking it. She wore the department's navy. The chamber filled. The headmaster cleared his throat at 9:20. The session is called by the Black Seat. The Black Seat invokes the right of the Houses to present evidence to this Wisengamot in matters of public concern. The Black Seat will be heard. The session is not, by procedural notice, called for a vote. The session is called for evidence. The Wisengamot will retire to consider the evidence at the close of the day. Lord Black, the stone, headmaster. Harry inclined to him a precise degree. He inclined no further. He had been coached by Andromeda in 3 angles of inclination: the angle to the headmaster, the angle to the Wisengamot at large, and the angle to the stone itself. He used the 3. The chamber registered the 3. The older lords noticed. He addressed the stone. Members of the Wisengamot, I will present 3 items of evidence this morning. Each item will be authenticated by a witness of full majority who is not me. Each item will be entered into the chamber's record. I will not in any case argue interpretation. The Wisengamot will draw its own conclusions. I am here to provide what was done. The doing speaks. The chamber will hear it speak. He paused. He let the pause sit. The first item is the pensive recording of a conversation between Albus Dumbledore and Harry James Potter, that is to say myself, in the headmaster's office on the 18th of June 1996, 2 days after the death of Sirius Black, in which the headmaster acknowledged knowledge of a prophecy concerning myself and Lord Voldemort, and acknowledged having withheld the prophecy from me for 15 years, and acknowledged that the withholding was a decision he had made. The memory has been authenticated by Mrs. Andromeda Tonks, who has reviewed the memory in the presence of the Wisengamot's clerk on the 17th of October. The memory will play for 14 minutes. The pensive, which had been wheeled into the chamber on a small brass carriage by the clerks, was placed at the center of the chamber. Andromeda rose. She approached the pensive. She placed her right hand on the rim, the hand with the Regency ring, and confirmed on oath that the memory had been authenticated to her by an examination of the memories matrix, and by a comparison with the documented matrix of memories provided by Albus Dumbledore in previous Wisengamot sessions. The chamber bent forward. The pensive filled the air above it with the projected image. The headmaster's office, the wreckage, Harry, at 15, standing among broken instruments. Albus Dumbledore weary in the chair behind the desk. The conversation began. The chamber listened. The chamber did not move. The recording ran for 14 minutes. The chamber heard the headmaster say the words, "I owed you the truth, and I did not give it. I judged that you were not yet ready. I was wrong. I am sorry." The chamber heard the boy not respond. The chamber heard the headmaster recite the prophecy in full. The chamber heard the silence after. The recording ended. The chamber sat in its silence for a full 30 seconds before the first member coughed. Madame Bones spoke. "Lord Black, the pensive evidence is entered into the record. Proceed." The second item is the chain of custody of the 1981 committal of Sirius Black to Azkaban. The chain has been reconstructed from primary sources by the Ministry of Magical Law Enforcement and verified by my counsel. The chain shows that Sirius Black was committed without trial. The chain shows that Bartemius Crouch SR did not require a trial. The chain shows that Albus Dumbledore, as chief warlock and as one of the recommending officials, did not at any point in the period from 31 October 1981 to 16 June 1996 file a request for a trial review. The chain shows that between 1985 and 1992, Albus Dumbledore was the recipient of 3 separate letters from Sirius Black, sent by hand of Remus Lupin, requesting a trial review. The letters are in the brown folder. The letters have been authenticated by Madame Augusta Longbottom, who has reviewed the original handwriting on each. Madame Longbottom. Augusta Longbottom rose. She was small in her tall black hat, but her voice carried. She placed her hand on the brown folder. She said in 5 sentences that the letters were in Sirius Black's hand, that she had known the hand in 1979 from his letters to her son Frank, that the dates were authentic by the watermarks on the parchment, that the seals had not been tampered with, and that the letters had been delivered to her by Mr. Remus Lupin in the presence of the Wisengamot's clerk in the last week, and were entered into evidence by her authentication. She returned to her seat. The chamber listened. The headmaster did not move. The chain further shows, Harry continued, that the warden's log at Azkaban records no interview with Sirius Black during the 12 years of his incarceration. The chain further shows that no Dementor was assigned to him at the rate ordinary for a convicted murderer. He was assigned the rate ordinary for an unconvicted accused, which is a procedural irregularity, since he had not been accused in any court proceeding. The chain further shows that the prison's warden in 1984 wrote a letter to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement requesting clarification of the prisoner's status. The letter was returned to the warden with a single line in the headmaster's hand. The line read, "His detention remains a matter of ministry policy. The letter is in the brown folder." The chamber at this began to murmur. The headmaster raised one hand. The murmur subsided. He did not speak. Bones said, "The chain of custody is entered into the record. Proceed." The third item is the privet drive wardings, in operation between 1981 and 1996, under which Harry James Potter, myself, was housed in the residence of Petunia Dursley, my mother's elder sister, between the ages of 1 and 15. The wards were placed by the Ministry of Magic at the recommendation of Albus Dumbledore on the 2nd day of November 1981. The wards required the daily renewal of the residence's bonds by the unwilling acknowledgement of the resident child, an irregular practice not used in domestic warding since 1672. The wards were inspected by the Department of Magical Children's Welfare on 3 occasions, 1985, 1987, and 1989, following complaints filed by neighbors and by a primary school teacher. The complaints were closed within 48 hours of filing. The closing official on each occasion was Albus Dumbledore, signing in his capacity as the ministry's external advisor on minor magical placement, a role he had assumed in 1981 and did not formally vacate until 1996. Madame Marchbanks rose. She authenticated the chain. She read 3 sentences from the complaint of 1989, which described the condition of the child as undernourished, withdrawn, and physically marked. She did not herself look at Harry as she read. The chamber, which had been silent through the pensive, now would not look at him either. He had not asked them to look. He preferred them not to look. He stood at the stone. He kept his head level. The chain of custody for the wardings is entered into the record. Proceed. That concludes the presentation, Madam Speaker. Lord Black, are there further items? There are. I will not enter them today. I will state for the record that I hold a 4th and 5th item that I will present at the 2nd session, 4 weeks from today. The Wisengamot is on notice. Lord Black, you are dismissed from the stone with the chamber's thanks. He did not turn back to the headmaster as he stepped down. He did not look at the press box. He walked at Andromeda's pace to the lower antechamber. He sat in a small chair. He waited. Andromeda sat beside him. The chamber did not recess. The chamber spoke for 35 minutes among itself. The headmaster 3 times tried to interject. Bones each time recognized him. He spoke briefly. He addressed, in turn, each item. He did not contest the chain of custody on any of them. The chain had been documented, and he would not perjure himself. He said of the prophecy memory that he had withheld in his judgment of necessity and not of cruelty, and that he had been mistaken in his judgment, and that he accepted the chamber's evaluation. He said of Sirius's committal that he had not at the time understood the procedure to have been irregular, that he had, on Mr. Lupin's letters, made inquiries of the department, that the inquiries had not on each occasion returned an answer, that he had not pursued further. He said of the privet drive wardings that he had believed the alternative arrangements would have placed the child at greater risk, and that he had been mistaken in this also. The chamber listened. It did not respond. The headmaster sat down. The chamber moved at 3 minutes after 12 to a vote of censure. The vote of censure passed 34 to 13 with 3 abstentions. Vance, Diggory, and Macmillan abstained. The chamber did not move to remove the headmaster from his chief warlockship at this session. The procedural motion would not arrive until the 2nd session in 4 weeks. The chamber adjourned at 12:30. Bones declared the adjournment. The clerks bowed the Wizengamot out. Harry rose, Andromeda rose. They walked together to the inner office Bones had reserved for them. Bones met them there at 1:15 with a tray of 3 cups. She poured. Lord Black. Madam Bones, that was as I anticipated. It was. The censure is a notice. The vote of no confidence will be a removal. I have in the last hour received 14 letters from members who could not in conscience censure today but who will in conscience remove in 4 weeks. I will not pass them to you. I will tell you that they are written. They include 3 names I would not have expected. Name 2, Tiberius Ogden, Wilhelmina Tuft. Tuft is a surprise. Tuft was a friend of your grandmother. She has remembered her friendship today. She is willing to speak in the second session if you ask. She has asked me to relay this. Tell her I am grateful. Tell her I will not require her to speak unless I require her to. Tell her in particular that I would prefer her to write a letter of recollection, dated tomorrow, which the second session may enter into the record without her appearing. The letter will preserve her health. I will tell her, Madam Bones, yes, you did not interject during the headmaster's response. I had decided not to. Why? Because his response was an admission. An admission is a more dangerous thing in the record than a denial. If I had interjected, I would have given him a moment of relief. He needed no relief. You are a useful prosecutor. I am a minister today. I prefer to remain so. A pause. She poured a second cup. Harry drank. There is one more matter, Lord Black. Yes. The headmaster did not, in his response, defend his withholding of the prophecy on the ground he might have used. He might have argued, he is intelligent enough to have argued, that the prophecy was a ministry document, that its disclosure to a minor was outside his authority, and that the responsibility lay with the Department of Mysteries. He did not so argue. He took the responsibility on himself. I have been wondering why. He has decided to be punished. For what? For having been wrong about my godfather. The prophecy is the lever for the punishment. He could not, in conscience, allow the lever to be deflected. He let the lever land on him. He is preparing in his own mind to be removed. He is letting himself be removed. He is. Does that change your plan? Number, he has not yet decided that he will let himself be removed without one last attempt to be the man who removed Voldemort. He will, in February, attempt to take the field. I will not let him take the field. The vote of no confidence will arrive in 3 weeks. He will be removed. He will then, in February, attempt to act anyway. I will face him then. I will defeat him then. He has, in conscience, accepted the censure today. He will not accept the duel in February. He will not see the duel coming. I will arrange the corridor. You will arrange the corridor. Yes, that is the second time you have used that phrase. I had not understood it until now. You understand it now. I do. A pause. She set the cup down. She removed her monocle and polished it with the corner of her sleeve. She replaced it. Lord Black, I will be candid with you a second time. You have not today said the name Voldemort once. I have not. I had budgeted for you to. I am pleased you did not. The Wizengamot is not ready today to think about Voldemort. The Wizengamot is ready today to think about Dumbledore. You did not confuse the 2 questions. That is mature. It was Andromeda's instruction. It was your decision. It was both. She allowed herself the small expression. Andromeda, beside him, did not. She drank her tea. She had heard Harry name Andromeda, and she had heard Bones approve, and she had folded the approval into her hand and into her ring of regency without changing her face. They left the office at 2. They walked out by the side stairs. The press had gathered at the front. He did not wish to be photographed leaving the building this afternoon. The image of the morning would suffice. Skeeter had taken the morning images. She would lay them out as he had instructed. He returned to Hogwarts by flu. He went to the headmaster's office at 5. He had not announced himself. He had decided he would not. He had decided in the hour after the session that he would face the headmaster once briefly in the office in which the headmaster had told him about the prophecy. He had decided also that the visit would not be cruel. He had decided that he would visit the headmaster as one visits an opponent in a clinical procedure on the day of the procedure's first incision. He had decided that the visit would not require him to feel any particular thing. He went. Phineas opened the password to him without his asking. He went up the spiral. The headmaster was in the chair. He did not rise. Harry, headmaster, you will sit. I will not this evening. I have come to say 2 things. I will say them and leave. The headmaster inclined his head. Harry said, First, I will not be your weapon. I have not been your weapon since the day you told me the prophecy. I will, however, be the country's instrument. The country will in due course recognize me as such. The country will recognize me with the Wizengamot's support on the procedure you have known throughout your career to be lawful. You will not, after the second session, retain the chief warlockship. You will retain the headmastership of this school. You will retain, if you choose, the leadership of the Order of the Phoenix. The Order is a private body. and you may retain it. You will not, after the second session, address the Wisengamot. You will not, after the second session, write columns in the Prophet. You will not, after the second session, instruct the Auror office. You will, in fact, attend to your school. If you do not attend to your school, you will discover that the Black Seat is willing to call further sessions concerning the school's procedures. I would prefer not to call them. I will call them if I must. Harry, second, the Elder Wand, I am aware that you carry it. I am aware that you have carried it since 1945. I am aware of its provenance and of its requirements. I will challenge you, in February of the new year, for the wand. The challenge will be in a corridor I will name. The challenge will be by the Elder Code on the third day after the spring equinox with witnesses I will provide. The challenge is not negotiable. You will accept the challenge because to refuse the challenge under the Elder Code is to surrender the wand without contest. I am informing you now so that you may, in conscience, accept on terms that do not embarrass you. You will, in February, be defeated. I would prefer you not be killed in the defeat. I will spare your life if you do not require me to take it. The wand is the thing I require. The life is yours. The headmaster was silent. He looked at his own hands. Harry, you have been studying. I have. You have read the Elder Code in the original. In the third edition, the original is in your library at this school. I would prefer to read it. I will request it from the school's librarian when I require it. You may in advance grant me the access. The access is by statute the headmaster's gift. Granted. Thank you, Harry, headmaster. I have wanted for 50 years to be defeated. I have not wanted to die. I have wanted to be defeated. The wand has been for 50 years. The weight in my hand I have not been able to set down. I do not know whether you will believe me. I will say it anyway. I am in some sense relieved that the corridor will be arranged. I believe you, do you? Yes, I have read your hand. You will not protest the corridor. You will in February accept the duel. You will in February lose. You will in March retire from the public office. You will by Easter have begun to teach charms on Tuesdays in your old habit of the 1950s, which Phineas tells me you have not done since your appointment to the headmastership. You will in fact teach charms again. That is the life I am offering you in exchange for the wand. It is more life than I have offered to anyone in this country in the last 6 months. Harry, headmaster, I am leaving now. I am not in this office ready to forgive you. I am not in this office ready to hate you. I am in this office a 16-year-old who has decided to be the country's instrument. I have spent the morning being the country's instrument. I am tired. I would like to go to bed. I will see you in the chamber in 3 weeks. I will see you in the corridor in February. I will see you at Easter in a charms classroom. We will not, after Easter, see each other again unless one of us has changed his mind. He turned. He went to the door. Harry, he stopped with his hand on the door. Yes, I loved you. You loved me. You also used me. Both are true. You do not have to choose between them. You do not have to forgive yourself for the using. You do not have to be loved for the loving. I have decided to let you be what you are. The third option. Sirius told me about it. Sirius told me you would never find it. I am finding it for you in part by letting you go. I am letting you go now. He opened the door. He went down the spiral. The headmaster did not call after him. In the great hall, dinner had begun. The hall fell quiet, the way a hall falls quiet when the person it has been waiting for enters, and has not yet announced that he is the person it has been waiting for. He did not announce. He went to the Gryffindor table. He sat between Hermione and Ron. He took a piece of bread. He ate it. The hall did not return to its noise for nearly a minute. The first sound to return was Neville Longbottom passing the potatoes. The second was Luna Lovegood reading aloud, very softly, from the Quibbler, the column her father had run that morning under the title on the use of pensives in public procedure, which her father had not asked Harry to vet, and which Harry had not vetted, and which Harry approved without surprise. He ate. He did not speak. Hermione, who had returned from the gallery in the morning and who had not asked him about the session, said, after his second piece of bread, Lord Black, the records are clean. The clerk has signed. Amber has scheduled the second session for November 15th. Good. There is one item. State it. Madame Marchbanks has invited you to dinner at her London house on the 18th. She has invited Andromeda also. The invitation is in the green envelope at the bottom of your bag. She would prefer, I am told, that the dinner be small. Accept on my behalf. Bring Andromeda. Yes, he ate. He went up the staircase to the Gryffindor common room at 7. He sat by the fire for an hour. He did not read. He did not address the DA, although the DA was present and watching him. He let the room hum at its own register. He listened to the fire. He thought in the center of his mind about nothing in particular. He had decided that he would not, this evening, think about strategy, and he had decided that he would not, this evening, think about Sirius. He let the evening be an evening. He let the fire be a fire. He let the room be a room. At 8, Phineas reported. The portrait above the common room fireplace, Phineas had a second portrait in the Gryffindor common room, which the school's older students had not known existed, came forward and spoke in a voice only Harry could hear. He had pitched the report at a private register. The students nearby did not turn. Lord Black, Phineas. The headmaster wrote a letter after you left him. He wrote it in his small leather book. He has not yet sent it. The letter is to himself. The first line reads, "You have been outplayed by a 16-year-old. The second line reads, "You have been outplayed by a 16-year-old who learned from your widowed cousin and his own godfather." The third line reads, "You will not blame the boy. You will not blame the cousin. You will not blame the godfather. You will blame yourself." The fourth line reads, "You will accept the corridor in February. You will not bring the wand to the duel with intent to win. You will bring the wand to the duel with intent to be defeated. You will not tell him." A pause. The headmaster has, in this letter, decided what he will do in February. Note it. Noted Lord Black. That will be all, Phineas. The portrait withdrew. He sat. He thought for the first time in 3 months about the elder wand as a thing he would have in his own hand by Easter. The thought arrived without joy and without ambition. It arrived as a fact. He filed the fact under his strategic page in the column for Hallows. He drew, beneath the column, a small triangle with a circle inscribed within and a line dividing the figure in two. He had not drawn the figure before. He had not, until tonight, allowed himself to draw it. He drew it now. He looked at it. He closed the strategic page. He went up the stairs to the dormitory. He drew the curtain. He did not speak to Ron. Ron, in the bed opposite, did not speak to him. They had agreed on this protocol 3 weeks before, that Ron would not, on session nights, say anything to Harry in the dormitory, because Ron had decided that he could not yet think of anything to say that would not be either inadequate to the day or condescending toward Harry's strategy. Ron, after 3 weeks of this protocol, had begun to like it. Harry, after 3 weeks, did also. He closed his eyes. He slept. The second session opened 3 weeks later on the morning of November 15th. The chamber filled before 9. The press had been excluded from the upper gallery. The press had not protested the exclusion because Skeeter, on Harry's instruction, had advised her colleagues that the morning's record would be a public document by Tuesday and that the chamber's procedure required a sober room. The colleagues, who were not familiar with sobriety, accepted the advice with surprise. They went and sat in the press anteroom and read the morning's Quibbler, which had run, on its front page, Augusta Longbottom's column on ministry procedure. 3 of them, by 10, were carrying the Quibbler under their arms instead of the prophet. Skeeter noted this and filed it in her notebook for later use. Harry was at the Stone at 9:05. He was dressed as he had been on the 28th of October, the black velvet robe, the green silk cuffs, the silver sigil at the throat. He did not today look at the chief warlock's seat. He looked at the speaker's lectern. Bones was at the lectern. She had not today taken the prosecutor's bench. The matter before the chamber was not a prosecution. It was an institutional vote. She was, as Speaker pro tempore by the chamber's morning election, the appropriate officiant. Lord Black, Madam Speaker, you have, by procedural notice filed 3 weeks ago, called for a vote of no confidence in the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. The chamber has had 4 weeks to consider the evidence presented in the previous session. The chamber has had 4 weeks to consult counsel. The chamber will this morning vote. The black seat has, by its own statement, no further evidence to enter. The black seat will, however, be heard for 3 minutes prior to the vote, by tradition. Lord Black, he inclined his head, he addressed the Stone, members of the Wizengamot. I have, in the 4 weeks since the last session, met with 16 of you in private and exchanged letters with 23 more. I have not, in any of those meetings, asked any of you to vote in any particular way. I have answered such questions as you have put. I have stood on the record entered in the last session. I will this morning say only this. The Wizengamot exists to govern the procedures by which the magical community settles its largest questions. The chamber has, in the matter before it today, the chance to settle one of those questions on the principle that no member of the chamber is exempt from procedure on account of his accomplishments. I do not, in this chamber, hold Albus Dumbledore to a lower standard. I do not hold him to a higher, I hold him to the chamber's standard. The chamber will today decide whether the standard is the chamber's or his. If it is the chamber's, the vote is to remove. If it is his, the vote is to retain. The vote is yours, it is not mine. I will sit today with you. I will not in this chamber vote on my own motion. I will, by tradition of the Houses, abstain. I am informed, I am partisan, I will abstain, Madam Speaker. Lord Black, the Stone is released. He inclined, he stepped back, he took his seat in the black bench. Andromeda was beside him. She did not touch his arm. She had decided not to. The headmaster rose to speak. He rose without the ceremonial purple. He had by his own choice removed the purple at the door. He wore, this morning, a deep blue robe with the school's crest at the breast. He did not today look at the black seat. He looked at the chamber's older lord. Members of the Wisengamot, I will not this morning attempt to dissuade you. I will say 3 sentences. I have, in the matters of which the record speaks, been wrong. I have been wrong in ways that, had I been a junior member of this chamber, would have brought a censure 20 years ago. I have not been censured because, in part, this chamber has been generous to me, in part because I have stood at this chamber's head for longer than any chief warlock since 1812, in part because I have, in those years, also been right about some matters of import. The right does not balance the wrong. The chamber will judge. The chamber should judge. I will not in conscience ask the chamber to weigh my career against the procedure. The career is mine. The procedure is yours. Vote as you must. He sat. The chamber was silent for 10 seconds. Bones rose. The vote will be by roll. The clerk will call. The clerk called. The vote was by show of hand on each name. The first hand was the Macmillan seat, which voted to retain. The second was the Bones seat, which voted to remove. The third was the Marchbank seat, which voted to remove. The fourth was the Ogden seat, which voted to remove. The fifth was the Tuft seat, which voted to remove. By the 12th name, 22 of the chamber's 50 seats had registered, and the running count stood at 19 to remove, 3 to retain. By the 22nd, the running count stood at 27 to remove, 7 to retain, and the chamber's older lords had begun to vote with the chamber, because no chamber's older lord wishes to be the last vote against a tide once the tide is visible. The clerk reached the black seat at the 31st call. Harry rose. He inclined. He said, "Abstain." The clerk noted the abstention. The clerk continued. At the 48th call, the running count stood at 33 to remove, 15 to retain. The Vance seat abstained. The Diggory seat abstained. The Macmillan seat had by then changed its earlier vote, a procedural courtesy permitted before the close of roll, and now also abstained. The clerk closed the roll at 50. The vote stands at 33 to remove, 15 to retain, 2 abstentions registered by the Black and Macmillan seats, 2 further abstentions registered by the Vance and Diggory seats. The motion to remove the chief warlock from his office carries by a majority of 18, exceeding the 2/3 threshold required for an institutional removal. The chamber will, by procedural order, call a special session to elect the successor at a date to be fixed by the Speaker. The chief warlock is, as of the close of this vote, removed from his office. Madam Speaker, the clerk has called. The chamber records the removal. Albus Dumbledore is no longer chief warlock of this Wisengamot. Bones did not, after the announcement, look at the headmaster. The headmaster did not, after the announcement, look at the chamber. He rose. He inclined his head to the Speaker. He walked down from his seat. He did not return to the bench he had vacated at the door. He walked out of the chamber by the side door, which was the door used by speakers leaving the lectern, not by chief warlocks leaving the chair. He had decided to take the smaller exit. Chamber registered the smaller exit. The chamber did not, in registering, comment. The chamber adjourned at 10:10. Bones came down from the lectern and approached the black bench. She inclined her head to Andromeda. She inclined her head to Harry. She did not today speak. She had decided that on the morning of the removal, the appropriate communication between her office and the black seat was the absence of words. Harry inclined back. Andromeda inclined back. Bones returned to her own office. He walked out by the front with Andromeda. The press in the anteroom had been informed of the vote by the clerk's tally as it was called. They were standing. Skeeter in her green coat was at the front. The fountain pen was in her hand. She had on the morning's commission 400 words to draft by midday. She had drafted 300 already. The opening line was set. The line read, at 10:10 on the morning of the 15th of November, the Wisengamot's 200-year regard for Albus Dumbledore was set aside by his own request, and the procedure of the chamber was upheld. The line would, in due course, appear on the Tuesday morning front page above a photograph of an empty chief warlock's chair. The chair would, in the photograph, remain empty for 2 hours after the vote. The clerks did not, by procedural convention, fill the chair until the next session. Harry did not stop for the press. He walked through the antechamber, past Skeeter, who inclined to him a precise degree, and out into Whitehall. He returned to Hogwarts by flue. The school had not heard the vote until lunch. By 2, every common room in the school had heard. By 3, the headmaster was no longer at the high table. He had retired to his office. By 4, McGonagall was acting as the school's senior administrator at the high table, as she had quietly been doing for 3 weeks since Phineas had reported, at 7 each evening, that the headmaster was not eating in the hall. The school did not formally register the change. The students did. The students sat differently at dinner. They sat the way students sit when a senior teacher has been quietly replaced by a junior who has begun, in the absence of the senior, to teach properly. He did not, after the vote, address the DA. He had decided he would not. He had decided that the Chamber's vote was a Wisengamot matter and not a DA matter, and that to address the DA on it would be to make of the vote a partisan trophy. He let the DA know, by Hermione's report at the common room fire, that the vote had gone as anticipated. The DA, when told, did not cheer. The DA had been instructed 3 weeks before in the discipline of not cheering. The discipline held. He went up to the dormitory at 9. He did not draw the curtain at once. He sat on the edge of the bed. Ron sat opposite. Ron this evening broke the protocol. "Mate, Ron, you all right?" "I am all right. You don't look it." "I do not. I am not interested this evening in looking it." "All right." Ron did not say more. He drew his own curtain. Harry sat for another minute. He drew his, in her London office, Bones drafted, in her own hand, a memorandum to herself concerning the conduct of the Black seat at the morning's session. The memorandum was 4 lines. She filed it in her own private drawer under the heading 1996 Black. She did not show it to her deputies. She did not show it to her niece. She set the memorandum aside in the way one sets aside a thing one will return to later because the thing will only become clearer with time. She went home. She did not sleep well. She knew by midnight that she would be elevated by the Chamber's preference to the permanent ministership at Christmas. She knew that the Chamber would offer her the chair without the headmaster's interference, because the headmaster, by his own decision, would not interfere. She knew also that the Black seat would support her elevation. She did not know that the Black seat would, in 22 months, replace her with her own niece. She had not, on the evening of November 1st, written that prediction down. She would not write it down for another 19 months. She would write it then. She slept at 3. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. The DMLEQ Year 6 opened, for him, in a corridor on the 7th floor at 9:30 on a Tuesday evening, with the headmaster standing at one end and Harry at the other, and Andromeda's silvered phial having been drained by Pensive at 5 in the morning of the same day. The corridor was one Harry had chosen. The corridor was the one outside the disused girls' bathroom on the 7th floor, which was the corridor in which the headmaster, by his own old habit, walked on the 3rd day after the spring equinox each year, as a private observance, the origin of which Phineas had not been able to discover, but the existence of which Phineas had confirmed by surveillance of 2 prior equinoxes. The corridor was lit by a single torch. The corridor had no windows. The corridor's flagstones were uneven by a half-inch in the center, which meant that the dueling arc favored the wizard who arrived first and chose the higher footing. He had arrived first. The headmaster, when he came down the corridor at 9:25, did not pretend surprise. He had been informed by Harry's owl of the corridor's hour at noon on the day of the equinox itself. He had in 3 intervening days declined to discuss the duel with any member of the order or the staff. He had in particular declined to discuss it with Severus Snape, who had requested twice an audience. The audience had been refused. Snape had not pressed. Snape had decided, by the second refusal, that the headmaster had made a private arrangement, and that the arrangement would not be one Snape could prevent. Snape had by the 3rd day returned to his cellar laboratory and brewed a calming draught for the hospital wing. The brewing had been a small, unrelated activity that allowed him to be elsewhere while the equinox passed. He had passed the equinox with a copper cauldron and 3 cups of pumpkin juice. The headmaster stopped at 6 paces. "Harry, headmaster, you have come. You have, by procedure, the right of first cast. I will use it." The duel lasted 4 minutes. He did not narrate it to himself afterward. He had decided, before entering the corridor, that he would not narrate. He had been coached by Andromeda in 3 angles of footing: the manner of the disarming chase, the trick of the second pass shield against the headmaster's habitual 3rd pass overcommit, the exact spell sequence, expel Ermis Pratigo Maxima, stupefy, expel Ermis again, and a 5th he had not named in advance, and which had in the moment become a wandless thing that touched the headmaster's wrist at the angle Andromeda had warned about and stopped the headmaster's wand mid-arc. The wand did not, on its own initiative, leave the headmaster's hand. The headmaster set the wand down. He set it on the flagstone between them, inclined his head once, the way one inclines at the end of a long professional relationship, and said, "It is yours." Harry took the wand. The wand warmed. The wand recognized him. The wand registered by the eldritch register that the elder wand had used for 1,000 years, that its master was now a 16-year-old in a school corridor with a black sigil at his throat and a black ring on his hand and the Peveril cloak in his pocket. The wand accepted. The wand did not, in the moment, glow. The wand, simply in the manner of an instrument that has changed hands by lawful succession, settled. He did not, in the corridor, kill the headmaster. He had decided 3 weeks before that he would not. He had decided in Andromeda's drawing room over a glass of Madeira that he had not drunk, with the pensive on the table between them showing the second pass Grindelwald arc. You have him at the third pass, Andromeda had said. What will you do with him? I will take the wand, I will let him live. Why? Because I have promised him a charms classroom. That is a promise to a man who has tried to kill you slowly for 15 years. It is a promise to a man who has taught me, in 15 years, the precise ways a love and a use can be the same hand. He is not Voldemort. He will not be killed by me on a corridor. He will, by my own decision, be allowed to take up the wandless practice of an old teacher. He will not, after the corridor, hold any office. He will lose the wand on the same day he loses the Wisengamot suffrance. He will spend his decline teaching first-year charms on Tuesdays. He will, by Easter, be a small gray man at a board. He will, by autumn, be retired entirely. He will die in his bed when he dies. I will not kill him. You are kinder than I would have been. I am not kind. I have a use for an old charms teacher in my school. He will be paid in dignity. I will be paid in his absence from the field. Then I accept the strategy. I am not asking for your acceptance. I am asking for your hand on the pensive. She had placed her hand on the pensive. The third pass arc had played for the 11th time. He had memorized the arc. He had practiced the disarming chase against 3 willing Auror sergeants in the cellar at Grimmauld for an hour each evening of the previous fortnight. He had not, in the practice, lost a single chase by the end of the fortnight. The 5th spell wandless thing had been Andromeda's own invention. She had taught it to him in 3 sessions. It was not lethal. It was, in the headmaster's case, decisive. The headmaster in the corridor smiled. The smile was, for the first time in 2 years, an unmistakable smile of relief. Harry. Headmaster, you will, on Easter Tuesday, find me at the charms door at 10. I will not visit. I will know you are there. Yes. The headmaster turned. He walked to the end of the corridor. He did not look back. He went down the stairs. He took the south corridor toward his office. He did not, on the way, pass any student or any portrait of consequence. The portraits of consequence had been, by Phineas's quiet arrangement, asked to look away for 10 minutes. Phineas had told them only that a procedure was being followed. The portraits had not asked which procedure. Portraits trust other portraits. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower in the same 10 minutes. He passed Phineas's portrait in the second-floor corridor. He did not this evening address the portrait. Phineas inclined as Harry passed. Harry inclined back. The wand in his pocket was warm. He had not placed it in his sleeve. He had decided that the wand would be kept in his pocket alongside the cloak, the second of 3 Hallows, with the third still on a finger in the gaunt shack, still on a finger in the bone-dust ring he would, by Easter, retrieve. 5 months earlier, at the start of the term, on the 2nd of September, he had begun the second arc of the year. Hermione had laid out the structure at 6 on the morning of the 2nd. She had come to him at Grimmauld at 6. He had been awake since 5. He had drunk 2 cups of tea. She had brought 4 parchments. The first, headed BONES, listed Madame Amelia Bones's 7 principal positions and the procedural levers available against each. The second, headed TONKS, listed her position, her ambition, her current path, and the 3 promotions available in the next 12 months. The third, headed SHACKLEBOLT, listed Kingsley Shacklebolt positions and the precise documentary lever Phineas had retrieved from the headmaster's correspondence drawer in August, which was the lever that would, when used, be decisive without being either public or punitive. The fourth, headed Susan, was blank. Harry had read the 4 in 15 minutes. He had not, at 6, drawn a line through any of them. He had set them in a row. He had pointed at Susan. You will fill this one. I cannot fill it from the outside. I will fill it from the inside. I will see Susan on Sunday. I will see her at the Bones house at her aunt's invitation for tea. I will engineer dependency. I will engineer dependency on the basis of a request she has made of me, which she will only make if I behave, for the next 3 weeks, in a way that makes her wish to make a request. Define the behavior. Accessibility. I will write to her. I will write to her about the second column you and I have been drafting on the Wisengamot procedure. I will, in 2 of 3 letters, ask her advice on a small matter of family courtesy. I will, in the third, share a piece of intelligence Phineas has reported and ask her opinion on whether to share it with her aunt. She will, by the 3rd letter, be advising me on her aunt's behalf without yet realizing she is doing so. She will, in the 4th letter, ask for my help on a matter of her own. The matter will be the placement of her cousin Edgar in the DMLE. Edgar is 24. He is, by her own assessment, competent and overlooked. I will arrange the placement. The placement will be by my hand and not by her aunt's. She will, after the placement, owe me a discreet thing. I will not, for 6 months, call on it. When I call on it, she will discharge it. Hermione had written it down. Lord Black, yes, that is mechanically a form of grooming. It is. I have considered the description. I have decided that a person of 17 who is preparing to remove a minister cannot afford to refuse a tool on its name. I am preparing a tool. The tool will, in due course, be told what she was being prepared for. The tool will, by my decision, retain the choice of refusal at the moment of the call. The refusal will not be punished. The tool will be permitted to walk away with the cousin's placement intact and with no further contact. If she chooses to walk away, the strategy will fail and I will find another. The choice is hers. The tool is, in this strict sense, not a tool. It is a candidate. I will treat her as a candidate. I will not, however, tell her she is a candidate, because to tell her would be to make her a candidate of the order's kind, in which the candidate is informed of her use, and the candidate then resents the use, and the resentment then degrades the use. I will let her be informed in due course by her own action. That is sophistry. It is, however, correct. It is correct. She had written it down. They had moved to the second parchment. By the 3rd week of September, Edgar Bones had been placed as a junior administrative officer of the DMLE's orders. By the 5th week, Susan had written a letter to Harry of 2 sentences. The first sentence had been, "Thank you." The second sentence had been, "I am yours in such matters as are mine to give." He had filed the letter under BONES, in a small leather wallet that contained also Tonks's contract, Kingsley's lever, and the brown folder Phineas had brought him from the headmaster's drawer. By the 7th week, Tonks had taken the promotion to senior orer in the Bones office, by the procedure of an internal exam that had favored her against the only other candidate, who had been a competent orer named Williamson, but whose marks on the practical had, for entirely procedural reasons, included a 5-point deduction for a wand grip the examiner had ruled non-regulation. The examiner had been recommended for the practical by the orer office's chief assessor at the suggestion of Andromeda Tonks's husband, who had encountered the assessor at a ministry mixer, and had, in passing, mentioned that Williamson's wand grip was the kind of small fault a strict examiner would correct. By the 9th week, Kingsley Shacklebolt had received, by Owl, a single envelope. The envelope contained no letter. The envelope contained one photograph. The photograph showed Kingsley in 1979 at the door of a flat in Diagon Alley, in conversation with a member of the original Order of the Phoenix who had subsequently been killed by Death Eaters in 1981, a member to whom Kingsley had owed, by debt bond, 2 favors, the second of which had been paid in 1980 by the disclosure of a ministry rota that had then been the basis for an Order ambush. The ambush had succeeded. 3 Death Eaters had been captured. The favor, however, had been the unauthorized disclosure of a ministry document, and the statute of wizarding privilege made unauthorized disclosure a removable offense. The photograph was 35 years old. The statute had no statute of limitations. The envelope had no return address. The photograph had no caption. Kingsley had set the envelope on his desk, had looked at it for 15 minutes, had folded the photograph in 3, had placed the photograph in his desk drawer, and had then written, in his own hand, on a piece of departmental letterhead, a single letter to a man whose name he had been instructed, by his old friend Phineas, would be known to him. The letter read, "I will be at your disposal, within the limits of my office. I will not betray the office. I will work it. I am yours, Lord Black." He had taken the letter to the deepest tea room of the Leaky on a Thursday evening at 7 and had handed it to Tom, sealed in green wax with no return. Tom had taken it. Tom had given it, by hand of Hedwig, to the Black Manor at Grimmauld by midnight. Harry had read it in the morning. He had filed it. He had written a 1-line reply. The reply read, "You will not betray the office. We will reform the office together." Kingsley had received the reply on Friday at 6. He had read it twice. He had folded it. He had placed it in the same drawer as the photograph. He had, on the same evening, joined the DMLE's senior weekly conference and contributed 3 new recommendations to the office's reform agenda. 2 of the 3 were, by the assessment of the office, sound and overdue. The third was, by the office's surprise, an idea Madame Bones herself had been considering for 2 years, and had not yet had the political room to bring forward. Bones, in her surprise, asked Kingsley about it. Kingsley, in a sentence, said it was an old idea that had come to him in the night. Bones, in her relief, brought the 3rd recommendation forward in the next session. The session adopted it. The DMLE began, by the 11th week, to operate on a reform schedule. By the 12th week, 3 of the 7 recommendations Hermione had drafted in August had passed the Wisengamot. Bones credited them in her public statements to a joint effort of the department's senior staff. She did not credit the black seat. She had not been asked to. She did not, at any point, ask Harry whether the recommendations had originated with him. She had by the 11th week decided that she would not ask. She had by the 12th week decided that she would not, on her own initiative, raise the question. She had by the 13th week decided that the question was now a matter of her own discretion, and that her discretion would, until further notice, prefer not to know. In the same fortnight, the first of the Horcruxes had come into his hand. Creature had brought him the locket on a Tuesday at 3 in the morning, in a small box of black leather, with two of Creature's own teeth lying in the box beside it, because Creature had bitten the locket's chain in 1979 in trying to keep it from sliding off his hand, and had not let himself replace the teeth by personal custom of grief since. The locket was Slytherin. It had a small serpent S engraved across its face and a clasp that did not, by normal means, open. Creature had stolen it from the cave on Regulus's instruction and had then, on Regulus's death, kept it. He had attempted in the years between to destroy it. He had not been able to. "You destroy it, Master," he said. "I cannot. I have tried for 17 years. I have learned that I cannot. Master can. Master must. Where will I destroy it?" "In Master Sirius's old room." Master Sirius hated this locket. Master Sirius did not know what it was. He hated it anyway. He threw it against the wall in 1995, on the day Creature first held it openly in his hand. "Master Sirius's room is the right room. Bring it there. I will come at 4. Creature had brought it. Harry had come. He had taken with him a small silver dagger which the Lestrange family had used for ritual cuts and which Andromeda had retrieved from her own family's blade cabinet on his earlier request. The dagger had been goblin forged in 1542. It had been blooded twice. He had laid the locket on the floor of Sirius's old room beside the chess set Sirius had not, in his 16 years out of the house, ever rebuilt. He had spoken to the locket in Parseltongue. He had told it to open. It had opened. What came out of it was not a fight he intended to record. The form that the locket cast at him was the form Voldemort had paid for. The image of his parents at the door of the Godric's Hollow nursery, the image of Sirius mid-laugh at the Vale, the image of Dumbledore in his office at his most weary, all three telling Harry in a chorus that the locket meant to break him with, that he had failed each of them in different ways. He listened. He let the chorus run. He did not respond. He had decided before lifting the dagger that he would not engage. He let them speak. He waited the 4 minutes Andromeda had said the casting could last. He let his pulse settle. He raised the dagger when the chorus had finished its first round and was beginning its second. He drove the blade through the locket's face at the third pass, on the angle Andromeda had specified, with the wrist position the goblin manual had described. The locket screamed. The locket cracked. The locket opened along the seam in a single thin black line. Voldemort in Albania screamed. Harry did not hear the scream. He felt instead a small low chime along the marrow of the black ring which had registered the destruction of the first Horcrux. He looked at the ring. The ring had gone briefly cold and was now warm again. He noted it. Creature at the door wept. "Master, Creature. Regulus is avenged. I will tell you when the others are also." "Yes, Master." Harry took the broken locket up in his handkerchief. He laid it in the box Creature had brought. He closed the box. He set the box on the desk in the library, beside the brown folder of Snape's old letters, and beside the silvered pensive file Andromeda had used to walk him through the third pass arc, and beside the green grimoire of Clementia Domestica. He let the box sit on the desk. He had decided not to keep Horcrux fragments in any vault but his own. He had decided that the fragments would be on the desk where he worked, in a small row, until they were all there. The locket was the first. There were 6 more he had begun. This, Andromeda had warned him, was the moment of strategic problem. She had said it on a Wednesday afternoon in the second week of January, after the Wisengamot's election of the new chief warlock, Madame Marchbanks, by a procedural margin acceptable to all factions, and after the Wisengamot's confirmation of Madame Bones as the permanent minister. Andromeda had said it over a small pot of lapsang in the parlor at Grimmauld. Bones is too principled. Yes, she will not, when the time comes, accept a controlled approach to the Horcruxes. She will require a public trial. She will require a public trial for Voldemort that she cannot give. Voldemort will not stand trial. He will be killed in the operation. If she requires a trial before the operation will be delayed. The operation delayed will cost lives. If she requires a trial after, there will be no defendant. The trial will be a pageant for the dead. Either delay or pageant degrades the principal. She will not see the degradation in time. She will see it after. I have anticipated this. You will have to remove her. I will. You will not be permitted to remove her by the Wisengamot. The Wisengamot, after Christmas, has spent its political appetite. The Chamber will not in the spring sustain a second vote of no confidence in a minister it has just confirmed. The Chamber will, if pressed, refuse you. I will not press the chamber. I will arrange for her to be elsewhere. Elsewhere where? Wales. There has been since November an unsolved series of magical assaults in a coastal village on the Lynn Peninsula. The assaults are not Death Eater related. The assaults are by a hag of significant local stature who has been quietly trafficking with the wizarding underworld and whose continued operations are, by Auror assessment, embarrassing to the DMLE. The Aurors have not been able to apprehend her because the village's local magical population has been shielding her. The shielding is by Welsh village solidarity, not by malice. The village does not like English Aurors. I have, by Phineas's report at 7 on Tuesday, learned that Madame Bones is, in private, considering whether to travel to the village herself to negotiate with the local magical council. She has not yet decided. I will, by mid-March, ensure that the decision tip. I will arrange that her presence is requested by name by the village's council elder, who will, when written to in the proper formula, accept the request from the seat of the senior member of the chamber currently on rotation as her personal liaison. The seat is Tonks's seat. Tonks will write the letter. That is a clean instrument. It is. It is also a betrayal of a woman who has, until now, treated you in good faith. It is. You are clear-eyed about this. I will say it plainly. Bones has been useful. She will continue to be useful. She will not, however, be the woman in the minister's chair when the operation against Voldemort runs. She will be in a Welsh village negotiating with a hag's council. The Welsh village does not, by the relevant statute, have an apparition zone within 40 kilometers of the village's center. The council will, by the same statute, insist that the minister travel by carriage to the meeting. The carriage is a 4-hour journey. The negotiation will last 6 hours. She will be out of London for a day and a half. In that day and a half, the chamber will be convened by Blackseat prerogative on an emergency item that requires the minister's chair to be occupied by an acting minister. The Wisengamot's procedure permits an acting minister to be elected by the chamber when the permanent minister is documented as out of jurisdiction on a recognized diplomatic errand. The chamber will be presented with a candidate. The candidate will be me. You. Yes, you are 17 years old. I am 17 years old, and I am lord of 2 houses, and I am the country's preeminent strategist, and I have just in March completed the disenchantment of 1 Horcrux and the recovery of a second. And I have, by the rules of the chamber, been the proximate cause of the chamber's largest institutional reforms in 70 years. Chamber will accept me as acting minister for the duration of the minister's diplomatic errand. The chamber will accept the temporary because the temporary will allow it to proceed with an emergency item. The emergency item will be the Wisengamot's emergency powers vote concerning the Horcrux response. The vote will be the only mechanism by which I can run the operation against Voldemort by April without procedural delay. The vote will, in passing, vest me with the operational authority I will need. And Bones, on returning, will find herself displaced. She will find herself displaced. She will find, in addition, that 2 of her senior deputies have been promoted in her absence. Susan will be elevated to acting head DMLE. Tonks will be confirmed as her deputy. Kingsley will be confirmed as chief Auror. The promotions will be lawful. They will be irrevocable. Bones will, on returning, have a department that has, in 36 hours, become a department she no longer leads. Lord Black, yes, this is the act for which there is no apology. There is no apology. You understand. I understand. There will be a confrontation. You will conduct it. I will conduct it. I will, in the conducting, not lie. I will tell her when she asks exactly what I did and why. I will not soften. I will not, however, gloat. I will provide her the choice of resignation with dignity or contest with humiliation. She will choose dignity. She will resign. She will retire to her country house. She will be paid the pension of a former minister. She will not, after the resignation, be asked to leave the country. She will not be asked to surrender her seat. She will be asked simply not to use the seat to overturn the operation. She will, by her own honor, not use the seat to overturn the operation. She will retain her honor. I will retain the country. That is the plan. It is the plan. Andromeda had not commented further. She had drunk her tea. He had drunk his. The plan ran. On the 11th of March, Tonks wrote in her own hand the letter to the elder of the Lynn Village's magical council, requesting the minister's attendance. The letter was countersigned on Tonks's right with the small mark of the senior liaison as the protocol required. The elder accepted by Owl on the 13th. Bones on the 14th confirmed she would travel. She would leave London on the 18th at 5 in the morning by carriage with 2 of her own staff. She would arrive in the village by 9. She would negotiate. She would return on the 19th. On the morning of the 18th at 6, Blackseat prerogative was invoked by Harry, by Owl to the Wisengamot's clerk's office. The chamber convened at 9. The chamber was, by Andromeda's quiet work over the previous month, present at 37 of 50 seats. 6 members were absent for stated personal reasons. 7 members were absent without reason, among them the Macmillan seat, the Vance seat, and the Diggory seat, which had abstained at the previous votes and which were now, by their own choice, absent. Their absence was, in Andromeda's note, a kindness. The emergency item was presented at 9:30. The item was the Wisengamot's emergency powers vote concerning the Horcrux response. Hermione had drafted the procedural language in February. The language was clean. The language vested the acting minister, for the duration of the operation, with the authority to compel cooperation across the DMLE and the Department of Mysteries, and to suspend the standard trial procedure for any person captured in the operation, on the condition that all suspended trials would resume within 60 days of operation's close. The chamber debated for an hour. The chamber voted at 10:30. The vote was 29-8. The chamber, by the same vote, designated Lord Black as the acting minister for the duration of the operation, and as a procedural courtesy, until Madame Bones returned and resumed her chair. The chamber understood the procedural courtesy to be a 36-hour appointment. The chamber did not see, in its understanding, that the 36 hours were sufficient. By 11, Susan Bones had been confirmed by the DMLE's senior committee as acting head, on a procedural motion required by the emergency vote. Tonks had been confirmed as her deputy. Kingsley had been confirmed as chief orer. The promotions were registered with the department's clerks before noon. At noon, Madame Bones in Wales sat down to a long lunch with the village's elder and 3 of his council. The lunch was excellent. The negotiation was difficult. She was a competent negotiator. She extracted in 3 hours the assurance she had come for. She left the village at 5 with the 4-hour return ahead of her. She arrived in London at 9 that evening. She slept in her own bed for the first time in 2 days. She rose at 6 on the 19th. She did not, until 8 on the 19th, learn what had happened in her absence. She learned it from the Morning Prophet. The Prophet, on the front page, ran a small, precise column under Skeeter's by line. The column reported the emergency vote, the appointment, the promotions in the DMLE, the operation against Voldemort scheduled for the 8th of April. The column did not editorialize. The column did not condemn. The column reported. Bones read it twice. She set the paper down. She drank her tea. She put on her navy. She apparated to her country house at 10:30. She did not on the way go to the ministry. She did not on the way go to the DMLE. She did not on the way call her niece. She arrived at the country house at 11:15. The house was empty. She made herself another tea. She sat in the front room. She drafted, on Bones' letterhead, a single letter. The letter requested an audience of Lord Black at 3 in the afternoon at her country house. The letter was sent by her own owl. The owl arrived at Grimmauld at noon. Harry replied within 10 minutes by Hedwig. The reply was one word: granted. He arrived at the country house at 3. He came alone. Andromeda had in the morning recommended that he come with a witness. He had declined the recommendation. He had decided that the confrontation would be private, and that the privacy would be a courtesy to Bones, and that the courtesy would, at the end of the conversation, be the difference between her keeping her seat in the chamber and her resigning the seat in protest. He had decided that he wanted her to keep the seat. He had decided also that he would not say this to her in advance. Creature had told him before he left that this confrontation would be the one for which he was least prepared. He had not denied it. He had asked Creature to lay a small cold supper at Grimmauld for 10 that evening. Creature had agreed. Creature had not asked who beside Harry would eat. The country house had a front room with a single armchair, a single straight-back chair, and a small table. Bones sat in the armchair. She indicated the straight-back chair to him. He sat. She poured tea. Lord Black, minister, not minister. You are the minister until your resignation is filed. I will file it before sunset. Then I will call you minister until sunset. That is unnecessary courtesy. It is necessary courtesy. A pause. She lifted her cup. She set it down. Lord Black, I will ask you 3 questions. I will require an answer to each. The answer will determine whether I file the resignation in protest or in courtesy. Ask. 1. Did you arrange the Welsh request to remove me from the city for the duration of the emergency vote? Yes. 2. Was the request a fabrication, or was the village's situation a real situation that you instrumentalized? The situation is a real situation. The Aurors had been unable to apprehend the hag. The village's council had, by Auror assessment, become an obstacle. The instrumentalization was timing. I selected the moment at which the village would request the minister, and Tonks provided the routing of the request, but the request itself reflected a real underlying matter that the village would have raised within the next quarter. I accelerated. I did not invent. 3. Did you use my niece against me? He paused. He had, in the carriage from Grimmauld to the country house, considered how to answer the third question. He had considered 4 versions. He had decided on the version that would not lie. She used herself. I made it easy. Bones lifted her tea. She drank. She set the cup down. Lord Black, yes, you are a more complete politician at 17 than I was at 40. I have had better instruction. You have. The Black Regent is the best instructor in this country. I have always thought so. I had not thought she would be applied to the instruction of a Black Lord. I had thought she would be the minister in time. She is not the minister now. You are. I see that. I will, before sunset, file the resignation. In protest or in courtesy? In courtesy. Thank you. You will in turn do 3 things for me. State them. 1. You will not, in the operation against Voldemort, expose my niece to direct combat. She is 21 years old. She is unprepared, in spite of her training, for direct combat against the Dark Lord. You will keep her in administrative position for the duration of the operation. Granted. 2. You will not, in the operation, allow Tonks to be killed. I have come in the 4 months of her promotion to like her. I have come to like her for her competence and her loyalty to you. I do not wish her dead. I will not permit her death in the operation. 3. You will not, after the operation, dissolve the DMLE. The DMLE is a department I have built for 31 years. You may reform it. You will. You will, however, retain the office of Director of Magical Law Enforcement, and you will leave it in the hands of a person of competence. Susan in time will be the person. She is not the person yet. You will appoint a deputy who is, until Susan is ready, the temporary director. I recommend the deputy be Kingsley. I recommend that Susan in the interim be his number 2. I recommend a 3-year transition. I recommend you write the recommendation into the operations procedural appendix. Granted, then I am before sunset a former minister. You are, Lord Black. Yes, I will not after sunset be in your service. I have not asked for service. I will not be against you either. I will retire to this house. I will write a small monograph on the procedure of Wisengamot transitions in the period 1940 to 1996. I will publish it in the next 2 years. I will not in the monograph mention you by name. I will mention the institution of the Black Seat. I will be precise. I will be polite. I will be in places devastating. I would advise you to read the monograph when it is published. I will read it. You will reform the Wisengamot before I write it. I will. Then the monograph will be a description of an old chamber. It will. She set the cup down for the 3rd time. She did not lift it again. Lord Black, will you take Susan with you when you go? Susan. She is in the back room. She arrived an hour ago. She does not know I have called you here. She came on her own. She has been weeping. She is not weeping now. She is sitting on the floor of the back room because she could not, in the chair, hold herself together. I would prefer she not be left alone here for the evening. I am her aunt. I have not, in the 7 hours since I read the column, found the right thing to say to her. I will. I will find it tomorrow. Tonight I would prefer she eat supper at Grimmauld. He inclined his head. I will take her. Thank you, Minister. Yes, you did not, in this conversation, lie. I have not lied to you, Lord Black, since the day I met you. I have at times edited. I have not lied. The same is true of you. I have not yet decided whether the matched honesty is the basis for a friendship after the resignation or for a procedural civility. I will decide in a year. I would not advise you to hope for the friendship. I would also not advise you to assume the civility. I will not assume either. Good. He rose. He went to the back room. Susan was sitting on the floor by the window. She did not rise when he entered. He sat on the floor opposite her. He did not speak. After 2 minutes, Susan said, I should have known. You should not have. I should have known what you intended. I told you in October that I intended to use you. I told you the day I met you in Hogsmeade. You knew. The form of the use was withheld. You did not at the time ask the form. You did not in the 8 months since ask the form. You were a good candidate. I have done what I told you I would do. The doing has, for the moment, cost you your aunt's office. You will in 3 years be the Director of Magical Law Enforcement. The line was open from the beginning. The line has been honored. I am not, this evening, going to apologize for honoring the line. I am, this evening, going to take you to Grimmauld for supper. We will not at supper discuss any of this. We will eat. You will sleep in the green room. In the morning you will write to your aunt and you will say nothing of consequence in the letter. The letter will be 3 lines that allow her to write back without weeping. Are we clear, Air Bones? We are clear, Lord Black. Get up, please. We are going to supper. She got up. They apparated to Grimmauld at 6. Creature had laid the supper for 2. They ate. They did not speak. Susan, in the candlelight, looked younger than she was. She did not cry. She had decided on the floor of the back room that she would not. He approved of the decision without naming it. At 9, she went up to the green room. At 10, Andromeda flew. Andromeda asked one question. Is she well? She is well enough. Her aunt has resigned in courtesy. She has eaten. She is in the green room. She will, by tomorrow evening, be the senior deputy of the DMLE under Kingsley. She will not, after this week, sit in this house unless she is invited. I have decided not to invite her for 6 months. The 6 months are her cooling period. You have arranged a cooling period for a girl you have just installed in a department under her aunt's office. I have. That is sentiment. It is. I have decided to permit a small amount of sentiment in this matter. I have decided that the sentiment is, in its operational cost, less than the alternative. Agreed. Andromeda's flame closed. He sat at the desk. He did not open the ledger. He had decided not to write tonight. He had decided that the writing was for the morning. He sat in the chair Walburga had used. He let the room hold him. The portrait of Walburga 2 floors up did not this evening scream. He understood, although he could not have said how, that the portrait had, at the moment of the Welsh negotiations' conclusion, become his portrait wholly, and that she had decided to honor her former cousin's senior by being silent for the evening. He let her be silent. At midnight, Creature came in with a cup of warmed milk. He set it on the desk. He did not speak. He bowed. He vanished. Harry drank the milk. He had not drunk warmed milk since he was 8. He had that year drunk it once in the cupboard in winter from a cup Petunia had set down by mistake and forgotten. He had not in the 9 years since drunk it again. He drank it now. He set the cup down. He went to bed. He slept 4 hours. He rose at 4. The operation against Voldemort would begin in 20 days. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6. Voldemort falls beneath the Hallows. Phineas Nigellus found the headmaster at dawn, the morning after the corridor. The headmaster had returned to his office at 9:30, as Harry had been told he would. He had set the school's small leather book in the center of his desk. He had taken from a drawer the long stoppered file he had kept there for 9 years, of a draft brewed by his own hand against an eventuality he had not yet named. He had unstoppered the file. He had drunk. He had then leaned back in the chair and folded his hands in his lap and closed his eyes. He had not, by Phineas's later report, written a final letter. He had not believed a final letter to be necessary. The leather book on the desk, open to the page on which he had recorded the morning of the corridor, was the final letter. The page contained 4 lines. The 4th line was, I have at last set down the weight. Phineas reported at 7 by the protocol of 7. Lord Black, Phineas. He is dead. How? By his own hand, by a draught he kept in the drawer. It was a clean potion. He will not have suffered. He drank it, sat down, closed his eyes. Fawkes has gone. The instruments in the office have not, this morning, mended themselves. The Phoenix has taken the mending with him. I have informed Minerva McGonagall. She will discover the body officially at 7:30. She will summon the school's medical officer. The official cause will be recorded as a heart that gave way in the night. McGonagall has decided on her own initiative to record it so. I will not today contradict her. You will not today contradict her, will you? I will not. Good. Phineas. Yes. The wand. The wand is yours. The wand became fully yours at the moment of his death. The wand had been provisionally yours since the corridor. It is now wholly yours. There is no rival claimant. The line is clean. The line will not be contested by anyone who knows the line. 2 persons in the country know the line. I am one. Mrs. Tonks is the other. We will not speak. Note the date. Noted. That will be all. The portrait inclined. It withdrew. He sat at the desk in the dormitory for a long minute. He had not in the corridor intended the second death. He had decided in the corridor to spare the man. He had counted on the man to live. He had not counted on the man to make a separate decision. He noted this in the center of his mind. The cost of letting an opponent retain his agency was that the opponent could spend the agency without consulting one. He noted also that the noting did not, this morning, ease the small pull behind his sternum that he had not, for many months, felt. He let the pull sit. He did not, for once, audit it. McGonagall sent the official notice at 8:15. The school suspended classes at 9. The school's chaplain prepared the rites. The Wisengamot speaker, Madame Marchbanks, prepared a procedural address for the Wednesday session. The funeral was scheduled by McGonagall's preference for the following Saturday on the school's grounds. Harry attended. He sat at the back of the audience in the black robe with Andromeda on his right and Hermione on his left. He did not speak. He had been asked by McGonagall in the morning of the funeral whether he wished to speak. He had declined. He had decided that speaking would imply a finality between him and the headmaster that he had not in himself accepted. He had decided that the silence was the more honest form. He left at the end of the rite. He did not go to the wake. He returned to Grimmauld. He went into the library. He took the elder wand from his pocket. He laid it on the desk beside the broken locket and beside the green grimoire and beside the silver-gray ring box that he had not yet opened. The box was the ring box Sirius's solicitor had sent at the end of the previous summer and which had been waiting since for the right hour to be opened. The box that contained Sirius's spare wand, which Harry had decided he would keep as a working wand and use the Elder Wand only when required by the procedure. The Elder Wand was in his pocket, a tool. The pocket was the right place for a tool. He did not at any point wear the wand as a sign. He had decided on the second day after the corridor that he would not wear the wand as a sign because, the moment he wore it as a sign, he would begin to need it to be a sign. He preferred his sigil at his throat to be a black sigil. The black sigil had earned its position by an honest succession. The wand had earned its position by a less honest one. He carried it in the pocket. The pocket was the right pocket. The day after the funeral, the second Horcrux operation began. It was the Lestrange vault, by the bank's agreement and by the goblin oath in retainer from his grandfather. Ragnarok had, in the intervening months, prepared the procedure. The procedure required a goblin escort of 5, a clearance of 3 lower vault corridors, a temporary suspension of the vault multiplication charm that defended the Lestrange holdings, and a presence of the Lestrange Trust's senior trustee, the Lestrange Trust having now, by the descent of the Black estate, vested in Harry as Lord Black. He had spent 2 evenings learning the goblin courtesies for the corridor. He had memorized 3 names. He had the angles ready. He went down at 6 in the morning. The vault corridor was cold. The torches were not torches. They were a runed light that did not, in the goblin manner, warm the air. He passed Ragnarok at the 3rd corridor and continued under escort. The cart had been replaced for the vault corridor with a walking procedure. Lestrange vault security did not permit a cart within 40 feet of the door. He walked. The walk took 11 minutes. The vault door bore 3 locks. The first was a goblin lock that the goblins themselves opened. The second was a Lestrange family lock that Ragnarok's deputy opened with the trusty key. The third was a curse, a thing the Lestrange family had laid against unauthorized entry that multiplied any object touched within the vault by 100-fold, burning the toucher with a heat that consumed flesh. Hermione had drafted in the previous fortnight the suspension protocol. The protocol required the senior trustee, Harry, to lay his right hand on the vault floor and speak the family's old protective words, which the Black Library had preserved in a marginal note in the green grimoire. He laid his right hand on the floor. He spoke the words. The curse cooled. He stepped inside. The vault was small. The vault was full. The objects in it shone, in the goblin light, in the way of objects that had not been moved in 20 years and which had been polished by the curse against polishing. He did not let his eye linger. He went to the back. The cup was on a shelf at shoulder height in a small alcove behind a row of ceremonial daggers. He had been told to expect it there by the goblin appraiser who had inventoried the vault in 1979 and whose record Ragnarok had retrieved for him. He took the cup. The cup was warm in his hand. The cup tried in his hand to whisper to him in the way the locket had whispered. He had been prepared. He did not answer. He carried it out. In the corridor, he set the cup on a slab of obsidian that Ragnarok's deputies had positioned for him. He raised the silver dagger. He drove it through the cup's face at the 3rd pass, on the angle Andromeda had specified. The cup screamed. The cup cracked. The cup opened along its seam. Voldemort in his hidden place screamed for the 2nd time. The black ring chimed. Harry took the broken cup up. He laid it in his pocket. He inclined to Ragnarok. Ragnarok inclined back. The procedure was concluded. He returned to Grimmauld by the bank's private flue at 8:30. He laid the cup beside the locket, 2 of 7. He had begun. The diadem was at Hogwarts. He had decided in February that the diadem would be the 3rd. He had decided that he would retrieve it on a Sunday afternoon when the school was at Hogsmeade. He retrieved it on the Sunday after the Lestrange operation. He went into the room of hidden things at 3. The room had been used by the school's students over the centuries as a small chamber to hide their forbidden objects, the objects piled in it to the height of 3 stories. Harry walked into the center of the chamber and stood. He had been told by Phineas that the diadem was on a shelf above a bust of an ugly man in a green wig, which had been used by a 6th-year girl in 1965 to hold a cigarette and never returned. He found the bust. He found the diadem. He took it down. The diadem tried to speak to him. He did not answer. He carried it down to the school's transfiguration corridor, which had a stone arch he had been told he could use for the destruction. He used it. The diadem screamed and cracked, 3 of 7. He returned to the dormitory before the school came back from Hogsmeade. He laid the diadem in the small black box where the locket and the cup had been laid. He noted the cracks. He noted the silence beneath the cracks. He went to dinner. The 4th was the ring at the Gaunt Shack. He went the next Saturday at noon. Andromeda accompanied him for the perimeter. She did not enter the shack, she did not have the family's blood, and the shack's wards refused her. Harry went in alone. The shack was the place Voldemort had grown up in the strict legal sense. It was also the place he had killed his Muggle father and his Muggle grandparents at 16 years of age. The smell of the shack was not the smell of the dead. It was the smell of a small house in which nothing had been cooked in 50 years, and in which mice had subsequently lived and not survived the winter of 1991. The floorboards groaned. Harry walked through the front room. He found in the corner the loose board behind which the ring had been hidden. He levered it up. The ring lay in a small, dust-trimmed cavity in the earth beneath. The ring was gold. The gold had been blackened by long exposure to the small enchantment of its own self-loathing. The stone at the center was the resurrection stone, a smooth, dull, opaque cabochon set in the gold, of a color that was not quite black and not quite gray. He recognized it. He had read the description in the 3rd edition of the Elder Code. He did not today intend to use the stone. He had been instructed by his own ledger, by Andromeda, by the dead man who had written the codicil, 3 voices in agreement, that he would not use the stone. He would recover the stone. He would hold it. He would not summon. He had decided that the stone, like the wand, was a tool, and that tools belonged in pockets and not in the wearing. He took the ring up with the silver dagger between thumb and forefinger. He carried the ring to the small obsidian slab Andromeda had laid on the porch. He set the ring on the slab. He did not immediately drive the dagger through the gold. He thought for a small private moment about the dead, about James, about Lily, about Sirius. He thought about the 3 of them on the porch beside him. He thought about what they would say. He could see with the half-clarity the 3rd edition of the Elder Code had described, the shape of them at the edge of his vision, not visible exactly but previsible, the way a thing is previsible to a person who has decided not to look at it. He did not look at them. He let them be present without becoming visible. He raised the dagger. He drove it through the gold. The ring screamed. The ring cracked. The stone in the cracking came free of the setting. He took the stone up in his handkerchief, by the corner he had been told to use. He laid it in a small pouch he had been carrying in his inner pocket since the morning. He did not, in the moment, look at the stone. He did not, in the moment, turn it. He did not, in the moment, address the dead. He had decided before going to the shack that he would not. He kept the decision. He let the dead at the edge of his vision withdraw. 4 of 7. He left the shack. He met Andromeda on the road. He did not speak of the moment on the porch. She did not ask. They apparated home. Nagini was the 5th. The snake had been tracked since November by parcel magic, a small spell of the Black Grimoire's 7th appendix that Harry had been able to cast, because he was the only Parselmouth in the country since Voldemort had withdrawn to Albania. The spell required the caster to address, in parcel tongue, a serpentine target by an identifying detail and to lay a small homing thread on the speech. He had cast the spell first in February with the words, "Find me the snake who wears the face of Salazar." The thread had taken 3 days to settle. The thread had then run very thinly eastward into Albania. The thread had remained eastward for 2 months. The thread had, on the 11th of April, turned. It had turned because Nagini had begun to move west. By the 14th of April, the thread pointed at the channel. By the 16th, the thread had crossed. He had alerted Kingsley. Kingsley was, by the operations appendix, authorized to dispatch the snake on sight. The snake was, by the Wisengamot's emergency vote, classed as a strategic asset of the Dark Lord rather than as an ordinary magical beast. The killing was lawful. Kingsley had assembled a kill team of 4 Aurors and had positioned them along the south coast at the 3 landfall points the parcel thread had identified. The snake came ashore at Lyme Regis on the morning of the 18th. The kill team intercepted at 6. The interception was clean. The snake was dispatched with a single curse Kingsley had inherited from his old training under Moody, which separated head and body in one cast. The body burned for an hour. Kingsley sent the report to Harry's office at the ministry. Harry now sat as the acting minister, having continued in the chair after Bones's resignation at 8:30. Harry read the report. He drank a cup of tea. He wrote a single line under the report. The line read, 5 of 7. We will close in Diagon Alley. He sent the line back to Kingsley. Kingsley filed it. The 6th was Voldemort himself. The 7th was the fragment inside Harry. He had known about the 7th since the night after Sirius's death, known because Andromeda, on the morning of the first inheritance test at Gringotts, had said in a single sentence what the ledger's item 42 had implied. He had known also that Dumbledore had known, and that Dumbledore had not told him, and that Dumbledore had calculated for him to die on a particular afternoon in a particular forest by a particular curse. He had decided on the 2nd day after the codicil that he would not die in the forest. He had decided that he would not, in fact, die. He had decided instead to extract. The extraction had been the work of Andromeda's third winter project. It had required 2 pensive sessions in February in which Andromeda, with Hermione's assistance, had mapped the matrix of his scar at 3 different pressures. It had required a goblin ritual at the end of February, in Ragnarok's deepest council room, in which the small fragment of soul anchored in the scar had been carefully extracted into a sealed obsidian dish. The ritual had been the most painful experience of Harry's life. It had taken 3 hours. He had not screamed. He had bitten through the leather strap Andromeda had given him at the 7th minute, and the strap had been replaced at the 20th. He had, at the conclusion, drunk a calming draught Snape, by direct private request, had brewed for him in his cellar laboratory at Hogwarts. Snape had brewed it without comment. Snape had handed it to Andromeda at the door. Snape had not, before or after, asked the purpose. Andromeda had paid him in a small civility. She had written in her own hand on black letterhead that Severus Snape was a friend of the House of Black, a courtesy she had not extended in 20 years. Snape had read the letter. Snape had filed it. He had drunk a brandy in his rooms that evening. He had said nothing. The scar fragment was destroyed on the morning of the 21st of March. 5 of 7 then had been the count when Nagini was killed. With the scar fragment, 6 of 7. The 7th was Voldemort. Voldemort came for him at Diagon Alley on the morning of the 8th of April. The morning had been chosen by Harry for the morning of the 8th because the 8th was the morning of the Ministry's spring procession, which by tradition went down the length of Diagon Alley between 10 and noon, with the senior ministry staff visible to the public. The procession was a small public ritual that drew a crowd. The crowd was the bait. Voldemort, with the parcel thread broken and his 5 Horcruxes gone and his snake dead and his Albanian refuge no longer secret, would come for the procession. He would come because he could not afford to be patient. He had 2 choices: to attempt to flee and rebuild, or to attempt the symbolic strike. He had been calculated by Harry and by Andromeda and by Kingsley to prefer the symbolic strike. He preferred. He came. He came at 10:30, with 37 Death Eaters at his back. They apparated into Diagon Alley at the corner of Gringotts and the Apothecary, in a rolling crack that broke the morning's procession's first formation. The Death Eaters fanned out in a half-moon. Voldemort came in the center. He was wearing his serpent's hood. He had not yet shown his face. The Aurors at the front of the procession, 12 of them in the formation Kingsley had drilled them in throughout March, fell back in disciplined arcs to the secondary line, behind which the public crowd was being directed by a second team of 20 into the side alleys. Tonks held the perimeter. She had been promoted in the morning's emergency rota to acting field commander for the operation. She had, in her acting role, refused to wear pink for the morning. She had worn a deep navy. Her hair had stayed brown. She held the line at Gringotts' steps. She did not, in the holding, take a single Death Eater down by her own wand. She had been ordered by Harry's specific instruction not to engage as a duelist on Madame Bones's condition. She held the line with command and discipline. She gave 4 orders in the first 3 minutes. The orders were precise. The Aurors who heard them obeyed. The Aurors began to peel the half-moon at the 2nd minute. Bellatrix Lestrange was on the eastern wing of the half-moon, in the black with her hair down. She had not, in the previous fortnight, been informed of the cup's removal from her vault. She had not been informed because Andromeda, on Harry's specific request, had paid the goblin appraiser the additional fee that purchased silence in 2 directions, and the silence had held. Bellatrix would, in the next 30 seconds, take her cousin Andromeda's spell across the back of her left shoulder in the small alleyway between Florian Fortescue's and the bookshop, where Andromeda had placed herself in the morning's rota as a private cousin's gift to a private cousin's account. The spell would not kill Bellatrix on its first arrival. The spell would, on the second arrival, 3 seconds later. Andromeda would, in the aftermath, refuse to press the use of her name. The Aura reports would credit a member of the perimeter team. Skeeter, on Harry's instruction, would not look behind the credit. Dolohov was on the western wing. He took Kingsley's curse to the chest at the 3rd minute and went down. Mulciber took 2 Aurors at the 4th minute before Tonks turned her own line on him and broke his wand at the wrist. Rookwood, who had been on the central line behind Voldemort, attempted, at the 6th minute, an old curse of his own design that detonated 3 of the cobbles outward in a shallow crater. The crater took 2 of his own men. He fell to a young Auror named Proudfoot, who had been training with Lupin since November, and whose footwork was, by that morning, the finest of the second-class Aurors in service. It was a Death Eater fight. It was loud. It was at moments beautiful, the kind of beauty that the older lords of the Wisengamot would write about in their later memoirs in 3 or 4 separately phrased descriptions, because the morning's combat could not be told in one description. The Death Eaters fought in a half-moon. The Aurors fought in a series of lines that broke and reformed every 20 seconds. The shopfronts shattered in long, bright cascades. Florian Fortescue's awning came down in a slow, toppling fold. The bookshop's window blew outward. Ollivanders, by a stroke of luck or by an old protection in the foundation, did not break. The cobbles were wet with magic. The bricks under the cobbles had begun, by the 4th minute, to glow a low red because the curses passing over them had warmed the stone past its ordinary tolerance. Harry walked the cobbles at the 5th minute. He came out of Gringotts. He had been waiting in the bank's lobby because the bank was the only building in Diagon Alley that, by Goblin Treaty, the Dark Lord could not enter. The bank had refused. Voldemort had not in his first wave attempted Gringotts. He had not had the time. He had been by the 2nd minute already in his half-moon. Harry had walked out of the bank at the 5th minute with the Elder Wand in his right hand and the cloak in his left, not over his shoulders but folded and held, and the resurrection stone in the pouch at his throat where he had carried it for 3 weeks. He did not wear the cloak. He walked, visible, into the cobbles. The Aurors saw him. The Death Eaters saw him. The half-moon paused for 1 second on its left flank because the left flank, a younger Death Eater Harry did not recognize, had seen him first and had hesitated not from fear, but from the simple unfamiliarity of seeing a 16-year-old in a black collar walking into a dual cobble unaccompanied. The hesitation cost the younger Death Eater his life. Tonks's man at the 3rd line took the opening and dispatched him. Harry did not, on his way through, look at the body. The half-moon closed. He walked through it. He did not duck. He did not run. He let the Death Eater's first volley arrive. Elder Wand of its own accord lifted his arm. The wand cast in a single arc a shield he had not in his rehearsals attempted because he had not been certain it was a shield he could cast. The shield was a curtain of pale gold that hung at 6 paces in front of him and split the volley. The curses turned aside in 5 different directions. 3 of them returned upon their casters, who fell. He did not pause for the falling. He continued forward. Voldemort waited in the center of the cobbles. He had unhooded. His face was the face Harry had last seen in the graveyard, paler, the nostrils slit, the eyes the red the black grimoire had named Saturnine. He smiled. The smile was the smile of a man who had decided that the morning's outcome was already in his hand and that the boy walking toward him was the last small obstacle to a long completion. He raised his wand. The wand was the yew wand he had used for 67 years. The yew was, by every previous accounting, the wand that had killed Harry's parents. Harry stopped at 3 paces. He did not raise his wand. He let the moment hold for 1 second. The cobbles beneath his feet were warm. The Diagon Alley's spring sun, between the broken awnings, had crossed the cobble and lit a small bright crescent at the angle of his right boot. The crescent of light had been, that morning, the small thing he had not predicted. He noted the crescent. He set the note aside. He spoke. "Tom," Voldemort's smile thinned. "Boy, you have come. You knew I would. I did. I planned for the coming. I will in the next minute end the planning. I am not this morning a chess player. I am a sovereign. I am sovereign of an institution you have not understood. The institution is a set of 3. The set is at my hand. The first is in my left hand. The second is in my right. The third is in the pouch at my throat. You have heard of the set. You have not believed in the set. You have not believed in the set because the set is, in its proper assembly, a thing only one wizard in every several centuries has ever assembled. The wizard who assembles the set by the old codes is the master of death. You have for 60 years called yourself Lord Voldemort on the false claim that you have mastered death by mutilating your soul into 7 shards. You have not mastered death. You have, in fact, made yourself the most easily killed wizard of your generation, because to be in 7 shards is to be locatable in 7 places, and a wizard who is locatable in 7 places can be cancelled in 7 places. I have, this April, cancelled 6 of the 7. The 7th stands before me. The 7th is the original soul in the diminished body, with the yew wand in the hand that has held it for 67 years. The yew, I will tell you, no longer holds you. The Elder Wand has, since the 1st of April, registered the imminence of this morning. The Elder Wand will, in the next 10 seconds, register the closing. I have come to close. I have come to close because I am sovereign. I am sovereign because no other living wizard has chosen the 3rd option, which is power, which is what I have become. Light has not chosen me. Dark has not chosen me. I have chosen neither. I have chosen the 3rd. Light and dark are factions. The 3rd is the institution. The institution will, this morning, end the faction by ending the faction's last claim to the field. The claim is you. Drop the wand. Voldemort did not drop the wand. He cast. The curse was Avada Kedavra. The light from the wand was the green light Harry had heard described in Nightmare. The green light traveled the 3 paces between them. The green light met in the air at one pace the elder wand's responsive cast, which was not Avada Kedavra, and which was not Expelliarmus. It was a third spell. The third spell was the one inscribed in the second chapter of the green book Sirius had marked, under the title Suzerain. The third spell was the small old judgment cast of the Elder Code, by which the Elder Wand recognizes its true master and renders any contesting cast inert at the point of arrival. The green curse died one pace in front of Harry. It did not strike him. It dissolved into a small sour smoke that smelt very briefly of the cellar at Privet Drive. He did not flinch from the smoke. The Elder Wand did not, in response, cast back. It did not have to. Voldemort's wand cracked along the spine, and the cracked U began to bleed the small dark stain that U bleeds when it dies, and the wand fell from Voldemort's hand, and Voldemort, with the wand gone and the soul in him no longer anchored by any Horcrux, began to come apart. He came apart in the manner the third edition of the Elder Code described, from the extremities inward, as if a strong cold wind were moving across him from the outside in, the fingers first, then the hands, then the wrists, then the forearms, the eyes last, the saturnine red fading to a thin black, then to nothing. He did not scream. The screaming would have required a soul that was still anchored, and the soul, by the closing of the seventh fragment, was no longer anchored. He went out in the slow manner of an extinguishment. It took 11 seconds. At the end of the 11th second, Diagon Alley was a long stretch of warm bricks under a pale spring sun, with 37 Death Eaters scattered along its length in various states of arrest, with Tonks at the third line and Kingsley at the fourth, and with one boy in a black collar standing in the center of the cobbles holding a wand he had won fairly and a cloak he had inherited, and a stone he had not this morning turned over once. He stood for another 5 seconds. He did not in the 5 seconds smile. He had decided that he would not. He turned. He walked back toward Gringotts. He stopped halfway to incline to Tonks. Tonks inclined back. He stopped 3 paces further to incline to Kingsley. Kingsley inclined back. He went up the steps of Gringotts. Inside the lobby, Ragnarok was waiting. Lord Black, manager, it is done. It is done. The bank notes the closing. The bank's discretion is at your disposal. Thank you. He went to the bank's deepest council room. He sat down. He did not at first take the stone out of the pouch. He had decided that he would not. He had decided also that he might. He decided in the quiet of the room that this once in private he would. He took the stone out. He held it. He turned it in his hand once. He did not turn it the 3 times the third edition of the Elder Code described. He turned it once on his palm, the small gesture of looking at an object before putting it away. He did not summon. He saw in the corner of the room 3 figures who had not entered through the door. He did not address them. He understood that they had been there since the corridor of the 7th floor and had been waiting for him to look. He looked. They looked back. He nodded very slightly. They nodded back. James on the left smiled as Sirius had described he would in the marginal note of the green grimoire. Lily in the center did not smile. She had decided before he had been born that she would not smile when she was dead, because to smile when dead would be to invite the living to look for her. She had decided that the living should not look for her. She had let the choice hold beyond the threshold. He understood. Sirius on the right said one sentence Harry could hear through the corner of his ear, which was the way the Elder Code had said the dead could be heard. Sovereign, Padfoot, be good, I will try. The 3 figures stayed for 9 seconds. They did not move. They did not in the staying become more solid. They were as solid as they were ever going to be. He let the 9 seconds pass. He put the stone away. He laid it on the table in front of him in the small handkerchief he had been carrying. He folded the handkerchief. He did not pick the stone up again. He had decided that he would not pick the stone up again for many years. He had decided that when he did, he would do so for a single purpose, and that the purpose would be one for which the stone was the only available tool, and that the use would be brief, and that the stone would, after the use, go back into the handkerchief. He had decided this in the deepest council room of Gringotts at 12 minutes past 11 on the morning of the 8th of April, year 6 of the new ledger, year 0 of the sovereign's calendar. He stood. He returned to the lobby. He inclined to Ragnarok. He inclined to the bank. He walked out into Diagon Alley. The cobbles had begun already to cool. The oarers had begun the slow work of arrest. The Death Eaters who had survived, 14 of the 37, were being bound in the standard formation, with their wands collected in a single iron crate that 2 of Kingsley's juniors carried at the corner of the lane. The oarers who had fallen, 3 of them, 2 seriously injured, 1 killed, were being attended by the ministry's medical team, which had been holding in the side alleys since 9 and which had come out the moment Tonks gave the all-clear. The shopkeepers had begun to emerge from their cellars. Florian Fortescue stood in his doorway with a small gray towel and a face the color of his own vanilla. Madame Malkin stood in her window, in her dressing robe, her hand at her throat. Tom from the Leaky had walked the length of the alley from his own door and had now stopped, at a respectful 4 paces, and was watching Harry without speaking. Skeeter was at the corner of the bookshop on the pavement with the green coat dust-streaked and her notebook open. The fountain pen was in her hand. She had been writing for the last 6 minutes. The opening of her column was by then set. The line read, "At 10:38 on the morning of the 8th of April, the Dark Lord came to Diagon Alley to take the country, and the country, by way of Lord Black, took him." She did not, on Harry's emergence from Gringotts, approach. She had been told in her contract's appendix that she would never approach Lord Black at the close of an operation. She would wait. He would, if he chose, come to her. He did not, this morning, come to her. He inclined to her across the lane a precise degree. She inclined back. She wrote in her own line under the opening a second line, "The boy who was right has done what was right." The line would not, by Tuesday's edit, survive into the published column. The line had been a small private indulgence. She let herself have it. Andromeda in the alleyway between Fortescue's and the bookshop had taken her cousin's spell. She had not been hit. She did not, after the killing, speak to her dead cousin. She walked out of the alleyway by the same path she had walked into it. She did not look at the body. She walked to the corner of the bookshop and waited. Harry inclined to her. She inclined back. Tonks came to him at the lower step of Gringotts. She did not embrace him. The embrace would have been against protocol. She inclined. He inclined back. Field Commander. Lord Black. Casualties: 1 Auror killed, 2 seriously injured, 6 minor. Death Eater dead, 23. Death Eater captured, 14. Civilian dead, none. Civilian injured, 2, both minor. Both will be released from St. Mungo's by tonight. That is the cleanest engagement in this country since 1945. It was, Lord Black, the cleanest engagement in the country since 1945. You will be commended at the Chamber's next session. I will accept the commendation on behalf of the team. You will accept it on behalf of yourself. The team will be commended separately. You will not on this point demur. I am the acting minister. I am instructing you. Are we clear, Field Commander? Clear, Lord Black. He turned to Kingsley. Kingsley was at the third line with 3 of his sergeants. He inclined. Kingsley inclined back. He turned to the lane. He walked the length of it once slowly between the broken awnings and the warm bricks. He did not look at any of the bodies. He looked at the shop fronts. He noted 3 names: Ollivander's, the bookshop, the apothecary, that would receive black reparations within the week. He noted Florian's awning. He noted Madame Malkin's window. He noted Tom, who, at his passing, inclined a precise 1/8 of an inch, in the old Leaky gesture that Tom had inherited from his grandfather. Harry inclined back at the same precise 1/8. The chamber was convened at noon by emergency motion. Marchbanks called it. The motion before the chamber was a single declaration, that the Dark Lord in the person of Lord Voldemort was destroyed, that the operation against him was concluded, that the Wisengamot's emergency powers, vested in the acting minister, had been used in their proper compass and were now returned to the chamber. The motion passed by acclamation. The chamber did not, in the acclamation, applaud. The chamber had been instructed in the discipline of not applauding. The discipline held. A second motion was tabled by the Speaker, by procedural notice, for consideration at the Chamber's session in 3 weeks. The second motion was the one Hermione had drafted in February. The motion read that this Chamber, in recognition of the closing of the war and in light of the procedural restructurings required by it, will, at its session of the 3rd of May, take up the question of the dissolution of the factions formerly known as Light and Dark, and consider the question of the reorganization of this Chamber's procedural representations accordingly. The motion was acknowledged. It was tabled. It would, on the 3rd of May, be the largest debate of the Chamber in 800 years. The Chamber adjourned at 12:30. Harry returned to Grimmauld at 1. Creature had laid the cold supper for 1. He had not today been asked to lay for 2. The kitchen was empty. The library was empty. The Walburga portrait had drawn her own curtain. The wards along the cornices of the hall were quiet. The house had decided in his absence that the afternoon was an afternoon to be quiet. He sat at the desk. He laid the broken cup, the broken diadem, the broken locket, the broken ring, beside the small box that had held the locket since Tuesday. He laid the elder wand on the desk in its small velvet sleeve. He took the resurrection stone in its handkerchief and placed it in the locked drawer he had set aside for it. He did not this afternoon look at the stone. He did not this afternoon look at the wand. He looked at the broken Horcruxes in their small row. He looked at them for a long minute. He had not, until that minute, allowed himself to feel the closing of the row. He felt it now. He let it sit. He took up the ledger. He turned to the page marked wand. He wrote in his small hand beneath the existing entries a single line, 7 of 7. The list is closed. He capped the quill. He set the ledger aside. He looked for the first time since the corridor at his own hands. They were steady. They were the hands of a young man of 17 who had been fed properly for a year and who had worked for a year with discipline. He noted the steadiness. He did not name it. He went to bed at 4 in the afternoon. He slept. He woke at 9:30 in the evening to the sound of Hedwig at the window. He let her in. She carried in her talons a sealed letter on the formal parchment of the Wisengamot Speaker's office. He broke the seal. He read. The letter in Marchbanks's hand was 4 lines. Lord Black, the Chamber will, on the 3rd of May, vote on the motion of dissolution. The Chamber will, on the same evening, vote on a second motion which I will table at noon by procedural notice. The second motion will concern the reorganization of the country's sovereign representation. The motion will, in its text, name you. You will be informed of the language in writing tomorrow. I ask with the Chamber's preference that you accept what will be offered. G. Marchbanks, Speaker. He read it twice. He folded the letter. He set it inside the ledger at no marked page, because it was not press, and it was not law, and it was not wand. It was its own thing. It was, at that moment, the only thing in the ledger that was its own thing other than Sirius's letter of August. He went back to sleep. He slept until dawn. The Morning Prophet at 6 carried Skeeter's column on the front page above a photograph of Diagon Alley in the slow blue light. The photograph showed the alley empty. The cobbles had been swept by the bank's elves at 3 in the morning. The column ran 600 words. The opening line was as set. The closing line was the one Skeeter had drafted the previous evening at her desk. The country has, in the space of a single morning, set down the weight it has carried since 1970. The boy who carried the last of it has, by his own discipline, set it down also. What he will in the next month choose to lift in its place is a matter for the Chamber and for him and for us. Harry read the column over a cup of lapsang in the library. He inclined his head to the photograph in approval. He set the paper down. He drank. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7. The Sovereign crowned the motion came before the Chamber 3 weeks later, on the morning of the 3rd of May, in the same room in which Harry had laid the pensive evidence in October, and the room had not in the intervening 7 months learned to receive small matters, it had only learned to receive him. The Chamber was full. The Wisengamot's 50 seats were occupied. The 2 new seats, created by the Speaker's procedural notice in the morning of the 8th of April, for the first formal admission of Muggle-born and squib representation to the Chamber's deliberations since 1612, were occupied. The Speaker's lectern was occupied by Madame Marchbanks. The black bench was occupied by Andromeda, who had assumed the seat in Harry's stead because Harry was, for this morning, in the gallery and not on the bench. The galleries were occupied. The press anteroom was occupied. The corridors beyond the antechamber were occupied. The ministry's main staircase down to the atrium was occupied. The atrium was occupied. The ministry's outer doors were open to the public. The public stood in Whitehall to the corner of Parliament Square. The morning was a clear morning. The pigeons in Whitehall ate the wedding rice the bank's elves had laid out at 5. The first motion was the motion of dissolution. Marchbanks read the motion in her own voice. The motion ran for 38 sentences. Each sentence was a clean, small declaration. By the end of the reading, the Chamber had heard the words, "The factions known as the Light and the Dark are, by this Chamber's collective declaration, dissolved 6 times in 6 different procedural placements." The repetition was not accident. Marchbanks, who had in her 96 years presided over 30 Wisengamot motions of constitutional weight, knew the principle. A sentence said once in a Wisengamot motion would be argued. A sentence said 6 times in a Wisengamot motion would be accepted, because the Chamber would, by the 6th repetition, have decided that it had already accepted the sentence and would not now argue against itself. The vote was 49-1, with 2 abstentions. The single negative was the Macmillan seat, which had, by the seat's old habit, voted no on every constitutional motion since 1832, on the principle that the seat's no preserved the Chamber's procedural soul against the temptation of unanimity. The negative was, in this case, ceremonial. Macmillan, in casting the no, did not believe in the number. The Chamber understood the number. The Chamber registered the no with the procedural courtesy of a chair tap. Macmillan inclined his head. The Chamber inclined its head. The vote stood. The 2 abstentions were Vance and Diggory, who had abstained at every previous vote since October and who had in the last 7 months become a small private joke among the Chamber's clerks. The clerks had begun to refer to them in the Chamber's clerks' room as the Speaker's pair, on the assumption that Marchbanks had arranged the abstentions to preserve the appearance of a Wisengamot that could not in any one motion be entirely of one mind. Marchbanks did not, of course, comment on the joke. She allowed the abstentions. The clerks let the joke run. Vance and Diggory had read the joke in the chamber's clerk's notes in November and had laughed once each, very briefly in their own homes, and had then continued to abstain. The second motion was the motion that named him. Marchbanks read it at noon. The motion was 3 paragraphs. The first paragraph rehearsed the history of the office of sovereign, which had been vacant for 800 years. The paragraph traced the office from the close of the line of other Pendragon's father, who had, in the dim history, been the last living wizard to hold a sovereign authority over the small magical communities of the islands, to the dispersal of the office into the various offices of chief warlock, minister, and director, which had, between them, carried the small, fragmented sovereignty of the country for the 8 centuries since. The paragraph noted in 2 sentences that the dispersal had been adopted as a procedural matter in 1196, with the intention of preventing the abuses of an undivided crown, and had served the country in its function for 8 centuries. The paragraph noted in a 3rd sentence that the procedural intention had, on the morning of the 8th of April, been undone in fact by the country's response to the boy who was right, which had, in the 8 months between the Wisengamot's first session and the Battle of Diagon Alley, vested in him a moral authority no procedural disposition could now ignore. The paragraph closed with a 4th sentence. The 4th sentence proposed that the chamber, by its own free motion, restore the office of sovereign and offer it to the person who had earned it. The 2nd paragraph named conditions. The chamber would, in the offer, place upon the office certain conditions. The office would be elective in form by the chamber at the moment of vacancy. The office would not be hereditary unless the chamber, at the moment of vacancy, by separate vote, declared a particular successor. The office would be limited in its day-to-day jurisdiction. It would not interfere in the procedure of the Wisengamot's lawmaking except by veto, which could be overridden by a 3/4 majority. The office would carry the right of public acclamation, the right of public address, the right of treaty with foreign magical powers, the right of pardon, and the right of summary command in time of declared war. The office would be supported by a sovereign's household, set by the chamber. The office would, in matters of personal conduct, be subject to the chamber's censure, by majority vote, with no chamber's vote against the office to result in removal except by 3/4 majority. The 3rd paragraph named the person. The person by the motion's text was Harry James Potter, Lord Black, heir of Potter, heir of Peveril, the chamber's preeminent strategist of the last 12 months, the closer of the war. The motion was put to a vote. The vote was 50-1 with 1 abstention. The single negative was, again, the Macmillan seat. The single abstention was Vance. Diggory on this motion declined to abstain. He had decided in private the previous evening that the 2nd motion was too important to abstain on, and he had asked Marchbanks's clerk by note to inform the speaker that he would, in this morning, vote in the affirmative. The clerk had passed the note. Marchbanks had inclined. Marchbanks announced the result at 13 minutes past 12. Lord Black, she said. Harry rose in the gallery. He came down to the chamber's floor by the steps Andromeda had cleared for him in advance. He walked to the center of the cobbles. The cobbles in the chamber were not warm. They were the cool stone of an ancient chamber. He stood. He inclined his head to Marchbanks. He inclined his head to the black bench where Andromeda stood and inclined back. He inclined his head to the chamber at large. Lord Black, Madam Speaker. The chamber, by its own motion, has, at the end of its 800-year procedural caretaking of the country's sovereignty, restored the office and offered it to you. You may accept the office or you may refuse the office. There is no condition between. I accept. The chamber at the accept did not applaud. The chamber had been instructed in the discipline of not applauding. The discipline held. Marchbanks inclined her head a precise degree. She declared in the formula prescribed by her clerk's preparation overnight that the motion was accepted, that the country had, on the morning of the 3rd of May, restored its sovereign office, and that the formal investiture would be set for the dawn of the summer solstice, 2 years and 7 weeks hence, on the morning that had, by the country's older calendar, been the morning on which the kings of the old magic had received their crown. The 2 years were the period of newt examinations and household consolidation. They were not, by Marchbanks's preference, a delay. They were a recognition. The country would, in the 2 years, observe its sovereign without having yet crowned him. The country would, by the morning of the solstice, have lived under him for 26 months. The country would, by the morning of the solstice, have ratified the office not in the chamber but in its own daily ratification. That was the country's older practice. The chamber respected the practice. The chamber accepted the period. Harry inclined. He left the chamber's floor. He returned to Hogwarts that afternoon. He sat his newts in May and June of year 7. He sat 11 examinations. He scored by Hermione's later compilation, the highest aggregate in the school's records since 1968. The examiner who marked his defense paper, the same Marchbanks who had, in addition to her chamber duties, retained her old examiner's seat, wrote at the bottom of his paper 3 words. The words read, "Oh, with distinction." She did not on the paper write anything further. The paper was filed. He attended the leaving feast at the end of June. He sat at the Gryffindor table between Hermione and Ron. He ate 1 piece of bread. He did not speak. The school did not in the feast address him by his new title. The school had been instructed not to. The school inclined as he passed. He inclined back. He left the school at the end of the feast. In the first month after the war's close, he conducted the trial sequence for the captured Death Eaters. The Wisengamot's emergency powers vote of March 1998 had vested in him, as acting minister, the authority to suspend trial for the duration of the operation, on the condition that all suspended trials would resume within 60 days. The condition was honored. The trials ran in the chamber's small lower court, from the 20th of April to the 17th of June, on a schedule Hermione had drafted in advance. Each captured Death Eater was tried before 3 judges, with 2 of the 3 chosen by lottery from the chamber's senior members and the third, the Speaker pro tem, designated by Marchbanks. Each defendant was permitted counsel. Each defendant was permitted pensive evidence in defense. Each defendant was permitted the right to address the chamber at the close. Each defendant received, at the close of the trial, a verdict and a sentence read in the chamber's record. 11 of the 14 were sentenced to Azkaban for terms ranging from 12 to 70 years. 3 were sentenced to lesser confinements, house arrest, magic bound to a single estate, with stipends from the Black Trust against their support, on the condition that they take no public action against the country. The 3 were the youngest of the captured, 2 of them 18, the third 21, and the chamber's preference, by Harry's own quiet recommendation, had been mercy. He had not made the recommendation in writing. He had made it in private to the 3 senior judges in their chambers before the trials began. The judges had accepted the recommendation without crediting it in the record. The mercy held. Severus Snape had not been on the captured roster. He had spent the morning of the 8th of April in his cellar at Hogwarts, brewing. He had not, by Andromeda's quiet courtesy, been required to attend at any subsequent trial. He had been, by McGonagall's appointment in September of 1998, retained at the school as Master of Potions, with the understanding that he would not, in his retention, hold any office beyond the classroom. He had accepted the understanding without comment. He had taught for the next 11 years until his death by an unrelated illness in 2009. Harry attended the funeral. He did not, at the funeral, speak. He stood at the back. He inclined to the body in the chair. He inclined to the wife, a Muggle physician Snape had quietly married in 2002, in a small Surrey ceremony, and the wife inclined back. He left after the rite. He did not return. The 2 years passed in the discipline of office. He did not in the 2 years sit on a throne. The chamber had not yet built one for him. It was, in the chamber's careful pacing, to be built only in the 2 months before the solstice. He did not in the 2 years wear a crown. He did not in the 2 years ride out in a public procession on the occasions of state. He attended the chamber sessions in the Black Bench. He attended the ministry's monthly councils in a small chair to the right of the minister, which was Madame Marchbanks for the first 13 months, and then, by the chamber's vote at the end of her health, Kingsley Shacklebolt for the remaining 11, with Susan Bones his director of law enforcement and Tonks his deputy director. He reformed the wards at Privet Drive, which had been failing in the 2nd month after the war's close, in such a way as to make their renewal unnecessary by the 3rd month. He attended his cousin Dudley's wedding in 1999 in a small Muggle parish church in Surrey, in a Muggle suit. He did not sit at the head table. He sat near the back with the bride's grandmother. He inclined to Petunia at the door of the church. Petunia inclined back. They did not speak. Petunia, in her own house at the wedding's close, would tell her husband only that the boy had grown into a man and that the man had not been cruel, and Vernon would say nothing because Vernon had decided, by 1999, that nothing was the safest position. Harry would not see them again. He would, by his own ledger, regret it slightly. He would also accept it. He paid Skeeter's retainer. He paid Hermione's. He paid Ron's. He paid Andromeda's. He paid Tonks's. He paid Kingsley's. He paid Susan's. He paid Neville's. He paid Luna's. He paid Bill's. He set up the Black Trust's annual stipend for Lupin in such a way that Lupin would, by the end of the 2nd year, have a small house in Hogsmeade and a teaching position in defense at the school under McGonagall's appointment, which Lupin, on his 2nd renewal of the position, would accept and hold for the next 19 years. He set up the Potter Trust's annual stipend for the Weasley family in such a way that Molly would, on opening the first envelope, accept it without weeping, on the condition that the stipend was described in the cover letter as a Potter family debt of long standing, which it was, in a way Molly would not learn the details of until 2014. He did not in the 2 years take a partner. The country wondered about this. Skeeter, on 3 occasions, asked. He answered each time the same sentence. The sentence was, "I have not yet finished what I am building. I will, when I have, address the question." The country accepted the answer. The country had decided in the year of the war's close to trust him. The trust held for the 2 years. The trust would, in due course, be augmented and revised. The country was patient. On the morning of the 7th of June, in the year 2000, the bank brought him the crown. Ragnarok had spent the 2 years on the search. The crown had not been in the country's archives. The chamber's clerks had not been able to find it. The school's library had been searched in detail by Madame Pince at McGonagall's request. The crown had not been at the school. The crown had, by Ragnarok's eventual finding, been in a sealed lower vault of the bank itself, a vault numbered 993, which had been deposited by an anonymous patron in 1196, with the instruction that it not be opened until requested by the sovereign of the country, on the condition that the sovereign of the country could be identified by goblin lineage test. The vault had sat for 804 years without inquiry. Ragnarok had, in April of 2000, requested the lineage test on Harry, on Andromeda's quiet recommendation. The test had matched, the vault had opened, the crown was small. It was not, by the public's later expectation, a tall iron thing studded with stones. It was a thin band of dark gold, hammered of a width of 1.5 inches, with 3 small stones set into it in a single line at the front. The stones were not large, they were each the size of a great pip, they were each a different color, one red, one black, one a color that was not quite white. The stones had been set by a goblin smith in 1184. The smith had been a goblin of name who had, by the bank's records, signed the crown's underside in goblin script. The signature read, "To the sovereign who will earn the throne by the sovereign's own ledger." Ragnarok brought the crown to him in a small box. He set it on the desk in the library at Grimmauld at 6 in the morning. "Lord Black, manager, it is the crown is yours. By what right? By the right of the lineage test, by the right of the codicil, by the right of the closing of the war, by the right of 2 years of public sufferance, by the right of the chamber's motion of the 3rd of May, by the smith's signature." Harry inclined his head. He did not in the morning place the crown on his own head. He did not lift it from the box. He sat with it on the desk for an hour, then he closed the box. He placed it in the locked drawer beside the resurrection stone. He returned the room to its quiet. He took up the day's correspondence. He worked until lunch. The investiture was the dawn of the 21st. It was at Stonehenge. He had not chosen Stonehenge himself. The choice had been Marchbanks's on her last public act before her retirement. She had filed the choice as a final memorandum to the chamber in March with a single sentence of justification. The old kings were not crowned in chambers. Marchbanks had been right. The chamber had accepted. The ministry had reached out, through its small department of Muggle relations, to His Majesty's Office of Ancient Monuments, who had, after a brief negotiation conducted by Kingsley over 3 Wednesday lunches, granted the use of the site for the morning of the solstice on the understanding that the Muggle visitors would, in the same morning, find the site closed for grounds maintenance. The understanding had been signed. The dawn of the 21st came up clear. It came up over the plain of Salisbury, with the long grass silvered by the night's dew and the bricks of the old stones held warm by the cooling of the air, and with the small low mist that had risen at 3 not yet burned off by 4:30. The chamber had assembled at 3:30 inside the inner ring of the stones. The chamber was in its full robes. The black bench was, by special motion, present at the right, Andromeda in the deep velvet, with the Regency ring on her hand. The Bones bench was present, Susan in navy. The Weasley bench, which the chamber had created the previous October on the recognition of the Weasley family's long service in the new chamber, was present, Bill in his Cursebreaker's coat, with the dragonfang earring catching the small lantern light at the edge of the stones. The Longbottom bench was present, Augusta in her tall black hat, Neville beside her in the Longbottom green. The Lovegood bench, also created the previous October, was present, Luna in a pale blue dress that did not match the Wisengamot's robe protocol, and which the chamber had accepted by Marchbanks's exception. The Granger bench, created in March for the new Muggle-born representation, was present, Hermione in the simple grey wool that had been her preference since the previous summer. The school's portraits were present. Phineas Nigellus stood among them. In the temporary frame the goblins had set on the inner stones at his request, watching with the eyes that had in 1850, watched a smaller and quieter version of the same procession at the deathbed of his own predecessor in the Black Line. Phineas inclined to Harry as the procession came up the inner path. Harry inclined back. McGonagall stood in the eastern arc. In the Hogwarts robes she would, after this morning, formally retire. She was 82 years old. She had, in her last year as the school's headmistress, presided over the school in a way that had quietly reformed the school's relationship to the country. The school's pupils had begun, in the previous September, to attend a new course called Citizenship of the Magical Realm, which Hermione had drafted in February of 1999 and which Harry had countersigned in April of the same year. The course taught the students the procedures of the Wisengamot, the procedures of the Ministry, the rights of magical citizens, the duties of magical citizens, the responsibilities of those who held seat. The course's first cohort would graduate in 2003. By 2010, the chamber's average age at first seat would have dropped by 16 years. The sun came up at 4:47. Harry walked into the inner ring at 4:45. He wore this morning a long single dark robe of deep undyed wool, woven by a wizard in the West Country who had, by Bill Weasley's referral, made a single garment to the precise specifications the Goblin Smith of 1184 had recorded in his marginal note. The robe was not ornamented. It carried no sigil. The robe was, by intention, the robe of a man before the office had been placed on him. He walked on his own feet. He did not this morning carry the Elder Wand visible at his belt. He had set it in its velvet sleeve on the small flat stone at the center of the inner ring, beside the cloak, folded once and laid flat, and beside the small leather pouch that held the resurrection stone. The three were laid in a line. The three were the set the third edition of the Elder Code had described. The set was present at the right by the right's necessity. He walked to the center. The chamber in the outer arc did not speak. Marchbanks's successor as Speaker, who was Hermione, by the chamber's motion at Marchbanks's retirement in the previous September, came forward. Hermione had not, in the 26 months since the war, become a more demonstrative woman. She had become, instead, a more careful one. She stood at the center stone in the silver-gray robes the Speaker wore for ritual, with the Speaker's silver chain at her throat. She inclined her head to him. He inclined back. Harry, Speaker, you will accept the office. I will. You will accept the office with the conditions the chamber has placed on it. I will. You will hold the office in the service of the country, in the discipline you have practiced for 4 years, with the household the chamber has set, with the limits the chamber has set. I will. You will accept the crown which is the chamber's gift to the office, on the condition that the crown is, in your wearing, the chamber's and not the country's and not yours. I will. She inclined. She took the crown from the small box at the small altar. She raised it. She held it for one moment over his head. The dark gold caught the rising sun and warmed in her hands. The 3 small stones at the front of the crown, the red, the black, the color that was not quite white, flared very briefly in the sun and went again. She set the crown on his head. The set was not heavy. The smith of 1184, by the discipline of his trade, had hammered the gold to a weight no shoulder would protest. The crown rested on him. The 3 small stones, the red, the black, the color that was not quite white, settled in their setting in such a way that from the eastern arc one could see the red stone catch the sun in the moment after Hermione released the crown to its own weight. The red ran, for 1 second, the color of a low embered fire. The black beside it did not catch the sun. The black absorbed it, in the goblin discipline of an unreflecting stone, and held it. The 3rd stone, the color that was not quite white, turned in the next second, the color of bone in morning light. Then, in the second after, the color of the sky's first lemon at dawn. Then, in the second after that, the color of a thing that was no color at all, and that the chamber's witnesses would later, in their own diaries, describe in 3 different words, none of which were the words their neighbors had used. The 3 stones, between them in the 4 seconds after the setting, told the country, in the country's older grammar, that the smith of 1184 had been a smith of name, and that the crown had been waiting for the head it had been hammered to fit. The crown fit. The wind came up out of the east at 4:48. It was a wind of the kind the older shepherds of the plain knew without naming, a wind that came once a year, in midsummer, at the moment of the dawn's crossing of the eastern stone, and that lay along the plain for 9 minutes and then went again. The wind moved across the inner ring. It lifted the small loose ends of Andromeda's silver hair under the Regency hood. It lifted the corner of Hermione's silver-gray robe at the sleeve. It moved past Harry's right ear in the small way the Elder Code had described as the wind of acknowledgement. The wind did not, by the Elder Code's note, require an answer. The wind required only the discipline of not turning toward it. He did not turn. The wind passed. The wind went out of the inner ring at 4:57. The plane settled again into its morning silence. Hermione, at the center stone, stepped back the precise 3 paces the rites catalog had specified. She inclined her head to him. He inclined back. The chamber in the outer arc inclined. He did not in the inclining smile. He had decided he would not. He had for 2 years practiced the not smiling. The practice had held. He let the moment hold. The sun in the next 30 seconds came up over the eastern stone. The shadow of the eastern stone moved off his shoulder. The light came across his face. He did not turn from it. He stepped down from the center stone. He inclined to Hermione. He inclined to the chamber. He inclined to the country. There were in the outer arc 300 witnesses, drawn from the country at large, from the small towns of the West Country, from the school's parents, from the Muggle-born community, from the Goblin Nation in the persons of Ragnarok and 4 of his senior deputies, and the country inclined back. He walked out of the inner ring. He walked east. He walked into the morning. The day's procession down to Salisbury and then by carriage to London was, by the ministry's plan, careful. He rode beside Andromeda. He did not, in the carriage, speak. Andromeda did not require him to. They reached the ministry at 2 in the afternoon. The Wizengamot's chamber had been set in the previous fortnight with a low, simple chair in the central well, not a throne, by his explicit instruction, a chair. He sat in it. The chamber inclined. He signed at 3 the first 3 decrees of his office. The first decree dissolved the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eater organization. By name, as legal entities, the chamber had previously dissolved the factions of Light and Dark in May of 1998, the first decree of his office now finalized, in formal text, what had been undertaken in spirit. The decree forbade either organization, by name or by any successor name, from operating in the magical realm. Membership in either, by the decree's text, would be a misdemeanor, to be reviewed by the chamber at 5-year intervals. The decree was filed. The second decree restructured the Wizengamot's representation. The chamber would, by the decree, henceforth have 63 seats, 50 old, the 2 from May 1998, 11 new including a seat for the school's prefects by rotation, a seat for the Muggle-born community by chamber's election, a seat for the Goblin Nation by Goblin's appointment, a seat for the magical creature community by chamber's election, a seat for each of the 5 oldest dynastic houses not previously seated. The decree was filed. The third decree closed the acting minister's office. The acting minister, Kingsley, would remain minister by Chamber's recent vote for a further 4 years. The office of minister would, on Kingsley's retirement, be filled by Chamber's election. The sovereign would not, by the decree's text, hold the minister's office. The sovereign's office was a separate office. The decree was filed. He signed each decree with the black sigil and with the Potter sigil and with the simple H of his given name beneath the 2. The speaker countersigned, the clerks countersigned. The decrees were entered into the chamber's record. The chamber adjourned at 5. He returned to Grimmauld at 6. The house had been prepared by Creature. The library was lit. The Walburga portrait 2 floors up had drawn her curtain in respect. She would, in the next morning, draw it back. The wards along the cornices were quiet. The street beyond the spell haze was the street he had known for 4 years. He went into the library. He took the crown off his head. He laid it on the desk. He sat in the chair Walburga had used. The leather, which had been polished by Creature in the morning, was warm. He drew the ledger, which he had not opened since the morning of the 8th of April, 1998, 2 years and 10 weeks ago. He opened the cover. He turned the pages slowly. He read entry by entry, the 42 entries of grievance, the press/law/wand columns, the line in Sirius's hand under wand, the line he had written after the locket, the line he had written after the cup, the line he had written after the diadem, the line he had written after the ring, the line he had written after the scar, the line he had written after Diagon Alley, the 4-line letter from Marchbanks announcing the sovereign motion. He read the entries. He did not, in reading, weep. He had decided, in the corridor of the 7th floor and in the alley of Diagon and in the inner ring of the stones, that he would not weep. The decision had become, by the morning's solstice, a habit. The habit had become a discipline. The discipline had become a person. The person had become a sovereign. He closed the ledger. He took up the quill. He turned to a new page. He drew at the top of the page in his small hand a single word, Day 1. He capped the quill. He stood. He walked to the long mirror. The mirror showed him. He looked. He was 20 years old. He was the height his father had been at the same age. His face, around the eyes, had begun to carry the slight set his mother had carried at 30, which was the set the photograph in his parents' wedding album had registered as a kind of attentiveness. His mouth was, this evening, the mouth he had set in the library 4 years ago, the line he had decided on the second day after Sirius that he would keep. The mouth had kept itself. He had kept it. He let himself in the mirror in this single evening see that he had kept it. He turned away. He went to the window. The pigeons of Islington had gone in for the night. The street lamps had turned themselves on. The Muggle woman across the square was walking the same dog she had walked 4 years ago, the dog's lead glowing in the half-dark. She did not see 12. She would not in her life see it. She turned the corner. She vanished into her world. He stood at the window for a long minute. He thought very briefly of Sirius. He thought of the codicil. He thought of the 3 words he had written in his own blood on the parchment in the tea room. He thought of the column on the 3rd of May at Wisengamot. He thought of the cobbles of Diagon Alley warming under his right boot. He thought of the dawn over the eastern stone. He set the thoughts down in a row on the small interior shelf he had built for them. He set the shelf in its alcove. He closed the alcove. He turned from the window. He went to bed. Creature, at midnight, came in with a single white feather and set it on the desk beside the crown. The feather had been carried by Hedwig that morning across the plain of Salisbury and had been laid at the small altar in the inner ring during the rite, and the crown's 3 stones had warmed in the rite by a small unmeasured amount because the feather had been laid in their proximity, and the feather was, by Creature's small private opinion, the first object of the sovereign's reign. He set it in a box he had been preparing for 2 months. He labeled the box. The label read, "Second." The first box in 1996 had held the first white feather. The second box in 2000 held the second. The boxes survived him. They survived Harry. They ended in 2069 in the same glass case at the Ministry's Museum beneath the same inscription. The inscription, by then, was the only public document of the sovereign's reign that had been written before the reign began. The 2 feathers in 2069 were still white. They were still labeled. The first was still labeled first. The second was still labeled second. The case was sealed at the corners with the small black wax that had become, over the 70 years of the reign, the country's seal. Before he slept, he wrote 1 letter. He wrote it in his own hand on black letterhead. The letter was 4 lines. It read, "Padfoot, the crown has been set on. The country is this evening mine to keep. I did not choose light, I did not choose dark, I chose the 3rd option as you instructed. I have in 4 years kept the choice. I have built what you asked me to build. I will in the years that follow build the rest of it. I do not require you to come for the building. I do not require you not to. You will be in my shadow on the days I let you. I will let you often." He folded the letter. He placed it inside the ledger at the page on which Sirius's August letter rested. He set the ledger inside the locked drawer beside the resurrection stone and the velvet sleeve of the elder wand. He locked the drawer with the black ring. The lock recognized the ring. The lock held. He poured a small glass of Madeira. He drank it. He did not this evening take a second. He went to the door of the library. He turned before leaving and looked back at the room. The crown on the desk in the firelight was small and dark. The ledger in the drawer was closed. The chair Walburga had sat in stood empty. The fire in the hearth had banked itself, the way it had banked itself on the first night of his reign in this house in 1996, and which Creature had taught it, by repetition, to bank in his absence each evening since. The wards along the cornices were quiet. The sovereign turned. He went up the staircase to his bedroom. Creature had laid the small night table with a single fresh cup of warmed milk and a small piece of dark bread. He drank the milk. He ate the bread. He climbed into the bed. He drew the curtain. In the bedroom upstairs the sovereign slept. In the library below the crown sat on the desk in the firelight. The 3 stones on its band were dark. The chair Walburga had sat in stood empty. The ledger lay closed. The wards along the cornices were quiet. The pigeons of Islington had gone in. The street lamps had turned themselves on. The country, beyond the walls, slept under its new sovereign for the first night of his reign. The reign would in time be told. It is not told here. Here is told only this: on the morning of the 21st of June in the year 2000, on the plain of Salisbury, the first sovereign of magical Britain in 800 years was crowned. He was 20 years old. He had refused the light. He had refused the dark. He had chosen the 3rd option. He had kept the discipline of the choice for 4 years, and the discipline had been the bridge from which the country, in those 4 years, had crossed from one age to the next. The bridge had been built in small parts. The parts had been a ledger in a library, a letter from a dead man, a portrait who had been hostile to a headmaster, a column in a Tuesday Prophet, a Wisengamot's first session, a corridor on a 7th floor, a vault below a bank, an empty shack in Yorkshire, a snake on the south coast, a morning of cobbles in Diagon Alley, an inner ring of stones at dawn. The parts had been small. They had assembled by his discipline into the crown that sat on the desk in the firelight at midnight on the night of the 21st of June, 2000. He slept until dawn. He rose to his work. Chapter 7 end.